experience with ultimate comfort and exceptional performance. Choose On to Seat, choose the seat of victors. Sponsored by King Power Group, leader in the travel retail industry. King Power, the power of possibilities. Loga Pro esports grade gaming gear made with a unique design. As a leading brand in the world, MSI stands out as the most trusted brand in gaming and esports. MSI is the official gaming partner of Pubg Global Championships 2023, providing PC hardware, monitors, and laptops as a designated hardware provider for this event. Taukanoi, live deliciously. Number one, fast and reliable fiber internet, True Online, keeps you connected when it matters the most. And it's going to matter a lot for these teams, Martin, that they stay connected because it's a double elimination, and the teams that are on the bottom 8, well, that's your first elimination is out of the way.
Yeah, they can hope that we don't have as big sponges as we had yesterday, of course. It's a little bit closer. Any team at this moment, we're only halfway through the games here for Group B, so any team at the moment can, with 1 or 2 really good games, put themselves into the top 8, top 4 quite easily. So that's obviously going to be super exciting for today.
And there's a lot of teams that should, I think, have started a little stronger. Maybe they don't traditionally, like, say, Twisted Minds, but teams that have pedigrees that we expect to be in the hunt for winning that are not on the correct side of the leaderboard right now. So it should be a pretty interesting day right out of the launch as some of those teams have had a day to get their feet under them.
Yeah, now there's a Twisted Minds team that we kind of expected to do well, but they are not usually a day 1 team. So, but they played well in PC. We kind of expect them to do better now that it's group stage. But let's see if they're able to kind of come back here in day 2. Well, I hope so. Otherwise, they're going to be absolutely insane favorites for the lower brackets, that's for sure.
Absolutely. On the opposite side of that, we saw Pentagram go absolutely crazy in the first 2 games of the day here in Group B last time, but they kind of fell off after that. So we'll go over exactly what to expect when it comes to our schedule today, but let's talk about our schedule for the rest of the month. Group stages is wrapping up here on the 21st, and we'll be a little quiet tomorrow as the teams get their feet under them, and
some
then
media.
The next phase begins.
Yeah, huge phase here, of course. We start with losers bracket. If you're bottom 8 in loser bracket, you are sent home. If you're top, you're going to be sent into the last chance. Then winners bracket. If you win, you're into the grand finals. You have some days off. If you lose, you're going to go last chance, as you see here. And then it's the top 8 in the last chance that is going to be joining our top 8 from winners bracket in the grand finals. That is what everyone is vying for. Also, what we saw our former PGC champions, they're like, focus right now is grand finals because there is a lot of stages. You first have to do well in group stage, then you have to get top 8 in winners brackets, which is going to be an absolute bloodbath. It's
not a sprint, it's a marathon, and we're only through the first stages of that race so far.
Exactly.
Let's take a look at the teams that will be playing because it is about that split. Group A and Group B, we changed it up a little bit this year. They're playing with the same 16 all the way through the group stages. Group B will be taking the field today, and they will be starting on Miramar. Now, what are they playing for, Martin?
$1 million. Actually, 2 of them. And then $600,000 for, of course, first place, plus everything that's in the crowdfunding too. There's also an MVP, $10,000 for that. The kill points is, as you usually know, 10 for first, 1 for each kill.
And so if you are joining us for the first time, 1 point per kill. That's the thing you really need to know. That way, if you see someone say kill themselves to the blue, it's to deny those points to the other team. A lot of strategy is going to go into the group stages. Let's look at who's participating as a region. Asia and Asia Pacific, very big presence in this event. PGS champions, though, also got a chance to win a bid in the West. I think saw a little bit of bolstering. The Americas regions, for instance, was nice to have that extra spot. The same for Twisted Minds getting in that way.
Yeah, and all 4 of them currently, obviously, we're going into this huge trade with Twisted Minds. If they can put their best performance towards the grand finals, then it's fine. But yeah, we definitely want to see them be one of their top performers here out of Group B.
And this is who will be participating today in Group B. When the plane takes to the air, these are the teams that will be jumping out. The first day of play was relatively quiet in terms of hot drops. It wasn't like Group A, which I think was a little more chaotic from the go, so I expect it to still be more of a cerebral group.
And also, it's a little bit more even. We have some top teams, of course. 17 Gaming and As a Pentagram did well for themselves, 60 and 59 here, but even if you're on Powell right now with 14 points, one good game with double-digit kills, you can actually be putting yourself into the top 8. So it's still close here. And as we're pointing out here, Asla and 17 Gaming, they did really well for themselves. Asla, Pentagram mainly got their points off Rangaloo.
Yes, I mean, that's my worry for them. Look at their numbers. 17 came all the way through. I don't believe they actually managed to get themselves a chicken, but they were just getting great placement and great points, whereas Asla Pentagram got 2 chicken dinners out of the gate, and then we're quiet the rest of the day. Here's the teams we want you to watch as we jump out of this one. 17 is obviously a powerhouse. PGC defending past champions. They're here to do it again. PLM, these guys, thank you. These guys are the hometown heroes, so I expect them to go off. The crowd was in their corner so much last week.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that Pubg and the boys at one. And there was a salvage game. They managed to get the kills, but he was down to being himself, and then we had other fighting choices there. Fluky as well, of course, Purple Mood there with a huge clutch onto Luna's Gaming. They unfortunately lost one player, and they had to go up with a 4 versus 3. Purple Mood was able to close that out beautifully.
CC108 for NH Esports looked really, really good. I said you think he does it again today? Because I know he's not always their superstar.
Yeah, I just think we're going to see Ming Ming pop off again, and I think we're going to see 17 Gaming have a fantastic round of games as well. The question is, can they beat the points that we saw FaZe had yesterday, of course? Can they beat like 110 or even go double and go 120? Fantasy League, though, here 2 points for kill, and we've been talking about that so much, right? 100 damage is also going to give you a point. If you have a captain, it's going to be 30% extra. If you survive and your player does not get flushed, even if he's on the team, you get 5 points extra. If you die early within 10 minutes, -3.
Yeah, just don't die early. I mean, if you really want to sort of get some bragging rights, it's just don't pick people up who die early. Hot drops, bad. All right, Fantasy League, this is the pick, or who's performing, I guess, the best for their price. The Pentagram players are up at the top because of those double chicken dinners. 17, on the other hand, was just consistent and strong. And then for me, big shout to Gizera, who was one of the cheapest players on the list and has been performing really well.
Yeah, and Fluke as well, of course. 46 points for 16,700. That is cheap. I assume a lot of them is going to be picking. And look at that.
Stinks.
I was in last place. You're not in last place, though. You're ahead of Matt.
I did. Oh, look at me. I moved up a little bit. We got to fight back. Literally, the second Toby passed us, we saw tweets going out yesterday. Caster pair, best pair. And you know what? They're not wrong. But that's the fun of playing fantasy. You can head over to twire.gg and get your fantasy picks in right now to play with the rest of us so that you can brag as well. Pick'em challenges. This is who's getting their picks over on the client. If you want to see your chance to get a pick'em, we might have some coupons later, but also let us know who you like. And it seems like everyone loves 17.
17, especially they're loving their picks even more after what we saw them in day one. The question is, can they continue? And also, there's a lot of kind of lesser picks, but you can hold on to that until you know the 16 teams that are in the grand final. So keep on to that voting pick once we get to know those 16 teams. We're starting with Miramar, as we talked about here, Toughies, and going to be ending in Erangel, of course.
Yeah, I think that's great news for Asla Pentagram, considering they seem to be a very strong Erangel team. But that also means the rest of the lobby is going to want to get off to a quick start so that that last half of the day, there are some teams that specialize on that map. So it's going to be a little bit different, a lot of smart stuff. Now, let's talk about something really cool. Our finals tickets are about to go on sale. Don't miss the chance to witness the final esports event of the year for PUBG Battlegrounds live on the site. All the information is there. You can head over to Event Pop to get your hands on some tickets for the grand final, including things like the fan zone. There's a lot of giveaways, a lot of chances to win some cool stuff. So come here and hang out with us. It's awesome. Lots of restaurants,
players
lots
also
of fun.
Here, of course, you get your signatures off them, and yeah, just cheer them, take the pictures, take the selfies.
Absolutely. And if you want something else, you can get some G-Coin throughout the event today. In the first match, after the first blood, we'll be giving away 400 G-Coins. And then in the fifth match, once the first team is eliminated, we'll be giving away somewhere between 800 and 5,000. It's random based on your code. Now, have the client open. There's not a ton of redemptions, so you got to get in as quick as you possibly can if you want access to those G-Coins. And I know you, probably like me, love G-Coins. So go ahead and get that as quick as you can. It's an exciting day. What are you looking forward to the most?
Yeah, super excited to see if we're going to be able to see, some of our kind of bottom 8 teams that are currently sitting down there. We have some big names in there, Twisted Mind, Jinji, so forth. I got to see something out of them. As we saw, both from Piano, like they need to make it to grand finals. And an easy hurdle is to make it through to the winners bracket. Otherwise, you're going to be in losers. And if you're in bottom 8 and losers, you're going to be offered a ticket home.
You saw that Champions video. I mean, I loved that. I heard Pio say, my goal is to remind everyone who won the first one and win again. They want to be in the top 4 at the very least. You got to get out of these group stages. You got to get a good seed before you can be top 4. Other side, that's the benefit of this event. There is a long runway for teams to get better.
Yeah, for sure. And I got to say, Christian Mark as well, a team that we have high performances out of Europe and EMEA in general, if they're able to come in and, start a little bit better. They have some really good fraggers in the team, and they're definitely capable of making it into winners bracket.
Game number 1 is about to get underway in just a few minutes. Game number 1 of the final day of Group B about to start, and maybe a little preview of a map coming up.
And there we are, here we go. Hello everyone, welcome to what will be the first match of the last day of Group B. In just a short moment, I'm Toby, joined by Poro. And to continue right off where the desk ended, Poro, very, very interesting day of matches coming up between the teams that arguably play things a little more slow, a little more calculated than Group A did.
At least it seemed to be that way on day one, didn't it? But you never really know. I mean, there's some surprises in there for sure. Obviously, Purple Mood, I think, shocking all of us, coming out there, a big home field advantage. And then some surprises on the other side. Maybe 4 a.m. starting a little bit slower than I think a lot of us had anticipated. But if Group A taught us anything, it's that the teams that did well on day one, not necessarily the same teams that's going to pop off on day two.
That is definitely true. And I love the fact you bring up Purple Mood, because I went over, I talked to them. I was curious to find out, because their LAN experience still somewhat limited, especially at the global level. I said, you guys have home field advantage, but do you play this at the advantage or disadvantage? Is it the disadvantage in terms of everyone out there sat there waiting for you to pop off, or are you just kind of feasting in all of the shouts and yells and all of the cheers coming your way? What they told me was, initially, a little bit intimidating, but once they got themselves that win and heard the roars from the crowd, it was just instantly home field. They knew it, they loved it, and I'm hoping to see them thrive right straight into the next Miramar, because they won the last one we had.
Gotta love that perp, baby. They... again, we gotta love having that live audience back again, don't we? I mean, I know you guys can hear it at home. Anytime a team starts, especially a Thai team, starts popping off, you can hear the screams in the background. And these guys, even though they've got 2 layers of sound protection, I know that they can hear it as well. And it is going to be huge for the rest of this day, especially knowing that Purple Mood is trying to play. 17 is trying to hold on to their spot. 4 a.m. has a big contingent here as well. But then look at teams that also have to grow a little bit here. You look at Question Mark, Twisted Minds, Gen G, teams that have this huge pedigree, and we expect them to be doing better. Day one, a little bit of a slow start. Do we think that they'll turn around on day two?
I think the 3 teams you bring up here is a perfect example of 3 teams trying to do the same thing at the same time. And there's just only room, I suppose, for so many recipes being the same on one server. A lot of teams that are eager to play Edge in this group of 16 teams. And therefore, while they're used to having plenty of space to roam around to do these wide rotations, now that space ain't there no more, because every time they make a little play, there is going to be players on that side. We saw teams starting to adapt to it once we came over to Miramar. I'm hoping today that some teams say, we're normally an Edge team, but this is a mega Edge lobby. Let's claim center, because there's plenty of space to be found in there.
There's another team that's got a nice cheering contingent for them is Sixel. A little bit of a question mark on them coming in, but they're currently holding strong in that 8th place spot. Now that cut line is what we're going to have to be watching really, really closely today, Toby. It ended up being a little bit of kind of around 75 for Group A. I imagine we'll probably see it somewhere near that for this group here today.
Would too. I don't expect there to be any 1 or 2 teams that are going to just completely separate themselves by the end of the day. So it might even be a little bit lower, as no one team will sponge up points. But now let's wait no longer. Let's hop on over to Miramar to kick off the final day of the PGC 2023 Purple Mood fans are gonna cheer off for that one.
Okay. Well, we are heading way up north, as you saw, and you know, I guess not too terribly. It's not hugging so far north that it's actually going over the wall or anything like that. As we get a little bit of picture-in-picture view of Rondo, I'm very excited about. I know you're excited about that.
Same. It looks amazing. It looks
really
amazing.
cool.
December 6th. The fact that we get to come home from Thailand, from this event, go straight onto our PCs and just start playing Rondo. I cannot wait. It's going to be great.
It's an early Christmas present.
It really is.
Early
it
holiday
really is.
treat.
Phenomenal. It's almost as if it was intentional. that was when they were going to release the event. Almost as if. We take a look here at Chengyi Shenlong, a team, as you said, who have, I feel like, been able to weather the Edge storm and actually found their entries to some of these circle centers. Have had some really good overall performances. They're currently set in 8th, right there on the cusp, but they're one good game away from top 3. That's how close things currently are.
And that's how it feels. I mean, you look from 1st to 12th, really, with the exception of 13 through 15, everybody's had at least one game where they did really, really well, and that's kind of been what's carrying them the most here. Now, well, the question is, when is 4 a.m. going to get theirs? Genius, Howl, PMA, are they going to get theirs anytime soon here? And if it's Gen G or Twisted, I mean, any of these teams have the ability to start snowballing off of one really good performance, and will that impact how that cut line is going to sit? So, you know, Twisted Minds, European teams in general tend to start a little bit slower during group phases, really tend to start picking things up in the winners-losers bracket, and then by finals, they're hot and rolling. We'll see. I'm interested to see if they can maybe get things started a little bit early, like FaZe did yesterday.
It would be about time that Twisted Minds makes it into a winner's bracket off of a global event.
Hey, 2-time losers bracket champions, though, baby. Can't sleep on it.
I mean, that is true. That is true. More experience for them, I suppose. But I think if you ask them whether they would rather play winners or losers, I don't think there's only one answer to that, and that is, of course, the winner's bracket. So go back, prep for tournaments or for brackets to come. That is what they would want to do rather than have to fight for their lives down in the first of 2 eliminations.
Well, I know Pio doesn't want to be the only one from that trio that we saw in the pregame show that doesn't make it to the winner's bracket. He's going to be playing his mind out here today. New Happy, currently sitting very comfy in 3rd place. They've had a couple of really good performances so far. We'll see if they can stack onto that. And 17, well, it's just more of the same, isn't it? I mean, it's crazy. You see 17 with 60 points in 1st place, but it feels like we still haven't really seen them turn on the way that we kind of expected to.
That's the thing. There are many teams that haven't, and then if they did, as you said earlier, it was a one-game thing, and then they were kind of gone again. Everyone's been up there taking their turn, being the dominant team. So very curious to see who's going to be able to maybe get things going a couple of games in a row here today, outside of Pentagrams, of course, back-to-back wins yesterday.
Driving out of the storm, getting a little bit close to Genius there. Doesn't look like any shots are going to come out from Genius, though, as they are very comfy that they are not going to get crashed, but this is getting a little bit close. As 17 and Howl, and that's going to get some shots going out. Laser going to get the first knock, immediately traded down by Suju, and now the Mad will finish that off, and Xiaobei and Xiaowu, they are separated. This is a very big split that 17 had going. We've seen this happen to Howl already in game 1 last time, and they were able to turn it around. Can they turn this one around as well?
Initially, I thought it was kind of an attempt at an ambush this time around. I think it's just rotations. The timing's off. That's what's going to happen when you're at global events. To see Howl here, though. Matt peeks on over, takes the fight to Xiaobei, able to take him down. So the cavalry now has to arrive. Little goes Xiaowu. What can you do to get back up Xiaobei?
Oof. God, what a beautifully timed grenade. That going to fall just off the side, as Little Ghost will have to dance a little bit. He's got to make sure that he stays alive long enough for Xiaowu to come and provide support. You can see Xiaowu now on the minimap has arrived. That flush will come out, so Xiaobei not getting rezzed. So that's 2 members of 17 down, 2 members of Howl. Actually, 1 member of Howl completely flushed. Schofield still hasn't gotten res just yet.
Nope. Little Ghost trying to make a play on forward. Has Xiaowu now over the top ready to apply some suppressive fire. You can see them kind of toggling back and forth between utility. Not sure exactly how to go for this one, but now on the flank around the side spots Lhasa. Peeks on over, but Lasa's got a big ridge to work with. Issue is, Xiaowu's position here is cutting them completely apart. Able to get the flush on one and take out the Mad 2. Lhasa now finds himself all alone.
Dirty little spray with that barrel, and now Xiaowu wants to finish off Laza. He's going to keep track of him. Don't put yourself at risk here. Don't take a knock that can get flush. You can see Laza repositioning. They know exactly where he is, though. This should be just a matter of time, and there you go. Xiao Wu will be the one that does it. And 17 will pick up 4 kills to start things off.
Not the way that the rest of the lobby would want to see it. But again, I mean, while we saw how yesterday actually set up some pretty nice ambushes, this to me just seemed like bad timing. The sandstorm had just come through. They couldn't see each other. They couldn't hear each other's vehicles. All of a sudden, wait, there's a car next to me that isn't you. What's going on? Before you know it, 2 players knocked, 1 on either team, and the fight has to come through.
And that was just a big, wide split on that south side of San Martin coming out from 17. So, you know, unfortunate that they get caught up and lose too.
That is the right word to use. Unfortunate indeed. We are going to get a little bit of a peek at Gen G's journey here to this tournament, as we currently have our eyes here on Best of Luck. So in just a short moment, we should be able to see exactly how the Korean team managed to make their way on through here to PGC 2023.
Oh boy, Gen G, one of the most storied franchises in Pubg. But I gotta tell you, Toby, it's felt like a while since we've seen them getting really, really relevant in an international competition.
From an analytical point of view, it's so frustrating seeing a team like Gen G come out and put up these highlight moments in up-close fights. You go, yes, because they can do that.
They're so good.
But they never set themselves up to be able to pull that kind of stuff off. They'll do these wide splits on the edges. They'll play it as slow as humanly possible, and more often than not, they'll lose players one by one by one. So they never get that chance to put on a great 4v4 fight. We know they're capable of doing it. They just don't play around the fact that they're really, really good at fighting.
Yeah, it's definitely tough, and you know that's a team that's got so much experience on it, right?
Yes.
So you can't really feel comfortable questioning any decision making that they do, because they've been around for forever, right? So they should know exactly what to do at all levels of competition, and whatever the plan that they have is, we'll see if it starts working here pretty soon, because it's been a little bit of a slow start, sitting in 12th place with 24 points overall.
Indeed it has. And for those of you guys watching the map feed right now, I want you to pay close attention to the circle center. I talked about it coming into this. Des said it too. This is a slow edge lobby. Look at the compound southwest of water treatment.
There's
if any of you guys have ever watched competitive PUBG before, you know that as soon as these circles go up here, you instantly claim those compounds. They're called magnet compounds for a reason. Games that go around this area usually end right on top of it. Right now, they are free. We have over half the teams here that would much rather sit and hug the blue than play towards the center, but this is what I go back to. This is what I keep on saying. There is so much space to be claimed, and if teams don't start adapting to it, that just points out the window.
Feels as though nobody wants to commit to the compounds just yet, but while you say that, Purple Mood, 4 a.m., Genius, all have eyes on it. If they want to take it, they can immediately make that rotation. New circle does pop north. The center of the circle is going to go a little bit north over there, and you can see, actually, I would say PMA really in the best position right now. They're going to be able to take the high ground. However, there are still a bunch of those valley compounds that are left available, and those are dangerous decisions to make. That is a pushing all your chips into one thing and just hoping that you can stay there and not have to leave.
Only thing that worries me about the Purple Mood split right now is that they're in a position that on map, I mean, seems like they're very close to each other, but because of the way the terrain works, they cannot see each other's compounds.
Sure.
So if one team does get pulled up on, you better have your fire escape ready. Make sure those cars are parked facing the right direction so that you can leave if need be, because right now there's no help to gather should a push come through towards either one of these players. Legacy finally able to claim one, 4 a.m. takes the other. Thank you, guys. Go for the center.
There you go. Yeah, no, it's you can see a lot of teams on the move. Asla, Pentagram, I don't know if he saw something or if he heard something, but immediately pulls back down, and that's going to keep him alive for the time being. So that's Asla, Pentagram started off so damn strong on day one.
Yeah.
Obviously, back-to-back wins on Erangel, and then it was just kind of nothing after that. It slowed down a lot, and I don't know if it was usually you feel like in international situations when you start getting that confidence going, that snowball rolling, that you just keep building and building and building off of it. Well, it's harder. It's really harder to do that these days than it used to be.
And while we talked about the Pentagram global attendance kind of pedigree that these players do have yesterday, I also don't think anyone is expecting Pentagram to come out of this group on top. But the fact that they were able to convert the games where they got chances into wins, I think is huge, because many teams will get the same sort of circles, same sort of compounds as Pentagram did yesterday and come up short. But every single time Pentagram had a game kind of go their way, so to speak, they were able to bring it home. We see 17 there. I mean, just demolishing how Xiao Wu, he is on a whole other level.
He truly is, and that's why he cost about $35,000.
Yep, and that's why he's my captain.
Well, there you go. It's a good captain to have. And there goes my captain, Mr. LG Snakers. Luminosity had a decent day. Obviously, 38 points, sitting in 7th place overall. But we've seen so much more from them in group stages. They are a team that really does like to start putting up points early. And a little bit of a slower start for them on day one maybe than some were expecting, but I don't expect that we'll see them have 2 back-to-back low-point days.
Oh, no.
I would very much keep eyes on LG to be one of those teams that's ready to pop off.
Definitely, and that's the thing. I mean, even though we talk about Edge and playing slow, that doesn't take away from the fact that a lot of these slow-playing Edge teams are incredibly dangerous in the late game. Foot Esports, I mean, 17 new heavy Twisted Minds. We have some of the heaviest hitters in this tournament, in this lobby. It's just due to their passive early game that people think, oh, they play slow, they're not aggressive, they're not out there, YOLOing and getting highlight-worthy moments. They will get them. They just happen 7 to 8 minutes later in the game. Like, don't worry, guys. At least 60 players has to die in this game in order for it to finish. Those kills, those highlights will come through. These guys, they just take their time.
They're very good at knowing exactly where everyone else should be and where the sight lines should be as well. Look at this split from Sixel, Toby.
Yep.
Do you see this? Water treatment all the way up north just to Oasis. And now you'll see MML and Suze will have to come down and join them, but what a 2-2 split that is.
Massive 2-2 split right back into the footsteps of what was Infantry Gaming. An Edge team, we see Boliang on screen right here, the former GL from Infantry Gaming, I believe since pretty much the start of PUBG altogether, one of the powerhouse teams out of China. Always like to use these very wide splits on his former team, and here it's no different. Wide 2-2 split, full control, and as you said, they'll be able to just wrap further east into the blue if they want to, and regroup out towards the eastern side of water treatment.
Yeah, a number of teams already pretty much set up where they need to be, and you can see a few. Oh no, Xiao Wu trying to go for the emergency pickup. Little Ghost has already been dropped, and Xiao Wu somehow manages to make his way down to the ground, and
not a lot of cover, bro.
That is not great. That's not where you want to be. But you know what? He's alive, and that's all that matters for right now.
And I mean, as long as no one really focuses in towards the circle center right now, he should be okay too. Because as we can see when we look at the map, there's a lot of action going to happen on the edge real soon. All these teams kind of crammed in and around where this new circle is. So expect fights to happen. And the first one's going to come through right here.
Just like that, PMA already going to crash down. Asel Pentagram going to have to hold off the push. IMP is down. Tian's down. Kit, the last one remaining, is a COD coming through huge with that Groza. As Wicked and Adder just holding the angles, waiting for an inevitable push, but I think both of these two have just paused down. We'll see if Kit, tries to go for the move, but Adder takes care of it, and Asel Pentagram should be able to reset.
Yeah, solid hold, but not only that, they get to, as you said, keep all 4 players alive, and that's important too, because you have Foot Esports now looking in this direction, you have Question Mark and Twisted Minds. I mean, they're essentially just EMEA surrounded, and all these 3 teams always eyeing the perfect opportunity for a third-party fight. But the good thing for Pentagram is they get to reset fast enough that no one can really do anything.
Yeah, they got really fortunate that nobody really tried to make a push on that. I mean, T-Bone was eyes on pretty much the whole time, but The rest of Foot not really in a position to reciprocate that energy as we check in with Gen G. E36 trying to send the emergency parachute right for the dead center of the circle again, and they're getting shot at as well, but nobody taken out just yet. It looks like they might actually get away with this, Toby.
Half the server is shooting at them. How are they all still alive? But not just that, but half of them haven't even been touched on their approach. I saw the indicators just popping off. As soon as he lands, though, Pure Boy will be found. Xiaopian able to get himself a point off of that one. Good start for 4 AM again. I mean, they are one of the center-heavy teams, and I'm loving the fact that we see them claim this compound, because that is the kind of 4 AM playstyle. Play slow into phase 1, but then accelerate as soon as phase 2 pops. Go for that center position, and I don't want to say that I called it.
You might have called it.
Those compounds for free for everyone to take, but Legacy and 4 AM right now are the ones being rewarded.
Indeed they are, and you know, it looked a little bit like it might have been pulling away off that first shift. It headed north. These compounds were kind of hugging the south, but the new shifts are going to favor 4 AM. As you said, they've got 4 deep inside that compound. Legacy took a knock. Looks like they were able to get that res back up, so full strength once again. Twisted Minds have some work cut out for them here. They've got to find not only a way to get into the circle, but a place to play once they're there.
And that's where this circle gets so dangerous, and why those compounds we just mentioned are so valuable, because if you don't have compounds, you don't have that perfect ridge line you can play out in the open. This is compounds or die. Yes. I mean, that's effectively what we're looking at, because we have so many edge teams. We currently have half the teams left remaining that has to find their way on. And believe you me, by the time this circle is closed in, if they aren't fighting in the blue, we'll be down to somewhere along the lines of 8 teams, because there's simply no space for all these teams to stay alive outside the circle.
It's just absolute no man's land in between that Bermuda Triangle of Legacy, 4 AM, and Purple Mood. And Gen G, I think, realizes that they're going to crash right on top of the Legacy compound. Unfortunately for them, they've got Genius that's kind of overlooking the entire compound as well, so it's not just one fight they have to be ready for. They've got to be ready for 2, and VHZ is ready for everyone as Gen G immediately losing 2.
I'm not gonna lie, I was standing looking over the shoulder of VHG during their scrims coming into today's games. They were all hot dropping Picardo, and he was taking out player after player after player. His jiggle beats with both the AR and the DMR were on point. He's clearly warmed up coming into today.
Legacy. A surprise, well, not really a surprise for many of us that they're sitting in 5th place. They had a hell of a day 1, and they are setting themselves up for a nice day 2 here if they can make something happen in game 1. Sixel trying to send it for that ridge line, but E36 kind of standing out low. They're going to be taking shots over the top. New Happy also kind of in a 2-2 split here, going to take a few shots at him. Sixel actually kind of getting away with one here.
I'm not sure.
Very dangerous rotation.
Flipping through the desert, somehow still alive. It's impressive to watch, that's for sure. And I can't really fault NH Esports for not being able to get the kills, because those cards, I mean, half the time they're upside down. Not exactly going to make things any easier. But here they are, still 4 alive, make that 3. Trying to see if they can somehow hold out New Happy in this next circle shift.
Do not sleep on Sixel. Do not sleep on New Happy either in this circle. I know we've made a big deal talking about 4 AM, Legacy, Purple Mood, all in very good positions, but playing from the edge in circles like these, sometimes we can see those teams have a lot of success, pick up a ton of kills. They may not get the win because they don't have the compound, but they will get a boatload of points trying to do the same thing. Here's we now check in with Foot as they try to make their rotation in.
There's just nowhere for them to go here. You can see Interforce, the ones getting in there early, trying to fend off, but they don't even have to do a whole lot. They're just prone on down, and this is where, maybe not so much 4 AM, but at least Legacy's come on. If they brought a mortar, there's only 2, maybe 3 places in this entire area that you can play in the open. And if you know where these players are, and you send one in, that's a quad kill for you right there.
Utah, the rest of the Genius boys, kind of got left out in the cold by this circle shift, and they have to make a decision here. Do you want to crash onto that Legacy compound? What do you want to do here? You still got a fairly decent amount of players up. You got all 4 up. You have the opportunity to make that crash should you decide to do so, but you're going to have to do it quick, and you got to kind of keep an eye on what Sixel's doing at the same time.
Think back to the Tago game with Interforce set in the center of that compound for the entire game. No one crashed it. No one dared. All these teams, again, Cerebral Pubg, they want to be the perfectly timed third-party team. But that's not going to happen if everyone is waiting for another team to crash. Therefore, they get to sit alone, they get to sit tight, and everyone's going to be smothered on the edge.
But the issue for them also is that they know they have Sixel off to the west. They also know that they have Twisted Minds off to the west on that high ground that they're going to have to crash somewhere too.
Yeah.
It's kind of a little bit of a game of chicken. Genius not wanting to send it into Legacy when Twisted Minds is still up there and can just crash down onto them in third party from a different side. So they've got to be very, very cognizant of where Twisted Minds is before they make that send. Meanwhile, LG having to push it right underneath the doorstep of New Happy.
Solid Nate being lobbed on over there. Ada kind of walked straight into it himself, but that's going to allow for Question Mark now to try and flex out a little bit more. Philfus did get knocked, so they're probably going to prioritize trying to get him back up. Issue is the blue is on them. They have to make plays here, and there ain't a whole lot of space to make it.
It sure isn't, and this is just not a place that anybody wants to have to play unless they absolutely have to. Okay, God. You gotta be very, very careful around those cars. Another good grenade from Wicked will take down T-Bone as Itzy will get into the street. That's a dangerous place to be, but that's a kill secured for him.
Everyone's brawling out in the open. Smokes is all they have for cover. They have to take these fights despite them not wanting to. Purple Mood now looking over the top, looking to potentially join in on this party down here. Asla Pentagram, Foot Esports, and Interforce all atop of one another, trying to fight their way through, trying to stay alive. He trying to hold North with a cat right down below him. And Wicked now peeking over from the other side finds him.
Beautiful shots from Wicked. He's still in the blue zone, though. He's got to get out of there. Going to go ahead and confirm the kill. He knows he's not long for this world. Get the points while you can. Foot Esports going to try to reset. Question Mark not going to let that happen. Duckman's from Purple Mood also third partying down onto the Twisted Minds push. While all this was happening, Twisted Minds crashed onto Legacy. Legacy holds 4 strong. Genius crashed onto Sixel. Sixel holds. Genius is gone.
I said it, down to 8 teams by the end of this circle, and that is exactly where we're set. And once again, 4 a.m. We call it the Magnet Compound for a reason, and they have been rewarded once more.
Now Purple Mood, the circle finally forcing them to leave their high ground, and Fluky going to be the first one that suffers. As Best of Luck and Dante for QM, they have got themselves a mini fortress built right here. As Best of Luck going to take a lot of damage. Oh, Duckmans, no! Crashes right into him. Fluky, Thunders are down, but Duckmans picks up another knock.
Timing could not have been any better. Full speed sends it in, the car blows up and flies off to the side the second before, and he knows that deployable cover does not stop a Bronco. Nice double kill. They're going to be able to reset. Yes, they lose 2, but all for the cent they just had to commit to. Getting those extra points here is very worthwhile for Purple Mood.
Sent it right through the 2 deployable covers. Those deployable covers will protect you from those crashes, but not if you're standing in between them, Toby. Unfortunate timing for QM there on that vehicle explosion about 4 a.m. As you said, it's simply tower defense at this point.
Sure is.
4 kills already. Now they can see if they can try to get a few more. This could be that big turnaround that they were looking for coming into today.
We talked about Pentagram earlier and how they were able to bring home the games that they were given chances to. Just because you have all the circles coming your way for 4 a.m. here does not mean it's a free win. If you allow for the team up towards the north on the ridgeline to play alone and flex out, we've seen it time and time again that the team in that compound gets too comfortable behind those walls, and eventually that will become the maze that you have to get out of by the end game. So curious to see how they're planning on playing this one through.
Oh boy, Legacy might be in a little bit of trouble here as the mortars have come out from Shen Yi, Jinlong. Legacy so far 7 kills in the bag. Oh, just short, so close. Lorena, actually, I think that might be Bolian giving him a little bit of feedback, letting him know to send it a little bit farther. But Legacy, they've got happy feet. They've got the smokes laid down, and they're going to get out of the way just in the nick of time. One more coming through. Won't do it.
Loving the fact that RBN throws multiple smokes before going for the rest there. That is the bait that spread them out, make them have to second guess. And fortunately for him, all mortars sent to the wrong smoke. Great kind of proactive play there by RBN to reset. And again, I mean, Legacy able to fend off against 2 teams on the push, now successfully making it out here into the fields as well. They're looking very good. If this circle shifts south towards them, Legacy's going to be off to a great start.
They have already held off a push from Gen G and Twisted Minds, 2 of the biggest teams in the world. Legacy is clocked in right now as that circle once again goes to the magnet compound. I think we beat it to death already at this point. I think we all know exactly who is in the driver's seat as far as this end game goes.
Yeah, but it's up to them to bring it home, and the teams they're up against are very much against 4AM coming out victorious here. NH Esports now peeking down towards the northeast. They want to fully commit to it. They're not feeling the pressure from Shanglishing Long towards the south, so they say, great, now is the time we prioritize Luminosity Gaming.
3 up still for LG, as they are looking for anything. Any peaks from New Happy. Snakers playing the high rock. Mymonrello a little bit lower. You can see all DMRs, all the minis still in hand. Augs, the preferred weapon of Snakers. Nobody finding anybody just yet. And although Sixel is trading back and forth with Legacy, they did manage to spot out LFP, got him taken down with that AUG. But the rest of Legacy not going down without a fight just yet. Is MML, he's dropping the arm. He's letting them know he just pick it up. But Boliang and Lorena, they don't want any of it. They're just gonna go ahead and push.
Don't have time to do this. Just gotta try making their way further towards the circle center. There's a bit of a ridge line for them to work with, but it ain't gonna grant them cover for very long. Legacy, you'd have to expect them being aware of this push and come through, especially now with the flashes being lopped on over.
Tough spot for Legacy to have to play out of, but regardless of the outcome here, they have to be happy about this game 1 performance, 7 kills, and at least a 5th place here. But now, as Sixel tries to go and push them, they get pushed from behind by New Happy, as New Happy turn their attention away from Luminosity. And now they go ahead and take them out. New Happy cleaning the road, clearing the fields as they find 2.
Solid shots coming in there for New Happy. CC does get knocked, but they have plenty of space now to get the rest on up, to reset, to push on into this next circle. Issue now becomes LG is playing the ridge line. 4AM has to decide, do we look one direction or the other? Because for now, both these teams outside the compound can play in the open. So for 4AM, they might be better off here just waiting things out, playing it tight, and letting these two teams potentially start looking towards each other.
They gotta have eyes on, though. There's only a very limited amount of ways that you can defeat 4AM's hard-stuck position right here, and one of them is where LG is looking. They can come in from that side and hope that maybe Bobo and HSM are smoked off or just held strong and try to get somebody up there, but LG apparently deciding the better of it. They're just going to hug the ridge line for the time being. And New Happy, they're going to have to move here eventually. I think they're kind of doing the same thing. They're waiting to see if LG tries to do something. LG, they don't have to do anything, though. They don't have to move. New Happy does.
Yep, I've literally never had the game prove me right so hard before. We're literally ending the game in the middle of this compound. You're seeing it right here. NH Esports has a chance, should their vehicle be intact still, to make a play up towards those hay bale stacks, towards the far southern side. They are going to be within nade range, yes. And you can see that's pretty much all the utility that 4AM has to work with. They have yet to have to take an up-close fight.
This is dangerous.
Therefore, they can throw nades towards him, and I think that's what they're setting up for here. Make their way up towards those stacks of hay bales.
The biggest problem for 4AM here is that there's so many angles that they have to cover, but it's too dangerous to play the roof like you normally would in a situation like this, because you leave yourself super exposed. Bobo's going to try to go for it, but he's the only one. Grenades in hand, sending it through the hay bales. Somehow manages to find Nan and Ming.
They're running straight into the point! And Xiao Pian with the bounce off the hay bale stack, able to get the final nade on in, and now 4AM can turn their full attention towards the ridge on the northern side. Just Rello and Snakers left alive here for Luminosity, trying to bring home what looks to be an impossible 1v4. Snakers into the blue. He's gonna jam a pack on. He's gonna sit out here for a while. Now runs on in instead. He knows the time ain't there. He has to try and see if he can get something. He's gonna find the first one. Does he get the flash on him as well? Yes, 1 extra point secured, but Snakers caught behind a rock. Nowhere for him to go. There surely is no way he brings this one home, and no! 4AM, 14 kill, chicken dinner.
You have got to be kidding me with those grenades. They were hiding in the hay bales. It was like looking at a pinball machine, and somehow every single one of those grenades landed exactly where it needed to in order to get the kills.
They were playing blindfolded whack-a-mole and perfected the game.
Perfect.
That was absolutely insane. What a start. What a start to the day, and what a hopeful, I guess, realization from this lobby that when they look at this game in the very short break they have now, There's space in the middle on Miramar. Let's claim it, because 4AM did it, and they got well rewarded.
Oh man, we came in here talking about teams that needed to have a big performance in game number 1 to kind of make up for a little bit of a slow start from the first day. 4AM was one of them at the top of the list, and boy, they delivered. Let's throw it over to our analyst desk to talk about game number 1.
Our first game of the day is done. 4AM gets the chicken, and you've got to see these highlights, baby.
Yeah, crazy highlights. I mean, crazy game here. Of course, 4AM, they had a rough start. 17 gaming, of course. Rough start for Howl. Howl needed to have a good start of the day. They were really down far the list, so now just 5 games for them to go. But also another, kind of usual circle here. We've seen a lot of these endings throughout the year and years in general. So yeah, for 4AM to claim this compound and be able to defend it that well was impressive, and they're able to latch onto a lot of points because of that.
Yeah, they didn't have it. I mean, they got a great circle shift, but they still had to hold a compound that was very popular. In fact, that new happy push, they deleted them. It was perfectly executed, turned their attention to LG, and we're going to see that in a second. By the same token, Luminosity got a great shift there at water treatment and had a bit of a struggle of a push across that road, but it worked out to make into the top 3. And here we see QM going down to... There was some shenanigans there in a bit.
Yeah, I honestly, it's just like, they have a... Like, you have a shield.
Yeah.
No, you don't have shield anymore. It's my shield now. I like that. It's a good one here. But 4AM, yeah, they defended this extremely well from NH Esports. Yeah. The utility that they had left got put on beautifully here throughout the hay belt. So yeah, 2 or 3 nades, you get absolutely destroyed. Snakish managed to squeeze another point out for the Luminosity boys, so they're happy with that too. But yeah, 24 points in just 1 game here for 4AM.
Big for a team that I believe was in 13th place coming into this thing and needed to have a big game 1. And honestly, I think what sums it up for me was the way that they handled that hay bell push there at the end. I looked at you and I said, I can't believe they let them take hay bells. But honestly, I think that they had the grenades ready. They knew how to defend it. And they were like, once they get there, it'll just be an easy removal. And they executed that very, very well. The question is, can 4AM keep that momentum going? Because, want to admit it or not, there was definitely some circle benefits. They were the beneficiaries of some circle shifts.
Yeah, for sure. And in general, here
my name's Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger here.
That's awesome. The other guys, they're just chilling. They're resting their voices, We can't put them on.
They're one of the better looking ones on this camera.
True. Let's see, though. 16 points before or after 6 games here for 4AM, and now 24 points in just this game here. That's going to put them on 40. They're going to be on the cusp, if not inside the top 8 here. So I'll start off that with 5 more games to go. I feel like that's going to kind of give them the momentum, the morale, the confidence that they needed to put themselves in that top 8 leaderboard here for the rest of the day.
Especially because...
at least hold them in there.
Well, the Sponges weren't as strong in this group, right? So when we looked at that leaderboard earlier, we saw that there was already a bit of a separation coming out with those bottom 4 teams.
Right.
So having the ability to sort of get up to the top 8 in the first game gives you breathing room, because that's what you want to be able to play. You want to be able to play for a points per game average. You don't want to have to play for the 20-point game to get back into this thing, and that'll allow them to play their style of PUBG for the rest of the day. So that should be a lot of fun. Now, we're still in Miramar. I want to talk about Purple Mood Gaming. These guys seem to do pretty well in Miramar. That's where they got their last chicken dinner, and they got to 5th and played really nicely in this one.
Yeah, the compound that they had usually doesn't... It's really rare that it ends close to that here, but our top 4 teams here for match 7 4MS, as we said, talked about here, 24 points with the 14 kills in the win. New Happy with 6 kills, and of course, Luminosity Gaming is a little bit of a slower one. It's hard to get a lot of points once you play from water treatment, but they defended it well. They're able to get a lot of kills from their position, considering it's 3, but they also got 2nd place, and the 6 that they get from that is going to be the points per game that we've been talking about. Another great game for Legacy, though. I gotta say, I've been impressed with these guys so far, and I'm happy they're able to bring it back here on their 2nd day of play.
Absolutely. Seeing Legacy, they got their chicken dinner on the 1st day of play. On the opposite side, LG has been kind of a couple of 2nd places. They can't seem to close out these matches in their favor, so we're going to see if they can pick that up throughout the day today. New Happy, though, looked great, but who looked the best? Obviously, our winner chicken dinner team stats are going to be 4AM. ZPong going to lead the team with 7 kills and a whopping amount of damage. I don't think it's a big mystery who is going to be crowned man of the match here, Avenger.
No, for sure not. Bobo with just 18 damage taken, like one stray bullet to the arm. But it is Xiaoping Yan here for 7 kills and 649 damage. Good to see, of course, him being able to step up to the level that we know that he's able to be performing at here for sure. Last couple of years, he's been one force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. It's been good to see them. Like I said, it is a team that I have to ask, will they keep it going throughout the day today? But this match leaderboard says, hey, no matter what happens the rest of the day, they've got a good moment right here, right now. New Happy, 11 points. Legacy at 10. And then, of course, LG at 9 off the back of that. Purple Mood, the hometown heroes, get 8. And Oslo Pentagram, who we said might start a little slow today, actually managed to pull in a good amount of points, which will let them hold on to that top position on the leaderboard.
For now, until we get a tour angle.
Yep.
And they get more home turf circles for sure.
Yeah.
6 to 7 here. A little bit closer towards the end. Only 10 points makes the difference between Asper Pentagram and Purple Mood. But again, you can see here Foot and 4AM now tied on 8th place. 4AM has less placement points, so that's going to put them in 9th. There, Christian Mark on 39. And in general, it is going to be extremely close here.
Yeah.
I feel like it's not going to be like we saw yesterday. Once we had 2 more games to go,
Yes.
we already saw the teams that are our top
Yeah.
4 established and solidified. But yeah, this is going to be great, and I'm excited for our games today.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be a lot closer. And yesterday was exciting, but you said there wasn't as much on the line. This one, I think there's going to be a lot of tough decisions for these teams to make as they go forward. Our cameraman getting some good looks at these teams as they get started. Get a little extra drink in because the next plane is about to take off. Let's get into match number 2. Let's head over to the dusty dunes of Miramar.
Thank you so much, Toughies and Avenger, for the great breakdown there between these 2 games. And I love what they were saying. We have still yet to determine which of these teams are going to make their way into the top. 5 more games left to play here, Poro, and still literally everyone, even PMA, who's come off to a really rough start, could, with Miracle, a little couple of circles going their way, and great skill, make their way into top 8.
Indeed they could. It feels like 5 games feels like not a lot, but it also feels like a ton of time for all these teams to try to make a move, especially when we're changing maps immediately following this game. Only 2 games on Miramar here today before we switch over to Vikendi and Tego. And I heard them screaming out there in the audience, Toby. Was that for you or was that for me?
I'm not sure.
You sure?
I will have to go back and watch the VOD to find out.
Check. I'm not sure which one of us was on screen at the time.
Off of the picture that I tweeted earlier today, I think we both look pretty handsome. So I think it was a bit of both. We'll share this one.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're shake and bake at the top of the fantasy leaderboards right
Couldn't
now.
have
So
said it
that's
any better myself.
all that really matters in the long run. And as we check in with Asla Pentagram looting up, no hot drops so far today, and I guess it's not really anything we weren't really hoping for, is to get a nice little Chuma circle.
One thing that is interesting to us, you say that, because yes, Asla Pentagram, they're chilling and looting, but look where they're looting. They are forcing Twisted Minds out of Power Grid. I'm not sure how that completely just kind of dodged past my brain there for a second. I guess I was busy doing a trillion things at once.
Did they bully them off?
Twisted Minds now forced into a 2-2 split, and while it's not the worst, they're still alive. What they get to loot from where they currently are is not optimal. And as you can see on screen there, on the right-hand side, the ground of honor is Rondo. And Rondo will be out for all of you guys to enjoy on December 6th.
G98, the rest of Gen G. All right, let's take a look in. Let's settle in. Let's look at our map streams. Let's figure out what's going on here. If there's anything interesting to look at. E36, they've sent Star-Lord into a pretty good location already, while the rest of the team loots around the coast of Vietnam. But Legacy, once again, kind of right dead center in a great position to kind of pick. At least they get their choice, really, of where they want to play around Chuma.
And this is where I go back to what I said in the previous game. I want to see how many teams opt to try and contest Legacy's options here. Because if they want to, if they look back to what we saw yesterday, even if they look to the beginning of today's game 1, they can sit potentially past Phase 3, Phase 4 with something close to the split they have now. Maybe have to group up a little bit, but teams are not being contested. Some teams still just kind of, we can call it muscle memory, grouped up Phase 2, because of course you're going to get pushed.
Sure.
But the compounds they left were never taken by anyone else. So I think for Legacy, maintain your split for as long as you can, as long as, of course, you're ready to regroup when need be. As we see here, PG didn't have his...
you're not loaded, buddy.
Didn't have his M4 dialed in perfectly, and therefore Wicked gets to live with a scare.
Yes, he does. Well, you know, it's... I hesitate to say, even though it's true, 4AM's win was a compound win.
Definitely.
And they definitely got a lot of points off it. But I got to say, Legacy, New Happy, obviously LG, all the teams that kind of made it to the top 4 there, very impressive stuff to start things off. And, you know, you can't really fault 4AM for playing the game that was in front of them. Obviously, they took the compound that was sitting available into Circle 2. So, you know, they put all their chips there, so you can't take it away from them. But now I'm wondering, okay, is 4AM... was that a compound win, or are we going to see them kind of, is that the sign of things to come, that they're going to do well? Is that the thing that's going to kind of get that confidence going, or are they going to get shot out of the dang car by Lou as they make their rotation?
We talk about Twisted Minds, them never coming off to the strongest starts, but then coming in warm into day 2. 4AM are known to always make these rotations. When we head down towards the southwest, they'll loot Hacienda, and then they'll come straight in through the southern side of Pecado. Twisted Minds is well aware of that being the case. You can see them. They're set up here with 3 of their players waiting for this exact rotation to come through. They knew that this is a bread and butter 4AM rotation, and they punish 4AM for not being more creative with it.
ZPN going to be the one that suffers for it, as you said, only 3 members of Twisted Minds. Their Perfectic's still up over by El Pozo, so I'm not sure what happened there, if he just got left behind as the transition was getting made. As we check in with Hal and Schofield being amongst the first, they'll eyeball the church, the Chumacera Church, the Church of Los, as it were, where it looks like Legacy have 2.
Yeah, now that Sandstorm is around, I guess scouting is kind of pointless when you're just getting your eyes filled with sand. As we now take a look on over towards Rel and Luminosity, who also tried to scout, but currently have their vision completely blocked off.
And we're going to take a quick look in at Sixel in their 2023 campaign.
Wow, 这个喷子真的是太凶了，这个喷子。
路人这一波，左键梆梆梆，
真是完美的喷子体验。
Again, a roster that knows how to fight when they're forced to fight, but also a roster who, like everyone else here, plays risk management. Plays, is it worth it to take this fight, or more so, do we have to? No, we don't, great, therefore we don't. But doesn't mean that they can't pack a punch when forced to.
Yeah, and as far as things go for Sixel, and as you said, their current play style, or the play style that they tend to lean towards, they're in a very good position for doing that, as they are kind of one of the southernmost teams, really. They've got a big 2-1-1 split going on, taking up a lot of real estate, get a lot of information about what's around them. As we check in with Howl once again, they have a 2-2 split, and they're going to spot out a few heads popping around on the ridgeline, but no joy.
You mentioned it earlier, and I want to go back to it. I'm still curious, as I mean, one thing is Twisted Minds is split 2 kilometers apart, but curious as to why they're split this far. We are going to get an interview in just a short moment as we see Question Mark, they're rotating their way on down 17 as well, trying to make a play. But now, let's get a listen into Purple Mood.
แล้วก็เหมือนปลดล็อกให้ตัวเองแล้วก็ทุกคนในทีมครับ ก็ถ้าให้แนะนำอาหารไทยก็เป็นส้มตำแล้วกันครับเพราะว่าผมชอบกินแล้วก็เพื่อนร่วมทีมก็ชอบกินเหมือนกันครับก็หลักๆคือไม่ได้เปลี่ยนอะไรเลยเล่นด้วยความมั่นใจที่มากขึ้นกว่าเดิมครับว่าเราจะสู้ไหวกับทีมศัตรูครับก็อยากขอบคุณแฟนคลับทุกคนนะครับที่เข้ามาเชียร์วันนี้นะครับรู้สึกว่าเสียงเชียร์รู้สึกว่าล้นหลามมากเสียงดังมากแล้วก็ขอบคุณแล้วก็ฝากเชียร์ในวันต่อไปด้วยครับดีใจประมาณนี้
A lot of love for their fans, and the fans, as you can hear, have a lot of love for Purple Mood, as they are putting on one heck of a show so far here in the group stages, holding on to 4th place with 57 points, and they are coming in on the north side with pretty much just everything in front of them. They got one player, poor Perfectix, man. It looks like he's finally found a vehicle in El Pozo, but the rest of his team has just been hanging out just north of El Pecado for quite some time now.
I'm not going to lie, I think he actually ran from Power Grid to El Pozo to get a car.
I think he did.
I think, but that also goes to show Twisted Minds' idea here. They knew if we want to set up this fight against me, there you get some highlights from the previous game. Boop. That's a strike, I suppose. But if you want to set up the fight against 4am, they make the rotation early. You got to commit to it. They say, Perfectus, you're not ready. I mean, sucks for you. We're going to go down and get 2 kills. They did that, and then, I mean, now Perfectus can just come regroup.
I was watching that replay again. I'm not crazy, right? The deployable shields do stop cars.
No, they don't. They
From
get
hitting you?
mega destroyed.
They get mega destroyed if a car just runs right into it. Well, I learned something today. Well, I feel embarrassed now for not knowing that. But I swear I used to see that they put those up in open fields to make sure that they wouldn't get run over. But well, there you go. All right.
I don't think
Never mind.
bikes run them over.
Is it bikes? Is it just maybe
Like
it's
bicycles.
US? Yeah.
The small bicycles.
I've never been in a situation where I've put down the deployable cover and just gotten run over, and I've never tried to run out. Maybe it's just something I've just never seen before.
My dad once told me we learn something every day, and now you can check that one off.
I'll check it right off. Well, now I know.
Yep,
All
there
right.
you go. Foot Esports, again, as with everyone else, slow on their rotation, trying to find the quiet side of the circle to enter from, and they are very successful in doing so in this game. They're coming in through the eastern edge of Los Leones, and now most likely going to wrap their way further towards the south. Knowing Foot Esports, though, with where they currently are, going to wrap their way further surprised for this to be a Montenuevo ending. Knowing for these usually when they do these wide early wraps, with where they currently are, I wouldn't wrap their way further surprised for this to be a Montenuevo ending. Knowing for these usually when they do these wide early wraps, with where they currently are, I wouldn't wrap their way further surprised for this to be a Montenuevo ending. Knowing for these usually when they do these wide early wraps, with where they currently are, I wouldn't wrap their way further surprised for this to be a Montenuevo ending. Knowing for these usually when they do these wide early wraps, with where they currently are, I wouldn't wrap their way further surprised for this to be a Montenuevo. Bobo does steal one. I guess it's only fair considering the Twisted Minds killed 2 of his teammates. But we'll see if they can get some more. Wendell Lou able to headshot one more. Bobo down on his knees. HSMM is around, so the rest might be possible. But now the rest of Purple Mood are here too.
That you're starting to see it more and more, guys. That Dragunov is so disgusting. If you can hit the shots, it does so much damage, especially on those headshots. As we see yet another fight popping off here, as PMA and 17 are going to be squared off. Lil Ghost already down, 3 up for them. But Teddy, the last one, he'll find another knock and another flush. As 17, oh, that's not what you want to do. You don't want to. You have one guy left. You don't want to go in there solo looking for him.
We say it time and time again, 17 Gaming never split wide. They never go beyond a 2-2, but for them, even here, it was too much to muster. GPAY and Xiaowu, nothing they could do to try and come up and regroup with their team. PMA were just able to take him down too fast. And now, you see Perfectus still up on the hillside with a great distance over towards 4am. Is not done trying to deny them entry to this next circle.
Got the 6x and...
Imagine.
30. Oh, there it is. One hit.
Imagine.
He saw a little bit of a... He's
feeding info.
He's feeding info for sure. But Tulins and Spyro, they don't have this the Dragunov in hand, but they've got minis. And boy, those guys know what to do with them already, don't they? They've been plenty experienced with that, as they are just lasering down 4am. Is HSM going to suffer the same fate? Now remember, the last member for 4am is in the south side of Picado, holding up in a building where it looks like he's sharing some room with Snakers.
I love how PUBG is always going to be a game of butterfly effect. They only set up this far east because Pentagram forces them to loot out and out around Power Grid. I don't think Twisted Minds would have ever been down here had it not been because of Pentagram forcing them out of Power Grid. But now Batulins goes, well, if we're here anyway, we know 4am rotates in at almost exactly 3 minutes 20.
Sure.
Let's just set up and play, because now we're closer. I maybe have a bike already. We can try and see if we can go down and get something going. They get fed off of that, but it only happens because Pentagram hot drops them.
And then, you know, obviously the fact that they're holding that compound, they see 4am rotate past. That's a very highly used thoroughfare.
Yeah.
Right? There's more than one team that likes to make their way. Now, obviously 4am always, but given where the circle was and how rotations would work, if any teams are doing any long wraps, likely case scenario that there was going to be somebody else that would come by.
Well, phase 3 is going to be upon us in just a short moment. There's a little bit of unplayable terrain in here that could impact phase 4, but for the most part, we are in the flatlands towards Picardo. So let's see, 5 seconds to go. Who's going to get blessed? As we also see 13 and Cloris here. They know they have question mark around, but it's just the duo of Dante and Phil. First circle, though, centering up towards where Legacy has the split. And again, still plenty of room to maneuver. They got the church itself. You can see LFP now starting to make his way over towards his 3 teammates towards the circle center.
Yeah, love the spot that Legacy is in right now, and especially if they're playing as 4, they should be pretty good up there. It's going to be really hard to push any knocks that they take up there, and they should have information about everybody around them. Now Snakers.
Oh, what? Oh my god, and he even had a DPS.
He
crazy! Okay, you know what? If you're gonna miss the first, fair enough. Do the jump shot, headshot instead. Snakers, he initially got jump scared and then he got torn apart.
Oh my goodness. That is just ridiculous. To go from 0 to hero so fast there for Crazy. We'll see how much longer he can stay alive there for 4 a.m. But the jump shot DVS, that'll get a giggle out of me every single time. We give high fives for those around here in this house. Non, the rest of New Happy, they are engaging with 17, but that Sandstorm making a little bit, just a little bit difficult, maybe.
I was gonna say that Sandstorm could have actually proved pretty fruitful for them had it gone a little further towards the south, because that would have blocked off the vision for NH Esports to try and come in and get the flush onto them. But as you can see, that tree just perfectly placed for Nan not to be able to get vision over the hilltop.
Yeah, and it's not like, obviously you get the knock, but it's not like they're going to leave that compound to go and push it as we see Foot Esports. Oh my goodness, T-Bone.
Fadeaway knock. What?
Gotta love that. It's fadeaway knock on the Duckmans, and now Tanawat is coming up onto the side. T-Bone, that SVD in hand. We've seen that Dragunov be pretty destructive already in this game. Tanawat needs to be on the move, but like that, there you go. Once again, the drag proving to be an absolute menace.
A semi-automatic bolt action up close. It's as dangerous as they come. 13 now falls as Genius tried to pull up, and all of them are torn to pieces. Genius thought they had a Genius rotation in the making, but Asla Pentagram denies their entry.
Man, sometimes you are just perfectly positioned to ruin somebody's day, and that's how Asla Pentagram is positioned right there. He just would have gone anywhere else, crashed that compound in any other way.
Let's see, Relo. Let's see if we can find something in the meantime. Enter Force 36. Trying to look on over Mime, lining up his mortar. We've seen them do a lot of damage with him in the past. Let's see if more comes through here.
You can see Relo and Flood actually giving him the call out. Let's see if he gets any luck here. No way. Okay, a little bit long.
He has spotters. Relo's up there on the hillside. We'll see if maybe something happens. But I think now they call this for Twisted Minds to go, well, that was a mortar. Let's play inside. Unluckily for them, Circle's going to shift, so they're going to be forced to make a move out at one point or another. Legacy still with the church in play. They're going to be, effectively have vision on the entire Phase 4.
Yeah, they have great information. They'll be able to see all these teams coming in from the south side. Foot Esports and Sixel, assuming Sixel rotates anywhere from the south or east side. They might go west. They might go cut through Chuma and take those way up there.
The way I see it, that's a rotation too far. Just play the ridge line for now. There's no reason to dive on into Creation, as MML right now is going up to Chuma to make sure that the ridge is free, to make sure that his team has somewhere to play from. In the meantime, now Gen G forced to make the pull on up here. They have to make their way in from the northwest. They know it's a hectic side of the circle, but they also know that PMA is wounded off of the fight with 17 earlier, and one nade is all it took for PO to clear him out.
There you go. Gen G showing a little spunk here today, as they did get some unceremoniously dispatched from Game 1 by Legacy, but so far so good for Gen G right now as we continue to see throwables being engaged.
Did MML just try and lob a nade from all the way up on the hilltop down towards E36? Where are they going in this circle? You give up your vehicles to crash what? E36, the Japanese powerhouse, where are we headed? Are you going to die midair, or are you going to actually touch down without falling? They did it in the last game, somehow able to succeed without losing any before touching the ground. What happens here. They're down, they're on their feet, they're alive. Star-Lord is knocked, but they're playing Circle Center. I call this worth.
Honestly, like that's about how you want to play it. Whenever you get taken, if you're going to do it this late, if you get taken off, once you have before you go up in the air, make sure you have your smoke in hand. So the second that you land, you can immediately throw those smokes down and defend yourself.
And they set this play up exactly when they had to. I think this is where Twisted Minds initially wanted to go off of this pull-up, but they see them kind of mid-rotation already being up ahead of them, and now they're forced out in the open. They can't play the same rich line anymore, and they are in trouble. But Tulin's already down.
Some long-range shots there by Nan, but Ming Ming will be the one that gets credit for it. As it's another kill. First kill picked up by New Happy, although they are very comfy and cozy in their little compound right now. Now, we'll see how comfy Foot Esports is as they're trying to make a push here. And Twisted Minds, they are very surrounded.
Yeah, good thing for Legacy is that they don't really have anyone nearby, so they can flex out onto this ridge line or this cliff side from the church. Exactly. They don't have to worry too much about teams pulling up. And then because they've been so good at maintaining their split for as long as they did, they're now set in a very good position. But here is Gen.G's PO creeping on up on question mark.
Let's see if Gen.G grenade. Okay, it'll land in a little bit of a crease there, so fortunately question mark will avoid any damage off of that. And as immediately as that circle pops, Gen.G will pull back around. Circle does go north, so now the Legacy is going to have to get on the move once again. And this Twisted Minds Foot Esports fight. And now you got Sixel to worry about as well, and Asla Pentagram as well.
Multiple teams having to come into this circle from the south. New Happy in position of one compound. You know what? There's 3 compounds in this circle. Gen.G got 1, New Happy 1, and Crazy from 4am has the 3rd. We'll see if anyone else pull up on him in the meantime. Now, speaking of pull-ups, here comes Howl. Full speed forward. They know they have 2 17 players just ahead of them. The pre-net comes through. Xiao Wu finds one. Xiao Wu finds the other. Will they find the 3rd? No. Xiaobei goes down in the return. Nothing comes through. Ruin, Fools, Schofield, solo player left alive. Xiao Wu, though, how are you still alive?
Oh, great flash from Schofield.
He's going to get him.
But he's going to go down anyway as the Molotov will be the one that does him off, and it's mutually assured destruction at the base of the cliffs.
Wow, goes down but takes 4 points with him. What a final stand for the team of 17 there. In the meantime, now Enter Force 36. Everyone saw them coming flying on in, and therefore hard for them to try and howl out there in the open.
Look at this. You see Legacy still holding strong onto that church doorstep. Somehow it looks like Vard has managed to get into their back line, though. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Shen Yi Shin Long will lose Suze, but it looks like they should get the res onto Boliang here. And all of a sudden, Legacy, everything was looking grand, and just like that, somebody gets in their back line, and the whole thing is falling apart.
Oh no! From Vard outside. Throws it just before he falls. The final kill will come through, and you gotta hurry up, LFP, if you want to get these reses on. 3 players knocked, 3 potential players you could get back onto your feet, but the circle is already closing in.
But nobody's pushing them, though. They should be able to actually get these, I think. The problem is, in the time that it's taken them to do all this, Twisted Minds has already taken their better position, Asla Pentagram has already taken the better position. So Legacy is going to have to come in not only a little bit bruised into this fight, but they're going to have to be pushing into essentially the 2 teams that have taken over the spot that they were looking at.
I still can't get over the fact that we have Crazy from 4am set alone in the northern compound. He's effectively one man holding half a circle, but now here we go, Legacy. Where do you go from here? Nate's already coming through. He's in the blue now as well. Adder able to find the first. They saw the action. They heard the shots. They know exactly where they have them. Adder is going to find the second. Garcia is the last one alive, but not to be for longer as Legacy fall in 10th.
Beautiful stuff from Pentagram, and now they have to turn their attention immediately towards their west, where Question Mark is trying to push down the same road. As the circle pops off to the north once again, Question Mark, Pentagram, Twisted Minds. This is a 3-way fight going on the south side of this circle. Dante not even really a part of this. He's leaving up, holding up on the north side, keeping eyes on Gen.G.
And that sends a signal to me that Question Mark are not looking to fully commit to this fight. No. If they wanted to, they would have swept the southern side with all 4, but Dante is back on the line on the west. As I say that, though, Dante is coming over towards him now, and that is the goal sign. That is them pushing on through. Phil first finds Fung. Adusi finds the other, able to get the flush on through as well, but here comes the nade in return.
Pushing through the smokes. sending as many throwables as they can. They've got that P90 in the hands of Bestalog. Adder and Hikari, the last two up. Hikari going to go down. Adder's going to find one. 25 HP left on him as he retreats back into the smoke once more. Question mark, how much longer are you willing to donate time to this fight to clean up Adder? As Twisted Minds, they're looking over in this direction. And there you go. Sixel actually going to be the one that does it for him.
Valiant effort at a solid plays coming through there for Pentagram, trying to stay alive, but it wasn't meant to be. LG in the meantime now feeling the need to go circle send as well. They lost Snakers earlier. We saw that in Picado, so they're playing as 3. But how will they be able to sit here? We know that nades are going to be coming in instantly as they try and spread out. Mime is the first to fall.
One of the few teams
still here.
One of the few teams left on the low ground, and Crazy, the guy who took out their teammate Snakers with the jumping D12 shot, is now causing them problems again. As we check in with Twisted Minds, they're seeing if they can maybe take advantage of question mark. They got the 2 reses off, but Twisted Minds in perfect position to continue causing them problems. And there you go. Dante going to get spotted out by Sixel as MML will pick him up. And question mark, you got to wonder, well, the commitment to that fight, if that ended up costing them more than maybe it was worth.
It was a great read from Genji as well, though. As soon as they see the fight from question mark over the top, they instantly go up and take the spot that Dante was in control of before. So when question mark tried to wrap back down, Genji had already set up the fortification that caused a lot of commotion, a lot of trouble for question mark that they couldn't get out of.
It's always a risk. You always want to try to go for as many points as you can while you can if you think you have the advantage. And question mark went for it. They get 3 kills, but they end up getting taken out of the game when they could have had a high ground position to work with. Here is now Gen G turning attention over towards Sixel. Actually, it's really just DG98. The rest of the boys haven't really arrived just yet. And Lou, big wraparound for Twisted Minds. They are staying very, very close, and it's 8 kills now for Twisted Minds.
Here comes NAG Sports over the top. Ravenna prone spots one, but no, can't quite connect the shot. Perfect angle, though. Would have been such a nice trap to spring, but misses crucial shots, and that's him going down. So Xingli Xinglong down to just Boliang, left alive. The IGL, can it do it as a circle ships up on the plateau? A circle that we rarely ever see.
And you can see that low ground, it's still just the solos of Flood and Crazy. They're going to have to make their way up there eventually, but New Happy playing that ridge line up and down. They know that they don't have to worry about the low ground. It's only just a couple of solos that are just most likely going to play as quietly as they can for the late game, so they can be as aggressive playing that, making peaks along that ridge as they'd like.
We talked about being frustrated, seeing Gen G being so good up close, but never taking advantage of it. This is where I want to see them dominate. This is where I want to see them force teams away. Right now, they're set on at least a third of the circle with their control. Song Yang is still in control, looking over towards Twisted Minds. You have Pio and DG both aware of what's happening east, and then Esther holding the north. They are in a great position to win this game, but they have to bring it home.
Crazy been spotted out. Esther will finish him off, and that'll do it for the last member of 4 a.m. Flood just lying prone, trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, Spiro got knocked a while ago. Perfectix and Lou haven't really sent it over there to try to get that res. I don't know if he's just in no man's land, a bad position, can't really get res. You can see Songjang is still waiting over on that top side to see if Twisted Minds tries to make any push, any attempt at wrapping around that side.
He is the contain. Song Yang really just has to sit here and feed in for a cross.
Yes.
If the push comes through, maybe don't even peek, just fall back and wait for your teammates to get up on the hillside. Because he knows that Shixel is up here too. They know that NHE Sports is just out east. If you start popping off a fight, if you lose one, you can quickly get steamrolled here. It's all a game of patience right now. But again, I don't want to see Gen G give up on any of these sidelines. They have to keep distance, because the further opponents are away from them, automatically that is the opponents being closer to one another.
They've got the best position in this circle, you have to imagine. And actually going to send Pio down low in the vehicle.
What?
I'm not sure what he's like. Maybe he's looking for Flood. That's a very dangerous play when you're 4 strong. Ooh. But look at Songjang with the beautiful grenade. Will take down 2 of Twisted. And Perfectix now the last one up. They're going to lay the smoke wall down. play from the blue side. Flashbangs coming out from Perfectix, trying to slow the push. And now they're going to be returned in kind as Perfectix takes one shot. And there you go. Nan will be the one that finishes him off.
Again, you don't get the point, but you get the placement point reward for it. Push on over, force them into one another, back off. There's so much more to play for than risking everything for a potential flush on Perfectix there. Give it to NH, it's fine. Now you have half the circle under control. And meanwhile, PO on the northern side doing PO things. It's going to bait, I think, the attention of Flood there for a second, forcing the kill, and now he should be able to wrap back, and he instantly does. Great playing here from Gen G.
Making sure that wide open spot was taken care of. Now they still have two from E36 playing along the cliff face on the low side, but that's a problem to be dealt with later. They are not really a threat right now in this situation. They have more important things to worry about. They've got 2 of Sixel hiding in the smallest of crevices. And now, New Happy is going to lose CC108 immediately there to PO. 6 kills now for Gen G.
I love to see this. I love to see this. And it's a great example of how a team can play passive, play adaptives in the early game to then go out and completely dictate the flow of an end game. Gen G has this one gotten written all over them. The only way I see them lose this is either if NH Esports just finds some absolutely insane nuts, which we do know they're capable of, or if they let go and forget about E36 for a second. But you can see DJ98 is fully committed to making sure that no one wraps up behind them. They even sent down PO to make double sure now that no one is able to wrap around them from the other side.
Yeah, Gen G, they got to have those happy feet. Actually, New Happy able to get the res on a CC108.
It's huge.
That's huge for them, as the smoke wall going to be enough to prevent the sightline. You can see Sungjang still off to the west there, has that high ground spot, that flanking position, but no real angles onto any of this. He's got to have happy feet, make sure that he doesn't get spotted out if he goes down. Oh, look at that. New Happy, December 12th, going to spot Sixel, and now immediately finds PO.
This is what I was just talking about. You cannot allow this stuff to happen. They have a P90. You got to keep them at a distance. That gun shreds up close, and even at this medium distance too. Nando folds in return, and now 3v3. But keep in mind, E36 is still alive in this game, and because of what's happening, DG98 has to give up the angle below. The game is going to end pretty much on the cliffside itself. Whether the dot exactly is going to be downhill or up, I'm not sure, but safe to say that E36 still has something to say in who comes out victorious here, despite being the ones outnumbered.
Gotta say, whoever it was that got the knock on Nan was absolutely huge. Was able to slow New Happy down, and they were able to get Gen G backed up to all 4. All reses come through. So once again, a full 4v4. Although all armor, all helmets are pretty busted at this point.
Exactly. Fresh free helmet though,
that
still
P90,
for DC. I think he actually got a vest of one of his teammates because he had a broken 3US, but he's saying, you're the one with the P90, well, I'm giving you my vest, bro. You are going to be the cannon in this one. You are who we put our faith in to bring this one home. PO now, again, on the ridge line. They know that eventually opponents will have to come to them. But NH Esports also, of course, counting this one. They see 10 alive still. We cannot just fully focus Gen G.
It's interesting. You look at Gen G, it's all 5.56, and then you've got New Happy with the P90, and then Ming Ming still holding tried and true to that barrel. So we'll see who will be the better AUG gunners.
I mean, if NH Esports can hold this one off for a little while longer, you'd have to imagine that E36 has to make the play on over. The first knock here, though, could very well decide the outcome of this game. Smokes are now being deployed by E36. They're wanting to stay chill for a little while longer, but Blue Zone nades are now being prepped as well as Sean Yang peeks on over, spots December 12th. But again, every single time you peek into this P90, it is with a live at risk.
Oh, CC, beautiful angle from the cliffside. He's going to find one. Can he find two? DG98 will find PO. Ming Ming will find DG98. No! And now New Happy, just like that, crests over the side of the hill, and Gen G can do literally nothing about it. They are wiped clean by New Happy.
They win! E36! 36 swings around from below. You can see the laughs. You can see the joy on their faces. They flew in when everyone was settled in the circle center. They creep their way on up. They play as slow as humanly possible, and they get themselves the chicken dinner. Look at their smiles. Look at the joy. A plan that should have never worked in a million years still brings them a win.
It happened so fast, Toby. It was just, I was so keyed in on the new Happy Gen G fight, and E36 just finds the perfect time to come up and bite them in the back. Unbelievable stuff from E36.
Absolutely amazing. The snake in the grass will bite, but it will bite when it wants to, and E36 snuck that one out of the hands of NH Esports, who honestly looked very, very good. But now let's hop on over to the desk and let them break down the final Miramar of the group stages.
It doesn't matter if you win by an inch or if you win by a mile. Winning is winning, and E36 comes away with a chicken dinner. It really looked like the Gen G new Happy show there as we look back at the highlights, but E36 played what they had and made it work.
I was sure that they were going to kind of third party in the end there, but it was such a late third party that actually had got the upper hand there. Super well played by E36. They played their hand. They were dealt 2 players left.
Yep.
And then, you know, once you have a new Happy Gen G fight, of course there's going to be a lot of bodies falling, right? So in the end, the E36 just able to swoop in. Swoop.
I mean, you said it, that they were going to be the deal maker or the king maker in that game, except they decided instead of making a king out of New Happy, they would just go ahead and take the throne themselves. They come away with some very important points. Take a look back at the map. It was a tough circle, but that's Miramar for you. You got to play these high grounds, you got to work these dips, and we saw what ended up being a very interesting match between New Happy and sort of Gen G at the end of this, trying to find the right plays here. This deletion of Twisted Minds opened the door for Gen G to try to make a run for it, but the P90 by December 12th and the push by CC108, very, very clean.
Yeah, super clean. I like to see this, and also in general, like, you have a P90, you have to come in with the confidence here, but a 3-kill win, of course, 13 points is going to make it, but still super important. And also, with these guys winning with 4 games to go, that could be the difference maker for them. Like, that confidence is going to boost them up.
I mean, look at them. Look at them. If there was a look that goes with boosted, it is what we saw from them when they won that match. Out of the chairs, ripping the sleeves off, hugging each other. Absolute hype, and that's what it should be after an end game like that. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger here on the desk to break down the action. That's it for Miramar. The dusty dunes are done and dusted, as my buddy Sims likes to say. And now it's time to pivot off to Tego next, and I wonder if E36 can transition that success into a bigger showing there.
Yeah, I gotta say again, if they're 2 alive and they're able to play smart about this, I want to see what they're able to do as 4 against Starlord. A lot of star potential here for him, and for sure in a situation for this, I want to see them with the fights. Like, I know these guys can fight for sure. These guys are the pride of Japan, of course, with Starlord of course being Korean, but still, these guys have some legacy behind them, and I want to see them make the names of themselves here again at PGC.
And it is one of those things, too. I think walking away from a win with the 3 kills, it's a valuable win, and no one should take that away. But as players, they're also going to be kind of like, I'd like to go out there and get an extravagant win, right?
I guarantee you can now go out and ask 128 players, will you take the free win? Yeah, I'll take the free win.
100% of the time. Absolutely. Let's take a look at the winner chicken dinner team stats. They're going to be maybe a little less impressive than we're used to because it was that 3 kills, but Sylphia doing a great job of leading his team here. Absorbed a lot of damage, but put out the damage that he needed to at the right time to get that team pushed up the hill. And again, that's what it comes down to. PUBG is a game played in inches, and you win 1 step at a time, and that's what they managed to do. Man of the match goes to Sylphia with only 2 kills. Remember, man of the match comes from our winning team.
It has to come from the winning team, for 2 kills here, and a clutch like that. Like, if you take the win home, if you third party at the right time, and it's Gen G and New Happy, you third party, and you win from that, that's the man of the match.
Clutch is a strong word for me on this one.
That's a clutch.
When they're down to 25 HP and you only need 1 bullet,
that's a clutch.
Okay, it's a clutch. It's a clutch. Let's look at the match leaderboard. The actual first place finisher is going to be NH Esports as New Happy gets themselves 17 points. But E36 with the 3 kills, they're going to be very happy with that 13. And I think, honestly, Gen G is going to be pretty happy with this as well.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds as well with the double digits, 10 points for them. That's something they needed for sure. 8 kills and 2 from placement, so good for them. It's going to move NH Esports up into the very top here. 78 points for them.
Lead change.
As La Pentagram down to 72. And still our mid-pack now with the E36 moving into the 7th place. That's beautiful. Means Foot, 4 AM, and Question Mark is going to be tied on 43 points on our kind of shared 9th place with 7 points up to the top 8.
And that is a big chase because when you look at that left side of the leaderboard, those guys on the cusp are not very far ahead. So this is a very important couple of games. You don't want to leave it to a wrangle. The grassy pastures should be peaceful for you. You don't want to be chasing. So when we get to this Tego Vikendi where anything can happen, it's a little bit wilder out there. I think that's where you, if you're the mid-pack, have to really take some risks and go after it.
100% agree. Like, the sooner you realize if you're not winning the game, then you're playing for as many exit kills as you can, salvage the game as good as you can. And another situation is also, we're going to see a kind of higher cutoff point here. We're not going to have as many kind of top sponges. I feel like our mid-pack, again, 75 to 85 points were the cutoff. I think it might be high 70s even here in Group B.
We've had a larger variance of chicken dinner winners in this group. Like, we go back to yesterday, and we only had really 4 teams take home chicken dinners. Here it seems like every team sort of has their shot. And we're going to see whose shot it is when we come back from a very short break. We're going to head to beautiful Tego for the 3rd match of the day, and with only 4 left to play, every single drop matters. Let's see what these players have planned. Don't go anywhere. This is PGC 2023.
Unleash my shopping spree
Duty-free from big brands.
at all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
Very good. With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับ 1ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
CES 的 Husky，因为在日常生活中跟他有共同语言。Come on, Husky baby.
본인 팀 멤버들 외에 가장 친한 친구는 누구인가요? 같이 오래 했던 로키 선수가 좀 친하지 않을까 싶습니다. 운빨 축하. 농담입니다.
I think Flash. He handsome. เขาหล่อครับ
SMR challenge.
Hello guys, watch on the PGC.
Thank you.
Almost.
Very good. That's good.
only a perfect victory when the whole team lives. I know where he's going.
We're still all smiles after seeing Interforce 36 reaction when they won that game. They jumped out of the seat and nothing could make them any happier than getting the final Miramar here at PGC 2023's group stages. I'm Toby, joined by Porosaurus, and we're done with Miramar all together. Over towards Taker we go.
We are indeed, and yeah, man, I gotta say that it's games like that for E36. Those are memories that we're gonna have forever of PGC, and
sure.
It's just unbelievable stuff. And you got to give credit where credit is due, though. New Happy before the E36 pop up, they just dominated Gen G, and there is no reason that they should have dominated them as hard as they did.
It's the perfect example of give teams of that caliber just an inch and they will claim the entire circle. As soon as PO peaks over, gets taken down, they know it's go time. They push on forward. You have December 12th with the P90 in hand and a fresh level 3 vs 2. They were looking as if they were going to bring it home, but here comes the sneaky Interforce 36 and denies them the chicken dinner.
And just, just finding the angles that Gen G was not expecting, coming in on that cliffside and just peeking up over the rock somewhere that they were just not even looking at that time. So just beautiful, beautiful play from New Happy. But again, all credit where it's due. E36, the perfect timing. But let's leave that game in the past, because now we are headed over to Tago and making more memories here for PGC.
Every game will have moments that people are going to bring home with them as their biggest highlights of their career, potentially at least. And with what we've seen so far, I mean, just the amount of highlight-worthy moments we've already had, considering we are far from halfway through this tournament. Whew, we've been blessed with great Pubg this tournament.
It's been so much fun already, and man, I cannot wait for the winners and losers brackets that are going to be coming. We have a day off tomorrow, but then losers bracket days 1 and 2 will be there, brought to you by yours truly and yours truly, and then we'll go over to winners bracket, and then it's all going to be down to the grand finals, Toby. That's how calendars work.
Sure is. Look towards these player drop spots and look towards the southeast. No one will call it their home, at least not permanently. And while I'm expecting to see teams head down in that direction, you can already see both Luminosity and Genius doing just that. I'm curious to see if Asla Pentagram will once again go towards Twisted Minds, but I can tell you already, not gonna happen. That was a one-time thing over on Miramar in the previous one, and I think Asla Pentagram, while they're still sat very well in it, are feeling a need to maybe not get that aggressive right off the bat. Sheng Yi Shenlong gets himself a car, stolen away right in front of FUT Esports.
Also feels like some of our teams may be making some mid-group stage adjustments as far as drop spots are concerned. You're seeing, obviously, we have the markers on here for where they typically were dropping or saying that they were going to drop coming into the tournament, but some of that now changing as the tournament has gone on, and these teams have figured out where new spots that are open, maybe things that they would like to play from better.
Beamy has a bicycle. He ran into a building, didn't find a vehicle, but Bring Bring is there to help him out, and he gets, at least for now, to safety.
Got that BMX
there you go.
with the big tires.
I mean, you know what? If it's a vehicle, it's a vehicle. Doesn't matter how it goes. 123 heart rate. I understand there's a bit of a pressured situation as they get their way to safety.
Still my favorite thing that's been added into PUBG is the bicycles. Yeah. I love those bicycles, man. They're so much fun to ride around on.
They sure are. And the fact that you get the little bring there as well just makes it even better. Bell. I mean, they're well aware that they have an opposing team nearby. As a matter of fact, they're actually pulling up on them. Zeus, full speed forward. There is a UMP in the hands of HC. I'm not sure if T-Bone has a gun to work with. Now they're getting in the cars, trying to get away from here. They have to go out, though. They have to be ready for a fight to come. T-Bone, those get taken down. Zeus is driving around, just kind of looking this one through. But HC able to find him with the UMP.
Maybe a little bit aggressive on the part of Suze there, but Boliang, he's coming over there to try to see if he can maybe finish the work that was started by his teammate.
Oh no!
But they just put his fallen teammate in the car and took off. That is the smart play.
Yet another, very, very new, but still new enough ability that you have in the game now, that you can put your knocked teammates in cars and leave with them. And, well, I mean, it's for reasons exactly like this. Absolutely. They are now a thing. Beamy gets to swap his mountain bike out with a US. As a matter of fact, actually puts it in the back of it too. Makes perfect sense. And Foot, well, despite them being the ones who were in trouble to begin with, they are all right for now as soon as they get their IGL back on his feet.
Tell you what, that's some very, very on-the-fly decision-making by Foot, and good communication from that squad to get out of a very dicey situation there as cleanly as they did. So, I mean, that just goes to show you the level of teams that we're playing with here, guys.
And also, I mean, going back... Oh, let's hold the thought for a second, because here comes Shota, able to find the first one. Flood falls down, can't really commit to the flush, though, else... We do still have one more LG player around. I think Relo is well aware. Yep, that Utah was tacked up pretty hard, so that's an easy flush coming through, but it seems to me like Genius is pulling up on this. Certi, Cest, both already here.
They are, and immediately they sent a grenade to make sure that they secured the flush onto Flood. Now Relo all by himself, the peak battle coming through. That is a very aggressive push, Mr. Sir T. You have 3 teammates with you. Why would you go in there by yourself? And now he is just immediately knocked and flushed, and now Genius down to just 2. Zest and Clories, they still want this. Fortunately, Mime now has arrived to provide support to his IGL.
I get the eagerness. I get that you want to clear them before the rest of Luminosity pulls up, but as you were saying, completely perfectly there too. You gotta wait for your mate. Zest is right on the other side. Push that building together.
And Zest doing just that, waiting for Clories. They're going to work the walls. Snakers has arrived now, though, so this has turned into a full 3v2. Not sure if Genius has figured it out just yet, but Relo already taking shots and landing some nice damage there onto Zest. Through the doorway and over the wall. The grenades will be following it up just off and outside of the doorway. But this is, I feel like this has got to be a fight that neither one of these teams really want, although they are fairly close to the center of the circle.
Exactly, which is what worries me, because more teams are going to be looking in this direction. This maybe ain't prime real estate, but it's really, really circle center, as you're saying. So there will be teams nearby here that will hear this commotion, and we're in a place of the tournament now where if you give anyone a free third-party opportunity, they will take it with open arms.
Once again, another grenade just fall just outside as Clories will spray through the smoke. Won't find any love, though, as LG just continues sending utility there. And Zest had the Panzerfaust in hand, but he runs right into a well-placed grenade from Relo. And now it's down to Clories. Clories has his Panzer as well. You always have to be careful. You have to know that this is a possibility. LG playing it slow.
Can't help but imagine that Cloris is ready to go down as long as it takes down LG with him, with the way that he's currently positioned.
That's how it feels.
Remember those Panzerfaust, you want to have empty space behind you, Cloris! Fires the only thing thing he kills is his teammate. Not what you want to have happen. But now able to swap back over to the orc. Can he do this? He's a powerhouse fragger out of his region. He has played twice in Nations Cup, but a 1v3 against LG. Will it happen? Able to find the first one. Down to 23 HP though, and the peak comes around the corner. Rello finds him. Luminosity able to take out Genius Esports.
4 kills for Rello too, as they do end up losing Flood, but in the end they'll trade 4 kills for Flood every day. But look at this, Legacy starting to creep up as well. We'll check in with Asla Pentagram, Akkad, and DG98 kind of in no man's land here.
Yep, sneaking, looking forward. I can't hurt the vehicle from DG. He's just waiting for him to hop back in the car. That should be an easy double headshot coming through, should that be possible. But now let's listen into Howl while we look at Akkad.
Inches here. Spiro will be really has just not much room to work with. When Scoville finds one, it's a 2 versus a little bit of room to work with though, of course, and Perfectix will act as their anchor point. But a Panzerfaust from Lazar to open it up. Oh my, what is going on? Uber tries to crash on it.
Out of that one we go. Howl, of course, making their way through here to PGC as well. Currently set dead center right where they usually like to play from. This time around, though, the circle that the majority of the work for them as they loot right next door.
Pretty wide 2-2 split for Howl. We'll see if it pays off for him. This Pentagram, again, just trading shots. No real harm coming from their positioning here. Sixel getting a little bit close to Foot. Ooh. We know that Foot has been capable of doing the seat swaps here so far today. Lorena going to try to his hand at one. T-Bone returning the favor, but no knocks coming through, so just ships passing in the night here.
Yep, but esports just wanting to get rid of Shengli Shenglong altogether, saying you were the ones fighting us earlier. We're not gonna allow for that to happen now, though. Let's listen into these boys from Foot Esports and hear what they have to say about their current standings in the tournament.
Games could have gone a little bit better for us, especially the last game was a little bit disappointing. I feel like we had a pretty good spot in the zone to get to like the late game, and we just fell apart basically. But overall, I would say it was like a decent day. The comms were pretty calm for the most part, but I don't think any of us have ever played that area before, like on that bridge. So it was all just like taking it like as it comes. It was kind of hectic, I'm not gonna lie. We don't have too many talks. I don't think the mood ever really gets like too bad in our team. We're usually like just trying to have fun. That was like the whole point of why we put this team together in the first place. Just trying to have fun together and like play the best we can. I guess my message to Team Asler is we're also trying to avoid you guys in the early game. You guys can like rotate around us. Don't come too close though, because we might be popping some shots.
There you go, the boy Vard himself. A little bit of a slow day for him, but he blessed us with a nasty little 2-piece onto Luminosity, and I believe it was in the Vikendi game. If you didn't get a chance to check it out, go check that out, because it was a thing of beauty.
It sure was. Showcases the immense amount of skill that all these players have. It's just a matter of pulling it off at the right time, and he sure as hell did right there. Purple Mood setting up an E pickup, getting ready for a circle that could potentially go far away from them. Great timing on it too, because they will get to see where this next circle goes before the helicopter is going to come pick them up. So should it go far away, they'll hop on. If it does come to them towards the southwest, they will just sit around.
I'm curious to see what they decide to do there. If they're going to send one up to do a little scouting while the rest of them are driving around, that might be the play. As we check back with Sixel, they've got a whole lot of real estate to themselves, and well, they're going to be a little bit happy because that circle does center up, and they are just south of Buxansa, and they'll have their pretty much their choice of where they'd like to play in or around it.
Yep. See now, Twisted Minds, a early push towards the circle center. Again, not like something Twisted Minds would do previously, but there's only so much you can play around here, and they are not wanting to sit out on the edge with all those teams that they have seen in the previous games have been out there too. So trying to vie for something circle center early here, and potentially crashing full speed into Luminosity's compound if they don't stop soon.
Laza. Some mini shots there on a Perfectix. Not going to find the one that counts, though, as Twisted Minds will get up into the woods. Kit tries to do the drive-by spray. He's going to find two. Xiao Wu and Suju go down. Nerf drive-bys, am I right, guys?
Wow. What a spray coming through from him from one side straight over to the other. Able to get both of them down, but now here comes Twisted Minds as well, trying to hold off against Asla Pentagram. 2 players down already, as they're looking for more. Hikari, Akkad, the only 2 left alive, but they're caught in between Twisted Minds and Luminosity.
The hills are alive with the sounds of murder right now as Perfectix has about 5 HP to his name, but they are picking up 2 kills. You can see the kill feed is absolutely going insane right now. PMA will get eliminated by New Happy. I believe that's I'm not sure if that's the only team that's got eliminated here. Genius, PMA, 17 all out now.
It's as if everyone thought this is the game we try to go center phase 2 at the exact same time. The only team that waited it out was Foot, was Purple Mood, who is now coming in at Genji. Of course, Genji and question mark, you can never force to play aggressive early, so they're still sat edge side.
Yeah, Purple Mood actually finding a beautiful path to rotate right through Legacy and LG, although, oh my good, RBN actually finds Thunders out of the trailing vehicle, so unfortunately for Purple Mood, they lose one here. And that's a hell of a shot by RBN with that MK12.
I had a chat with RBN a little bit earlier, asked him because he has been in the coach seat for a little while now. I asked him, so what do you actually prefer? Are you more of a player or more of a coach? He just looked me straight in the eyes saying, Toby, I'm a great player, and that's just how it is. And you know what? Sure he is. Sure he is. Found one there with more points, hopefully to come for Legacy, who is currently set up in 4th.
Gotta appreciate the Legacy boys, man. You gotta appreciate the Brazilians. Every time, you know, we have the talent crew, we have kind of a usual routine where we go to breakfast and then head down to the pool. You know who's always out there by the pool with us? Those Brazilian boys.
Smiling, laughing, having a good time, and it's just, they're just good lads. They're just a bunch of good guys. See, in the meantime, Genji splitting the way that Genji likes to do it. 3 down on the southern side. Pio on his own towards the north, scouting forward, trying to make sure that they have people at a distance. Again, in similar fashion to what Foot said to Pentagram earlier. You guys, we know we're close to each other. Just go away. Like, we have no interest in fighting you. We will if you come to us, but please don't, because it's not going to benefit either of us.
Yeah, you're not kidding, man. You said it. The DG98 doing a little bit of scouting, but boy, the history of Pio doing Pio things, and he's all by himself. His Twisted Minds, they try to make their way through the hills, clean out what's around them. They're running into Howl. We'll see if either of these teams really want to engage fully into this fight, or if they're just going to maybe poke at each other a little bit and then go their separate ways.
Now, this circle shifts towards the west, and this brings me, instant anxiety, because we saw in EMEA a game end out into this field. End in the field east of Hosan. It was a mortar, chaos, and chaos galore. And speaking of mortars, they're already starting to rain in again. All these players will have to come down the hillside, and there are so many players up east that this can only mean chaos.
Yeah, Twisted Minds in a little bit of a weird predicament right here as they turn their attention towards Hal, but then as the Pentagram, the last 2 were there, but it looks like 4 AM is going to take care of that problem for them as they pull up here. HSM gets knocked low, but 4 kills now for 4 Angry Men as they spot out the Twisted Minds boys. We'll see if they try to engage here as we see now Purple Mood and Foot getting very close to each other because, of course, they are, Toby. The 2 purple teams have to get right on top.
Sure do. But if you're a Purple Mood here, you have to worry a bit because Shengyi Shinlong is coming in from the northern side too. And if a knock comes through, we've seen Sixel be able to perfectly time third parties earlier. And I would not be surprised if they could do it here as well. Question mark in the meantime, not spread out that far. Ready with their vehicles to push forward whenever need be. Looking towards the circle, seeing E36 ahead of him, but not eager, I think, to make any aggressive plays this early on in the game.
Yeah, question mark just kind of clearing everything around them here. Legacy, they are completely content. Well, they were completely content in their compound. They've got to find a way in, but they've already got RBN inside the circle. You can see just on that mini map. Fortunately for a lot of our teams, we lost so many people in that one crazy fight in the middle of the, what was that, Circle 2 rotations, that it really opened up a lot of space here for everybody else to play.
Plenty of space. Issue is once, or if I should say, we shift off of this hill to the east, they are all going to be playing in the low fields towards the west, and that's going to be... even yes, there is space to play, but it's not going to be easy because there's 2, maybe 3 dips to use. But the teams in the compounds, teams like E36 and up towards the north, you have Genji, they're going to be able to see everything out in those fields, so you can't really take advantage of them at all.
And keep close eyes on this map because there's a number of teams towards the center that are just making their way through the woods, through the hills, and getting close to each other, but haven't really spotted each other just yet. Twisted Minds kind of right in the middle. They spot out Howl. And you've got 4AM kind of doing the same thing, just clearing territory around the center just to give themselves a better idea of what they can play. As we check in with Gen G, still wide split on this northern side.
I mean, again, we're talking about passive teams that play very, very risk management heavy. Wait for the next circle to pop. Now it pops. I wouldn't be surprised to see teams starting to make their way further center already now, because they know there's real estate left to take. Issue is these forests on the southeastern side of the map, teams don't know them all that well yet. So what angle are you exposed to every time you take a peek? Exactly where do you know what opponents could potentially see you? On Erangel, on Miramar, every tree you play, you know exactly what you leave yourself vulnerable to and what angles you have to worry about. Here, it's not so perfected yet.
Yeah, it almost feels like everybody's just kind of moving in these groups, either counterclockwise or clockwise, just scouting out, just jump peeking, jump scouting, seeing what they can see, and just trying to figure out what might be around them. As Sixel just going to go ahead and full-on send it right into the middle of 4 angry men. Lorena is going to be one of the ones that pays the prize. MML now down as well, and Boliang going to go down as well as Spiro. So just like that, Shenlong is eliminated.
Important for 4AM that they're able to do this cleanly, because you see Purple Mood, as soon as these vehicles start making their way towards them, start pulling up. Now Foot is up here as well. As soon as the knock comes through, expect to see a 3-way fight pop off immediately off of that.
This is about that time where we got to start looking at that leaderboard, start looking at that cut line too. And it is very, very close, right around the 8th place. As you see Sixel currently holding it down, but they are out now with 50 points. We'll see what Foot can find. They'll find at least one here off of 4AM. Fluky going to be the one that does it for Purple Mood.
And I mean, this is just prime real estate, but unfortunately for these teams, it is for all of them. All of them really, really accustomed to playing on the edge. 4AM more so playing from the inside, but that's exactly where they're positioned here once more. They lose Crazy, but now they have to stand off against both Purple Mood and Foot Esports. And Foot, I mean, they've played this before. The former roster of Heroic were really, really known for, or the prime, I should say, of that, known for doing these sweeps, and here they are once more.
4AM is trying to kind of gatekeep a little bit while Foot does continue that wrap. They'll find Tanawat. 4AM wants to try to see if they can maybe third party onto this fight, but they're getting shot in the back by Twisted Minds as well, so you're not seeing them be as aggressive maybe as we were expecting, as they had to pull back together.
Exactly. They know there are multiple teams around. You've already done the damage that you needed to do. Get over, get the knock, force Fluky to run towards the north, because if you do, you're hoping that he's going to run into other opponents, and that can allow for you to third party instead of chasing him and thus becoming the team getting third party yourself.
There you go, HSM. Still looking off into the distance. Zepion, though, will find Beamy to open things up onto this 4AM and Foot Esports fight. It's going to be the first knock that comes through, but you can see that mini-map. Gen G now starting to creep down from the north side, and they're actually going to find Zepion.
4AM 2 know that there are multiple teams in this area, so they cannot fully commit to these sort of fights. Shonyang able to get the first knock, but has to fall off circle now
Howl.
into the open. We go. Howl are gonna be joyous off of that. And Twisted Minds, again, a team who rarely ever crashes circle center before phase 4, did it phase 2, and now they get to sit around and laugh for a little while too.
Well, it's can't be feeling too terribly comfortable for Twisted Minds just yet, but they see the kill feed lighting up, so they have to know that the amount of pressure that they might be receiving from other places is going down. Here's Foot now back on the drive here to try to clean out what's left of 4AM.
Already got a knock and a flush. They saw a kill come through earlier as well. Bobo is alive, but prone down, waiting for Foot to push in their direction. Forced to back off is 8C, but doesn't matter. Vard is there, finds the final, and that's 4AM out in 9th.
This is clean stuff from Foot Esports. This is European PUBG at its finest, just playing the game that's in front of you and plowing the field. But now Twisted Minds has started to push out, and they are going to find Vard, as QM actually doing the same thing on the south side. They run into Legacy.
Insane read by I think it was Phil first there to spot RPM on a wide flank out into the blue. A nice idea that he had there, but Phil first instantly calls the bluff and spots him on the side. He is going to go down to the blue because of it. And Snakers, as you can see here, trying to flex over, trying to get some more control as their compound has now been shifted out of the circle too.
A lot, big wide split from Luminosity here. Mime manages to hit every single crate in the drop, so they will have a nice little stack of loot for themselves. And they also have vehicles, so they should be able to get back together. But you can see Snaker's just trying to take a position to where he can maybe third party onto this, maybe steal a point away. But QM, they are still looking for that last kill onto Gizera, but haven't found him just yet. Gen G, meanwhile, looks like they've avoided most of the fighting on that eastern side, but they're getting very close to 8C.
Oh, 8C has no clue that Son Young and his teammate are right up behind him, and that's going to be an easy one for Esther. Catching 8C, looking the opposite direction. That's going to be yet another one down 4 foot. Just Beamy and T-Bone left alive, trying to get something going here. They know they have Twisted Minds nearby. I'm not sure if they're aware of Luminosity's position. They are now, with the smokes being deployed, of course. But again, trying to buy time, trying to isolate angles.
6 kills already for Foot Esports. Hell of a game for them as Gizera has been spotted out by Snakers. He's going to stay behind that tree as long as he possibly can. Most likely will end up going down to the blue, if not the guns of Luminosity. But T-Bone and the rest of the Foot boys, Rello, what immediately just twists over to T-Bone, and he will take him out. Legacy will go down to the blue. Beamy, the last one alive, playing the rock. Mime sneaks up on him from the bottom side, and that's 6 kills now for LG, 5 for Rello.
Solid plays coming through here from the boys in blue. But the journey is far from over. They have to creep their way further forward, and this is when Question Mark likes to get active now. Filfus does get knocked, but if they can reset here, they should be in a good position to push further through. Issue is Circle is going further towards the open fields. Howl playing this one smart, not just sitting idle in the compound, but they flex 2 players out towards the western side. They want a piece of this action. They want to make sure that they get their opponents as wounded as can be before they get close to the compound.
Yeah, Question Mark being very, very slow and methodical about how they came around and took this fight. Looks like Luminosity might be able to get the res onto Rello, get back up to 3 strong. We'll see what happens as QM. Oh, yeah. Pure Boy actually from Enterforce going to make sure that he prevents that res. So Phil First will get credit for that kill, and LG now down to 2 as they are pinched between Question Mark and Twisted Minds.
Christmas comes early this time around. A little bit of cover where before there was none as Crates lands on the southeastern edge of the circle. But right now I don't think anyone can really claim them. Twisted Minds can't fully commit south. They know that they have Gen G players in the north, and now Howl realizing the potential Gen G pressure as well as they fortify back towards the compound. This fight on the edge has to come through. Neither of these teams want to allow for Howl to engage on it from afar. No reason to allow for more teams to be part of the party when you can hit shots like this. Great shots coming through from Lou. Sylphia finds Snakers. That's Luminosity out in 6th.
I gotta tell you, man, we're getting into the late rounds here of group play. Match 9 out of 12, and Howl is sitting down there in 14th place with 22 points. Only 1 kill so far this round. You gotta wonder if maybe the play should better be just to go out there and see if you can maybe get a few more kills to go along with this first place, or do you just take the guaranteed 10 by sitting in the compound?
You said it there. I mean, take the guaranteed 10 and get yourself the win. Let these other teams do the damage. The 10 points off of the win, having to not really risk anything right now, is the perfect play. And as you can see, they're being very active in trying to steal some of these knocks. These are the perfect points for them. Risk absolutely nothing, but get to reap the rewards.
3 games left. They could put themselves in a great position to make that top 8 here. As a doozy will get spotted out by Lou. And that is Twisted Minds. 7 kills now for them, as they are also in a position to really make a good jump here in the leaderboard as well.
Starting to heat on up is Twisted Minds as Batulins finds DG98 with the first nade. Pio is already down. That happened way earlier in the game, and I think you could already imagine that Twisted Minds is well aware. They know they have a 4v2. They know that this fight is isolated from the compound. They have to take it now. Spiro and Lou sprays on through, finds the first. Now it's just Song Yang, left alive.
Song Yang, get out of that blue zone, sir. And yep, he will wait for that smoke to bloom before trying to make the run. Won't matter though. Skullfeld from Howl. As you said, they're spreading out as very low risk, high reward plays here for Howl.
Now, I'm not saying that this is necessarily going to happen, but I'm seeing E36 still alive in this game. With 3 teams still up. They're still inside the circle. Now they're not. But you know what? I'm not going to count them out. They brought it home last game. Let's see if there's some Japanese magic on this map that can potentially get them something. But look look at the position there, and they're only alive because Howl don't have mortars.
They are extremely comfy, but they are now leaving their little hidey hole. The problem for Twisted Minds right now is that they've got to come down from this hill eventually. Their backs are right up against the blue, and once they come down from that hill, all that tree cover is going to go, and Howl has multiple angles on this. So right now, Ruin paying attention over towards E36. That is the primary target. The shots come through, but nothing landing for him. And that is dangerous. You want to pull back away as quickly as you can now. Let's play a little tower defense.
He's the only one in that position to help to back off. I like the read. Yes, of course, not optimal that you don't hit your shots there, but at least realize you have to just try and accept the fact that happened. Go back, play it smart. There's still a game to be won. So nice readjustment there from Ruin.
Ooh, well, actually opened up a little bit of a room here for Twisted Minds to make their way down and at least get to the rock. Batulin should be able to be rezzed. They look fairly safe as things go, but definitely low on ammo as Schofield still trying to find a little bit of an angle here, but nothing going to reveal itself.
And this is the issue for Twisted Minds because they committed to the forest as early as they did. You saw 0 spare ammunition for Perfectix, or for Lou, sorry, make that in this game. I don't know if it's because you just gave it all to Perfectix and said, Perfectix, go out and do your thing, because we've seen him time and time again be able to pull off magic plays, but this right here is not looking good. Twisted Minds don't have a lot to work with. Pubg down to the blue, tried to hold an angle, but falls at the end of it. Nowhere for him to go.
It feels like Twisted Minds was in so many fights that
they haven't had no time to loot.
I guess not. I mean, maybe that's... it feels like they were engaging upon people pretty close to them so that they may have gotten a chance to go for those boxes. But as you said, as soon as one fight was over, the next fight was already presenting itself. So not really a whole lot of time to do that. As you can see, Perfectix sitting on 59 rounds for that MK, and that's all he's got.
No helmet, broken vest, no smokes either. Probably the most important one right now.
Yeah,
let's see now. Everyone's going to be chilling for the next 5 seconds, waiting for that final circle to pop. Who's going to get it? Is it E36 in the fields, Twisted Minds in the hills, or Howl in the compound? Dead center, right in the middle. Everyone's got to make a play, but you got to consider Howl to be the ones with the upper hand here. They have not been touched at all. Fresh level 3 vest for Schofield as he pushes on forward with utility to boot as well.
Nobody has to leave their rocks just yet. There are several rocks that are a little bit closer towards the center of the circle, specifically for Twisted Minds, that they could get to if they had that utility, if they had that smoke. We don't really know what all of them are sitting on, but we know it's low here. Schofield trying to make that peak, but he has been spotted out by Lou. Look at that, 27 rounds left now.
This is where the Dragunov gets even scarier than it already was. 2 one-tap headshots, and we know these players can hit him. Speaking thereof, Sylphia able to find Perfectix as he falls on down. The deployable shields, though, granting Twisted Minds the cover that they need, but remember, they do not stand indefinitely. There is still not enough ammo for Sylphia to potentially destroy it, and that's exactly what he's trying to do.
He is indeed. They're going to need Lou to take a shot back just to keep their hopes alive here, just to prevent Sylphia from just free farming ADR onto their cover here. Batulin's playing around it with that mini. Got to be careful as well because, yeah, like you said, they are just beaten and broken as far as their gear is concerned. And yep, there you go. Sylphia immediately finds Batulins again, but they do find Schofield, and that opens up a little bit of a door here.
You can tell that Twisted Minds is just looking towards Interforce, going, Truce! Truce! Guys, we have bigger fish to fry. Let's just deal with Howl and then fight each other afterwards. But Interforce 36, man, they're feeling it. They're not giving up. It was a nice push to be able to get to this position to begin with. But now, what do they have to work with? Not sure exactly of their smoke count. And again, I think that's going to be the major factor here. They need a miracle to happen in order to take out Howl, who is right now sat in a perfect position.
Yeah, E36 had
again.
Oh God, how many times has Batu been knocked here? Sylphia just cyberbullying him at this point. Every single one is a headshot, and Batu just constantly getting chain rezzed as they are backs up against the blue, and they're just going to go ahead and deny.
Fair play. We saw them all in the bottom of the leaderboard. They have so much to fight for. They know the teams here are the ones to claim it, and Howl, you know what, had they not been aggressive earlier, this could have been the first 0-kill chicken dinner of the tournament, but it wasn't going to be the case. They all sat outside of top 8. They know the importance of not feeding points over to the teams that you're hunting alongside.
You know, it's anticlimactic, and I know a lot of people absolutely hate it, but you got to do what you got to do in these group phases. You got to play the game the way the game is laid out.
Also, everyone did what they could to try and set up a push, to try and set up a way to bring it home. But, I mean, again, Howl, they never got the knock player, had ruined, but knocked on the roof. They now know one has to commit to the rest, the other two has to defend. Maybe we can make a play, but Howl played it smart. They suppressed on both sides from start to finish with Schofield up on the hills too. Really well played by Howl to bring it home.
Well, let's throw it over to the analyst desk to hear what they have to say about that Taego finish.
It must be a full moon as Howl comes out with the chicken dinner. They found a good spot, they defended well, and they waited to the bitter and locked it down. There was not much anybody could do to stop them as we take a look back at the highlights from Taego.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of early fights, interesting fights. Relo being able to take Genius Esports down by himself.
Good for him.
Unfortunate for Genius there to go out that early, but in general, a rough terrain here if you did not have a compound towards the Entoffies.
It absolutely was, and we see, I think Poro said it best, nerf drive-bys, because this game was just about car violence, especially at this stage, sort of in that mid-fight. Not a lot of cover in this area. You really had to play some very tight geography, depend on deployable shields, smokes. We saw that with Twisted Minds, I think, extending their game. It didn't really amount to a lot of extra points, but using the utility very, very well to try to go as deep as possible, despite not a lot of options in playing these late circles.
Yeah, for sure. And also with the circle that kind of ends that southeast side, you had so many teams that were, you know, they were forced to play on the edge, and then you have 3, 4, 5 teams that are fighting towards each other on that kind of same sliver of the side. How, of course, taking that compound in phase 2 paid off for them. They managed to get 4 kills, but 14 points in general, they needed that. They had 18 before this game here, so they're able to almost double their points with this one.
That is very, very important for them. And again, for the second time, we see a game that doesn't end in the most extravagant chicken, but what matters most is getting that dinner back, getting the points on the board, and Howl is going to do that with style. My name is Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger here on the desk. We just finished Game 3, which means there's only 3 matches left for these teams to make a statement. Now, it's not about being first. It's also not about being last. It's about being in that 8th place position, because the left side of the leaderboard will advance to the winner's bracket, have a couple of days to reset. The losers, 1 day off, and they are in it playing for their life, because if they lose loser's bracket, those bottom 8 go home. They fly home, possibly.
The ticket is here, guys.
The ticket is waiting.
Yeah.
For sure. That's not a ticket you want. You want a ticket to Bangkok, not a ticket out before the tournament's over.
Exactly. You want to extend your stay.
Yes.
And potentially, if you win the whole thing, you can extend your stay and you can go enjoy a nice vacation afterwards.
You'll have plenty of cash, $600,000 for first place. So that's what these teams are trying to get their hands on. Now, that game was another one for the teams on the chase,
for sure. It was.
E36, again, manages to get deep into this one. They played kind of passive, but this seems to be the story of today.
Another top 3 for them, a decent amount of kills here. They are slowly solidifying that place in the top. But again, denying the points to Howl. Howl is on the chase. And again, Twisted Minds, surprisingly, in the chase. They still got some kills. They still got a good placement here. So they got the most of it. And of course, not giving the points up to Howl here is important to them. Once they're the teams at the bottom, you don't want to give it up to them.
Exactly. You make a great point. And that's when you watch this at home, and I think Poro said it, sometimes it's anticlimactic at the end. But you don't always deny the points. But when you know that the 2 teams who are remaining are teams that are on the chase, that are looking to catch you, that 4 points denied by Twisted Mind could ultimately come back to be the difference between advancing or not advancing because of that decision.
It's like letting your foot off the gas when you're still driving in a Formula 1 race, for example. You're not going to do that. You're going to give it full send and min-max every single time that you can do so. Top 4 teams here, though. 4 kills for Howl is going to give them 14 points. Twisted Minds managed to get 9 kills here. Ooh. Super important for them, obviously. E36, 3, small, but still, the points for the placement is important. LG able to get 6. Huge game. Again, the consistency for these guys. It is bound to happen that these guys soon is going to have a win, or at least like a 20-point-some game.
They've got to.
They got to.
But what would, I mean, this is the winner chicken dinner team stats. What would Howl do here? They played it safe. They played it careful. They came away with the chicken dinner. And that's what matters most when you're in the bottom, especially when it's a top 8 cutoff, is finding those placement points, finding those sort of points per game, gives them a chance to stay in the mix. And I think Ruin is going to take with the the man of the match. Congratulations to him. But again, those at home, you're going to say 3 kills. Doesn't seem that crazy. I mean, I think Rello had 5 by himself. But the man of the match comes from the team that wins that chicken dinner because they had the foresight. They had the wherewithal to not come out. You know, Poro said this is a tough decision. Do you come out and look for those kills? Do you take the easy 10? And they decided to go ahead and put 14 points on the board.
Exactly. And if you ask me, how are they going to be winning this game here? It's holding on to that compound. They took that in second phase, but you still had to defend it. It's kind of crashable. You have some riches, you have some stuff you can play around, but nobody crashed them, and they kind of herded everyone in array and made sure that they fought each other. And of course, this is going to mean that E36 is going to hold on to that top 8 spot. They're actually putting themselves into 60th, tying up with LG. That's like what you get from having 2 back-to-back good games, still top placements. And of course, the win is going to make huge points for them here back-to-back.
Going to be irritating for LG to consistently be putting in some of these fights they are, to see E36 passing them. Also worth noting, Hal did put themselves into striking distance off the back of that.
If you didn't understand the reason to deny points, I think the breakdown of the current leaderboard we just had from the analyst desk is that exact reason. Yes, yesterday's final game was maybe decided by the early couple of stages, but this one, Poro, this one, Polar Bears guaranteed, is gonna go right down to the wire.
He's sitting on his butt. I love that. There he goes.
And then glitching through rocks. He got a bit of everything.
It's as nature intended. What is happening to your back legs, my dude? Whoa! Okay.
Whoa, that's the move. Yeah,
that's terrifying. It's like 5 times as terrifying as the polar bear.
You know what? If I was in a zoo, and I wanted to show my wife a polar bear and start doing that, I'd probably just leave the zoo instantly.
Probably a good idea. Probably a really good idea.
Little worried, not gonna lie. Let's see, we mentioned earlier today that there was a chance these things might happen where we get some hot drops because some teams have already solidified their spot in the top, but while first and second place might not fall out of top 8 as it stands right now, it's still too soon, I think, for any team to really dare go on the aggressive. But with so many teams being in that hunt and being so close to top 8, Poro, I don't want to say we can guarantee it's going to happen because we can't, but I wouldn't be surprised by any stretch of the imagination that it would.
Yeah, it's that leaderboard is terrifying, man. That is closer. Oh my God.
No.
Okay, let's go to the Great White North. As question mark, Luminosity, Genius, all feeling pretty good about their drop decision. 4 a.m. to an extent too, although they are right on that edge. They're going to have to really take their move about getting their looting phase done and get somewhere a little bit more closer to the center, because that is dangerous territory to be in.
Sure, as you can see, the grounds of honor is Rondo. I'm loving what we're seeing from that live action movie. It looks so insane, and I'm very much looking forward to see more than just a trailer. I want the whole thing.
I know,
but,
give me something.
At least we get to play the game, play the map, and watch the full thing on December 6th. So if you haven't already marked that in your calendar, damn, better do it now.
Yet another exciting thing waiting for us as soon as we get home from Bangkok. As we check in with Sixel, and yeah, I mean, they touched on it on the desk. It does. 17 is in second place, or third place rather, with 69 points, and you have to go all the way down to 12th to 4 a.m. to find somebody who's 20 points removed from them with 3 games left to play.
That's a 10-kill win.
That is just unbelievable. I love it. I love it, man. Let's see what these guys decide to do here on Vikendi to to separate themselves from the pack and secure themselves a top 8 spot, because this is about as hard north as you're going to see.
Sure is, and a lot of the teams that like to play Cinder early on won't be, at least right from the get-go, in a position to do just that. 4AM are starting to scout their way further towards the north. HSMM, usually the one to be the scout on the team of 4AM. Here he is once again, one of the best support players in the world. When Xiaopian was reached out to in terms of making his way over to 4 Angrymen from NH Esports or New Happy, all they said was, on one term, I'm bringing HS with me. He is my right-hand man. He is the info gatherer that I need in order to make the right decisions in-game. And here he is once more. Would be terrible if he falls, but who spots who's first? HS spots him behind the tree. Zest has the cover, but HS has the headshot connected.
That is a brave re-peek there, Mr. Zest, and you pay the price for it. HSM gets down to about half HP. He's got nobody really around him. The rest of the squad is on the move, though, and about to get... Right there you go. Okay, you can see on your mini map the rest of the boys are there. Won't be able to get the flush onto Zest, but at least opens up a door for him to escape.
I love the fact that Surti actually goes off for the rest there. He was the first one on approach. He instantly went for the rest, but as soon as he not only hears a car leave, but also cars approach, he's going, lay there for a while. I need to scare these guys off. We need to puff a fish. We need to make sure that they ain't got any chance of doing nothing in this one, and rightly so, able to do just that.
And they did the same thing that that Foot did in the last game. They pop their man into the back of the truck and make sure they get him out of there, while Surti just makes sure that no inevitable push is going to come in from 4AM. Now they got to be quick about things, because as we said, they were in that dangerous position. They run into Genius, and now Hal is right on their backs as well.
Also, I just love the fact that it changed his name from Simon T to Surti. I don't know when this coronation took place, but I just, you know what? If you're Sir T, I'm all for it.
You know what? Next time we're going to come around here and he's going to be named something else, because what's a king to a god, Kobe?
Why didn't I think of that?
I know.
Sir T.
Sir T. Well, there you go. Hal getting a little bit close. Oh, no, Ruin going to get spotted out by Bobo, and he's out in the middle of no man's land. That's a flush coming in from ZP Yan. So Hal, they get a little bit too close to danger, and they pay the price.
And again, I mean, Bobo, such a heavy-hitting player. I had a chat with Xiaopian coming into today's games. Again, the former IGL from New Happy, the player that literally put New Happy on the map as the best team, not only in China, but arguably in the world at the time. I mean, Bobo is just, he's a master fragger, a young gun super fragger that we will have to keep our eyes on. Howl now, though, trying to pull on up here. They've heard Genius. They know they're around, but smartly, Laza is waiting for his teammates to arrive.
Oh, Clories will find one with the initial grenade from the top floor. The Mad will go down. Will he get the flush as well with the second one? Won't find it. Clories, get some damage into Schofield, and now this has turned into a full-on fight as the rest of Genius has decided to arrive. But what an angle from Schofield. He'll find Sir T, and now Clories will trade it back.
Constant trades back and forth, and this ain't helping any one of them, because now, look at this legacy. It's here, 4AM is here. It's as if all the teams that played passive in the previous games now all of a sudden have started aggressing at the exact same time. How might actually be the ones to get the rewards off of Legacy pulling up here, but they need to find the kills first. Matt, able to peek on over, find Clories. That's one more down.
Gotta be quick about this. Is now you see Zest has arrived, but I mean, you could look at the mini-map. Like you said, Legacy and 4AM creeping around there, but now pulling back away because it looks like, a Asla Pentagram Adder has found an angle onto 4AM, so they don't really want any part of this. They're going to go ahead and retreat once again. Legacy going to do their best to take shots at a passing Twisted Minds.
While teams didn't dare to take fights earlier, now they're feeling desperate. They see the leaderboard. They know that they only have so much time to make this thing happen. But let's get a little listen in to Interforce 36 and see how they made their way to this tournament out of Japan.
シルフィアノックされますシュートによってしかしグッと前にいったピュアボーイでシュート見えたいやー一瞬で取っていったうまく合わせたスターロードロックを取ってサイドからスターロードうわースリーロックさあピュアボーイはお
Again, the Japanese team led by the Korean OG in-game leader Starlord himself. A team who arguably plays in one of the weaker regions, but a team that time and time again, and this year in particular, has shown us that Japan is not a region to be fooled with. They've already got themselves a win. They have great knowledge of making their ways into those late-game positions. I feel like they just need a little more firepower, really, to solidify their spot in the globals.
Yeah, I mean, look, you saw it in the clips there. They are mechanically gifted, to be sure, so they have some firepower. They've just got to figure out how best to go about using it, how to engage in these fights in such a way where they don't lose anybody. That's the biggest problem, it feels like, with them, is every time we see them fighting with somebody, they're not coming out of any trades cleanly.
Watching Pentagram here as well. And you know what? While we're at it, while everything's just quiet down for a second, let's listen to Hikari and see what he has to say about his current performance.
2위로 마무리한 성적은 많이 아쉬웠던 것 같아요. 솔직히 저희가 1, 2라운드 치킨을 먹고 나서 충분히 오늘 하루 1위로 마무리할 수 있었지만 그렇지 못했던 게 좀 많이 아쉽습니다. 전부 다 저는 경쟁력이 있는 팀들이라 생각하기 때문에 새로운 환경에 좀 적응만 잘하면 저희랑 비슷하게 좋은 모습 보여줄 수 있을 거라 믿고 한국팀을 같이 응원하고 싶습니다. 저희가 비록 5번째 한국 시드로 올라오긴 했지만 저희가 그래도 열심히 하고 있으니까 많이 믿고 응원해 주시면 좋은 성적 보답할 수 있도록 다 같이 열심히 할 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 같이 인원 손실 내지 말고 끝까지 살아남아서 후반에 봤으면 좋겠습니다.
Well, while it may not have been as barn-burning of a start for Azul Pentagram, they have performed extremely well today, earning that second-place spot for themselves overall, 72 points. And so far in this game, they have 1 lost, and they are in a pretty decent position doing a little farming from the edges here.
I'm looking at this map right now, 17 seconds away from phase 2 popping, and I'm just going to say, if we go north on this one, we're entering terrain that I've never seen. I don't think others have either. I'm seeing for these photos, and I'm seeing Lorena with the Panzerfaust, but I think they might have caught one of them behind a vehicle there, because they instantly, as soon as you saw Lorena peeked for info, they instantly swung, and we actually headed towards the north again. I know a little of this map. I've been up here. I've played through it. But there are going to be dips that have still yet to be found. There are going to be compounds that have still yet to be coined. Where, oh where, my friends, are you planning on playing this one from? Because one thing's for sure, all these edge teams will now only have half the circle to rotate in from. Because north is just the icy frozen tundra.
I tell you what, man, the only thing I'm working with here is some experience dropping up there to loot when we were playing slow a couple of times. I've never seen anything end up here. I've never watched any pro games that have ended up here. It's not a complete mystery, but it is going to be interesting to watch this one play out as you see Legacy having to stop down here a little bit as they lose a couple of tires. I'm not sure if that was Twisted Minds that did that or if Twisted might be just the beneficiaries of a broken down Legacy here.
See, PMA, again, the team who hasn't really gotten things going are probably destined for the losers bracket. But if there's a time to make a dent in it, now would be it. They would need 3 consecutive amazing games to make their way on through. But I said it before, Edge is going to be difficult to maneuver towards, yet they do it regardless. Foot Esports trying to make their way on up here. HC spotted in the open, and Zeus spends no time taking him down.
Eitzy taking one for the team right there, really, is he spotted out Sixel just kind of hanging out on that coastline, ready to spray down his transitioning teammates. And he tried to pull up and see if he could maybe pull them away and ends up paying the price.
Huge read by Shenyi Shenlong as well. They set up an initial ambush that Foot actually read. They saw them coming around. They push all the way out. Easy to say, great, they dodge us. We take them on again.
Actually, looks like that fight might not be over, but right now we're checking in with Twisted Minds. There you go. Foot Esports, they passed by, but they came back to try to save their teammate. And in the end, Suze is going to be the one that does the damage as Beamy will go down, Itzy will go down, and now Foot Esports down to just T-Bone and Vard.
Again, you can't wrap around a team that's wrapping around you. It's the Edge Fiesta here in Group B, and it's continued. Foot Esports, they have run into trouble in these Vikendi games before, and this one is going to be no different. They did come out victorious yesterday, but in the EMEA region, they're not accustomed, or unaccustomed, I should say, to losing a player or two in the early game.
Checking in with E36, we talked about them a little bit earlier. A lot of firepower on this squad, mechanically gifted players, and I'll tell you a little bit of a replay here is Bobo picking Hal right out of the driver's seat, and man, he is making that mini do work right now.
Young gun out of China. He has plenty of years of competitive PUBG yet to play, and I'm sure that we're far from seeing the best of what he's going to be able to deliver.
Well, meanwhile, Twisted Minds still just kind of in shambles right now, but somehow keeping everybody alive. This is obviously not the greatest position for them to play, and no, there you go. They're going to finally lose Perfectix after a nicely placed grenade from Tian. Now Foot Esports check in with them again. Down to 2. Vard all by himself. It looks like they're leaving T-Bone on the coast up to the north. Vard getting the high ground, just waiting to see where the next circle goes, and it's going to go pretty much where we thought it would, right on top of land.
Straight down towards the south. And you say right on top of land. I say right on top of frozen water.
Frozen
this
water.
is a massive frozen lake that
you can walk on it.
That
it's
by
land.
the way, well, I mean, yeah, that by the way does not get shifted away from in phase 4. So question mark is not guaranteed a circle shift here. This one can go pretty much anywhere. Lorena scouting with a Panzerfaust in hand. Do they see T-Bone? They have Foot Esports players split wide, but as you said before, there's just 2 of them left alive. And I don't think that Foot has any interest in taking this fight. They know it's Shen Li Shenlong. They know that they're 4 still up. Might as well just let him pass. Let him get the circle center. Maybe you can find some third-party points should a fight happen between Sixel and Luminosity.
Uh-oh, this is kind of scary stuff here for LG. They were in a 2-2 split. They see Sixel pulling up, and they've got a guy hanging out of the passenger side window with a Panzerfaust. That's not really what you want to see coming. Fortunately for them, Sixel will go ahead and pull off. The shots from LG will be enough. And we'll see what LG decides to do if they still stay in this 2-2. And T-Bone maybe thinking about a little bit of revenge here.
Yeah, I mean, would be a great little punch in return to be able to take him out again. Foot, they are by no means safe in terms of their standings right now. Neither are Shen Li Shenlong, so both with plenty still to play for, both with good reasons to try and just leave each other at, just leave each other be and play this one smart. Starlord, I saw it just before the map feed. He actually flew up for info. He took an E-pick-up by himself, went back towards his teammates, so Pubg caught him mid-air, and that's him instantly down.
Look at this. Lorena wants to use that thing so bad. I kind of want him 2-2. Hikari will take out the bear. Shouts out in chat, throw your Fs out for the bear as he goes down. Look at this. He wants to use it. He wants to use it so bad. He's like, I've been practicing this thing, man. Please let me use it. They'll go ahead and spray down T-Bone's vehicle, but that's going to be about it. Oh, December 12th actually spotting out Boleong. That'll be a quick and easy res. Is New Happy pushing this? They're in vehicles.
They're in cars, but I think they got more to play for in the circle center. Wait this one out. See if you can get the flush. Not going to happen. Little Ghost will spot T-Bone. That is once again Foot in trouble. They played a phenomenal Vikendi yesterday. Came out victorious, but this is going to be them down and out in 15.
And there you go. Vard, spotted out by Nan as well. So, as you said, down and out in 15. Phil First is going to find Esther, as there's a number of long-range fights going on right here, but the most close one is Gen G and 4 AM, as they are just playing around the smokes right now, as Pio will find 2 with the grenade, finishing off 1. Songjiang will go down to Crazy, but Bobo and Crazy now the last 2 up here for 4 AM, as they are playing around some wide open territory, just hoping that the smokes stay up.
24 bullets total is what Bobo's got to work with. They had to leave their compound early to help HSMM when he was fighting Genius, and that's why they're low on ammo. You see here, Crazy does get the knock on PO. If they can find DG as well, that would be huge. There are still players left to be rest on the side of Gen G, but DG98 has to make magic happen, and he has to do so right here, right now.
And Gen G, the wide split, and they just end up getting picked off 1 by 1. And just like that, Gen G out in 14th. And now who's going to be next? New Happy. They're ready for it. The shots come through from CC 108, but he's got to move once again. December 12th gets Lorena finally got to use it. He's been wanting to do all this time, and now New Happy. They're going to lose a couple here. There's just what is going on here. Sixel, New Happy. Luminosity all on this north side, and you got a Storm that's eventually going to be starting off here.
We all dislike this Blizzard, but Sixel could not have had it timed any better for them. They finally get the kill. Luminosity was looking their way. New Happy was as well, but now they're in cover at least for a little while. Sushu able to find Ming Ming as New Happy tries to make their way to safety on the southern side, but that city is already taken, or the observatory I should say, it's already claimed by other teams. And Purple Mood now trying to fend off against Ensa Force 36, found the first, will find the second as well, but Sylphia might still have something to say, but he's a solo player left alive on the team.
Oh yeah, I don't know, man. E36, it felt like Pureboy was the one in the best position to do something there, but there you go. Sylphia gets spotted out by Duckmans, and the crowd goes wild. See if they can get the res onto Thunders? I don't know. Yeah. The blue zone is pushing in.
They will have to be fast about it though, because look down towards the south. Look at how much space Legacy is taking off of this. RBN playing it really, really smart and getting up on the hillside. They're effectively playing both sides of the riverbank here. They're playing both east and west, and RBN flexing out, trying to get some more space, trying to make sure that Purple Mood cannot wrap south around into them. Really smart playing here from Legacy.
Now they're putting some good pressure down. Fluky going to make sure that they duck their heads back down to Sixel. Oh, no, that's not where you want to pull in. That is Occupado. CP Yan will be the one that gets it, and that's 6 kills now for 4 AM as they are showing once again they are hot today.
Xiaopian told me today, coming into it, I said, what are you going to do differently? He said, we don't have to do anything differently. As long as we get off to a good start, we're going to get going. They won the first game, and here they are looking pretty good.
That is how a snowball gets to rolling. The Mad trying to trade with Luminosity. Flood very low, though. That is a dangerous peak battle to take. And they're just waiting for the... Oh, actually, it's going to be Batulins from behind finds Laza. And Hal getting pinched a little bit here. LG getting a little bit of a reprieve.
I've seen the trailer for the new Napoleon movie where they all fight on a frozen lake. Well, we're about to witness that right here, because this circle has just swung straight into the frozen waters. And right now it's just Twisted Mind sat in the middle of it. Dogmans might die if he goes for that res, and indeed he did, and indeed he does. We'll see that Nate should get the flush on him too, so it's just going to be Thanawat left alive.
Pentagram up in second place. I don't think anybody would have predicted that coming in. Man, they have been putting on an absolute show here so far through 2 days. As you see, Legacies in that kill feed putting pressure onto PMA. Satanawa, as you said, the last member for Purple Mood. Azel Pentagram going to leave him to his own devices as they move back up to the north. They've got more important things to worry about. Luminosity now on the move once again. They have one left to take care of here from Howl. But they also realized that I think Twisted Minds was taking shots from that island. So you talk about Napoleon. That's, I guess, where Twisted Minds is hanging out, which would be Elba.
Yeah, they're doing what they can, to stand off as strong as possible. But of course, well aware that if just one knock comes through, you'd have to imagine that's a pull-up to follow. Everyone knows that Perfecting started early game because no one else was fighting at the time, so that's going to be info fed across. But right now, they're able to sit tight and allow for Chaos to commence around them, and Chaos does indeed do just that.
Yeah, you can see that kill feed just lighting up here as Pentagram going to try to make the push into PMA off the knock. Gets knocked low, but Wicked is going to be still alive here. The smoke's staying alive. We see PMA trying to hold strong. It's down to just Tian. It's down to just Wicked. It's a 1v1 for the final spot here. Tries to go for the res. And meanwhile, we're going to jump over to Luminosity, who try to push into 17.
Everyone out here fighting in the open, trying to play it smart, but simply impossible to claim anything as long as you still have question mark up high, as long as you have Legacy on the southern side trying to take a close quarter fight. It's going to get third party. Know where you play. It's going to be a place you can play safe, and you can see now Xiaobei. Oh, it's going to get the first hit off in time. I'm not sure he will. No, Lu with the utility, able to fend off. Twisted Minds does this usually from compounds. They will do everything they can with utility to keep people at a distance. It's working for them, but here comes Question Mark.
Question Mark saw the kill feed. They know that this is very, very available here. They just have to clean out what's left, and they've got enough blue zone grenades to do it. And look at that mime just on the outside will stay alive. Question Mark, do they know where he is? Do they think they've cleaned this thing out? They've got so many smokes laid down, though.
Phase 5, 13 alive. Never had I thought I'd live to see this day as we swing further into the frozen lake. Bobo from 4 a.m. somehow still alive. And look at this, to fight through the smokes. No, it's not a snowstorm, but Mime has got the perfect outfit on to stay alive. Adusi, though, does spot the nade coming through, but Vilfast gets confirmed.
Oh. I thought he might have gotten Dante with that one too. That was a very cheeky nade there from Mime. Meanwhile, Legacy's been hanging out on this southeastern side. They're still 4 strong. They've spotted out 4 a.m. Bobo. They know he's hiding behind this rock. They're going to try to clean this up, maybe get that last point. Brazilian drive-bys are a thing of majesty and history as they now collect their 7th kill. QM, though, look at this. 10 kills, and they are farming.
They wanted more firepower on the team. They brought on Bestalog, and he is here to deliver. He's the solo player sitting up high, trying to look over the shoulders of Adusi and Dante, but now also tasking himself with completely denying Legacy entry to the circle. He takes out 3, and now it's just Gazera left alive. What a solo play from Bestalog, who's effectively a man on an island in the hills.
Beautiful positioning by him to make sure he had that alternate angle as RBN will get finished off by Tante. Gizera still alive for Legacy. Bestalog now up to 7 kills. Hopefully you picked him up on your fantasy squad. He's going to be getting you a little bit of something. Now the question is, can QM get those 5 extra points in Fantasy for Survival? Get the 10 for themselves in the overall leaderboard.
Twisted Minds looking very good. They're already fully in the lake, and this is the thing. Bestalog has to get down here too. Gazera still pissed off that his teammates were killed on what looked to be a pretty clear-cut rotation.
It was so clean.
Exactly.
They were 4 alive, Toby. They were going to clean one guy from 4 a.m. and 3 of them go down to Bestalog. Unbelievable stuff.
Unlucky to say the least. No smokes to work with. He's going to try and heal his way through it, try and be effective for his team for as long as can be. But of course, question mark at 6-7, not guaranteed to make grand finals, or winners bracket, I should say, yet either, even if there's still 2.5 games left to play. So best of luck. He's going to do what he can, stay alive for as long as possible, because if Legacy's player falls, he might just be able to full speed send it down that hillside.
Feels like last game we saw that Twisted Minds train start rolling in the right direction, and now they are set up to possibly get the win here in this next game, as Bestalog will go down to the blue. Gizera all by himself on an island to the south, and Twisted Minds sitting in 10th place right now. This could be absolutely huge for them. With 2 games remaining, they could position themselves in the top 8.
I want to see the circle go south. Gazera has 4 bullets. I just want to see what impact he gets to have with 4 bullets sat on his own, and it does swing down. In all fairness, kind of the best place it could go. No one's in, but the very edge of Twisted Minds kind of crater in the middle of the icy lake is still in. Question mark. You're the ones who have to make a play. Do you swing east out into the open tundra? What's the plan here? One thing's for sure. There's crates, utility, helmets, ammo, you name it, galore. This sunken fisher boat is just a buffet for loot.
I'll tell you what, man. We haven't really gotten a chance to focus too heavily onto Legacy today, but they've been having themselves a hell of a day here again. That's back-to-back, just securing themselves this third place position. They have just had a nose for the late game. They're finding kills. They are playing fantastically here. Let's see if they can get at least a 2nd place off of this. As you said, Gizera, not really a whole lot in the way of bullets to go here, but
not at all.
He's got spunk. He's got gumption.
Had it not been for Bestalog too, they would have looked very good from that southeast rock, but not to be.
Brutal.
Not to be. This looks to be a EMEA fight for first place, as Gazera now does make his way out into the open. He has a little bit of a snowbank to prop behind, but Spiro, a little bit of a parting gift. Yes, you made it to the circle, but we're coming for you.
And now QM actually going to try to send it here. The spray coming through the smoke clouds. Lou will get him down low. They're sending. I think they might be sending that over to near where Gizera is. They've got a little bit of a hill to work with. Gizera going to get another point there off of Dante, or at least gets the knock. Hasn't been able to flush him just yet. A doozy couldn't make it all the way to his teammate as they were just getting sprayed down, and this might be a kill stealed away. Oh, no, Gizera gets it anyway. There you go. Good stuff from him. QM tries to get close enough. He gets Doozy doozy too! Gizera, you absolute maniac! He found some bullets. Doesn't matter though in the end. Twisted Minds will clutch out the victory.
Even Batulins is shaking his head. They were not expecting that when they went up there in early phase 2 that they would have to fight their way through. They lost the first player, I believe, of the game in Perfectix, and yet they hungered down and claimed themselves a win. Second place, now into first place. Looking good for Twisted Minds.
But a great game from Question Mark nonetheless. Lest we forget, Best of Luck 7 kills before he eventually goes down to the blue, and he ends up ruining Legacy's game there. But my God, Gizera trying to do his best to pull it out of the grave, didn't he?
He got his revenge. He got his revenge. Took down the remaining players on the side of Question Mark. And now let's hop on over to the desk and allow for them to break down the final Vikendi of the PGC 3 group stages.
Twisted Minds finally gets that chicken dinner they've been looking for, and I love seeing them go over to Lou and make him feel a little bit of hype because he has been playing very, very well today. Congratulations to them. It's time to look back at the Game 4 highlights. Let's do it.
Yeah, what a game for Legacy as well, being able to clutch that multiple times, like where you're like, okay, these fights, these kills that they've been getting, really good to see them. And in general, a rough match here. This northern circle here is always a hard one, especially on that ice lake there. I felt, though, the divots and the small cracks in the ice there, that could have accommodated more people, but Twisted Minds were able to defend it extremely well.
I think Poro put it best. This is an area, because of the way it happens, that you're not spending a lot of time in casual games. You're not spending a lot of time here in ranked because it's so far north. So I think maybe some teams might have been less familiar with exactly where those cracks and crevassiers are. But it was hard to see. You know, you have to pass the crevasse, EA, and you've got to find the right place to lock yourself in. And I like Gizera. Gizera did that. He held a good spot. He moved to a rock that I think no one expected to be in, and managed to get themselves all the way to second and forced QM and Twisted to make a tough choice. Question Mark, after removing Luminosity, did a great job doing that, and then didn't have a lot of options.
Yeah, Legacy, they could have gone later. They could have taken the spot that Gizera's in later, and Best Luck's, he would not have had his spot, right? So, yeah, huge game for Twisted Minds, though. This is what they needed. Back-to-back good games for them, puts them into a really, really solidified spot here in the top 8. So let's see if they can hold on to that top 8.
Absolutely. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Thomas. I'm joined by Avenger here. I know that, again, let me put it this way. Vikendi seems to be delivering, right? It's not...
It's entertaining.
The Polar Bears are fun to look at the start, but they're not difference makers. What's a difference maker on Vikendi is the terrain, and I think a lot of the teams, not say inexperience, but really unfamiliarity with some of these extreme circles. Because remember, the first day we got a crazy south circle, and now here we are over on the north side, sort of experiencing something new with the frozen lake.
Yeah, exactly. And I gotta say, it's been entertaining. It's good to watch. It's challenging the players and the teams in general, and that's something I like. These kind of curveballs, because the teams here, their knowledge on the maps is primarily in the 3 other ones. Vikendi is the least known, especially in a high level like this here. So these areas here, and you can see maybe that's what we saw from Legacy. They didn't expect a player up from Best of Luck's position to have that angle, so they went early. They thought it was going to be free because it was on the exact opposite side. But Question Mark gets 12 kills. That's impressive.
So while they did not get that chicken dinner, they will most likely be up there on the top of that board. They played very, very well. They dug out, as Toby called it, the sunken fisher boat, and managed to get themselves a good spot there. They grabbed it. They did. Mime, though, really did as much as he possibly could. Those grenades, sort of the sacrifice at the end, but the man of the match is going to go to Lou. Only 3 kills on this one.
This is why they celebrated him. They knew already he's going to be the man of the match.
But it's not just this match, sure, but he has been doing really well. I think kind of not only carrying the team, but leading the team's charge in the last couple of matches we've seen so far.
And another match leaderboard where we have 4 teams with double digits here. It is getting very top heavy, and it's funny, and it's good to see that we have Twisted Minds again here, 4 AM. Again, some of these teams that we expect to be up here, they are solidifying themselves once again with just 2 games to go. This is super important for them.
I think this speaks to the value of getting points where you can, though, because the top 2 teams were not the chicken teams. Now let's look at the total leaderboard as it stands right now. We're going to say new happy congratulations for being on top, but we're going to look at the middle. Twisted, E36, the chase going with PLM right there. It is very tight with only 2 games left to play. That's why we're seeing those denials. That's why we're seeing this sort of careful play by the teams on the chase.
Yeah, falling ground with 59, and then the tie on the 61 for 9th and 8th place there. Important, of course, but with this momentum here, and as Toby also mentioned himself, with the kind of little talk he had with Xiaopingyang from 4 AM, if they get the momentum running, they're going to be confident in them running through the day here. And I feel like with what we know that they're capable of, and the kind of the steady points that they're going to have. They're going to be fragging a little bit. They're going to get some placement points. They could be ending up taking over both Purple Mood and Interforce 36 there.
You know, and often we talk about teams that have PGC experience, right? You don't get the jitters. That's not true. You get the jitters. This is the biggest event in PUBG's year, the goal of every team. So there is that. I think even the best players who've been here forever, they still have to sort of get that win under their belt to feel like, okay, this is me at PGC. And I think 4AM looking like they're getting that confidence, and they've been building.
Another one kind of question for me is that Gen G, 17 points behind with 2 games to go. It's a little bit of a rough one. Like, that legacy on that team, the dynasty of Gen G, something we want to see in the winners bracket. I feel like it could be a losers bracket for them with 17 points to go up to 8th place. We have a lot of teams in front of them that's going to be putting up points.
It's going to be a big race. We're headed to the grassy pastures of Erangel next. 2 matches left to play to determine who goes to the winners and who goes to the losers. When we come back from this break, it's time for Erangel. Don't go anywhere.
Unleash my shopping spree.
Duty-free from big brands.
At all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
Very good. With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับหนึ่ง
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
헤븐이 PNC 2023 우승을 했을 때 기분이 어땠나요?
부러웠습니다. 상금 땄으니까 나 10만 원만 달라고.
We're just going to try our best in this tournament, and I think we can do very well as long as we play our own game and just focus on doing what we always do. Cheers.
Here's the weather update for the Rondo area. From the Rondo region, if you've been yearning for the sun after yesterday, please check your flight schedules to ensure your travel plans are...
Why did you come to Rondo? Stand your ground. It's only a perfect victory when the whole team lives. I know where he's going.
Will you make winner's bracket? Will you make loser's bracket? That question is going to be answered in just 2 matches. We're going to head on over to Erangel for the final 2, as we always do. We close out the brackets on the true and tested. I mean, we wouldn't have it any other way. It's getting close, Poro. It is getting really close.
It is. It's impossibly close. I mean, I feel like our bottom 4 teams of the top 8 right now have to be sweating bullets, because there are 4 teams on the other side of that cut line that are well within reach and could turn things around here in 1 game. So, and as you said, we're heading to the map that everybody knows so well. And again, you don't want to leave it to Game 6, right?
No,
Game 6, it feels like that's when the wheels come off of everything, and it is just terrifying, a terrifying prospect to have to rely on Game 6 to be the one that takes you there.
100%. We've seen crazy shenanigans. We've alluded to the fact that maybe some of the teams up in the top will now start harassing other teams in the early game. Yesterday, or the day before yesterday, I should say, we only had Western games up towards Everest, down towards Chopsticks. We have still got plenty of the map to explore here in Group B, but let's see where this second to final Erangel takes us.
The Military Island came into play yesterday. We'll see if maybe it comes back again today. That plane path, not really looking like it's going to set it that way, though.
That'd be spicy if it happened off of this plane path, not gonna lie.
It would be interesting, wouldn't it?
It sure would.
Well, I mean, you're looking at your usual drop spots on this Erangel map for most of these teams. So you look at the teams that are in the top of the leaderboard: New Happy, Asla Pentagram, Legacy 17. All the teams that pretty much have things secure, the only teams really that I would say would have things secure, all still look like they're going to their normal spots. So at least no hot drops to be found off the jump here.
Still 1 more left to play after this one, though. Maybe it'll change coming into the final match. But as you're saying right now, it's looking pretty safe. I'm not sure why Pure Boy has joined Gen G, but he is flying in slow over the top of them over towards North George. Enterforce, though, should be very safe there up towards the north. Still 20 seconds to go before this first circle will pop, and again, back-to-back Western ones in the previous one as we hop on out. Maybe a remake in the making?
Could be. Haven't gotten any word just yet, but looks like that might be the case here as we will reset this next game. But let's talk about Erangel, Toby.
Production heard you. They're like, wait, Casters wanted a mirrored milli-circle? Wow, we gave them the wrong plane.
Don't put this evil on me,
Reset, Pora wanted a milli game. Let's reset it and see if we can do it better second time around.
Well, boy, you want to talk about your nerves are already on edge if you're in the hunt for this top 8 spot. Now, all of a sudden, you got to go through a whole reset. We haven't got confirmation as to why this is just yet, but either way it's happening. You can see the boys are just kind of relaxing a little bit and just getting back into game, just trying to shake off a little bit of the nerves here.
You know what? I love the fact that we're looking at Starlord right now. The guy said in the bottom right corner of your screen, the in-game leader for Interforce 36. I've had the pleasure of knowing him for a long time now in PUBG. Now that he's in playing Japanese PUBG, I met him today. I asked him, how are you feeling? Like, well, what's it like being back here once again? He was like, oh, I'm nervous. We are underdogs. It doesn't feel good. And I'm like, use this to your advantage. You're the underdog. Go out, have fun, do something great. He looked all nervous all throughout the day. As soon as I saw him after that win on Miramar, all smiles, jumping around like a crazy person with the rest of his teams, you could just tell there was something that flicked within the mentality of that whole roster.
As it should. As it should. When you pull off a win like that in a tournament like this, with this amount, this high of a stakes, that is that's the stuff that memories are made of, as we said before. And multiple times today, Toby, we have seen what are we doing here? As we've seen, it's all about superstar players making the big plays when it matters the most. And obviously, we're still in group stages, but we're still on this PGC tournament stage, right? So it's still huge stuff. And as the weeks go by or days go by, it's only going to get bigger.
Yeah, well, one of the teams we're expecting big things from here is NH Esports, formerly known as New Happy. As far as I know, they're fully rebranded now to just NH Esports, just like football is Foot Esports. Everyone just want to use those like acronyms for the names, which is fair.
It's got to be, punchy.
Yeah,
you got to be real quick.
It's in the something like that. Yeah, exactly.
I still got to figure out what these patches are on
that
the
is.
It's cooling. It's a cooling patch,
exactly.
right?
It's to keep their heads cool, quite literally. And I understand why. It gets pretty hectic. We're talking about how this lobby is so cerebral. It's all about the 9 billion IQ plays. And if that brain is working overtime, you know what? Cool it down with a band-aid. And while it might look a little fun, if that what gets you the win, then I'm all for it.
See these guys, all smiles, just hiding behind those smiles, though, or it's got to be just frayed nerves as we're heading into these final 2 games. Now, I guess you got to pull back a little bit, right, Toby? Because as much as you want to make sure that you make it into this winners bracket and you make it into the top 8, the fact still remains that if you do make it in the bottom 8, it's not over. You still have another 12 games. So I guess maybe some of these guys not as nervous just yet.
The only danger of falling into losers bracket is, and we've seen it time and time again, we're being impressed right now with teams we didn't expect to see come out playing so well. Pentagram, Legacy up there. Yes, we expected them to come out and, be able to stand their ground, but up there in the top, ahead of 17 Gaming, ahead of Twisted Minds, some of the giants of PUBG esports, surprising, and that is what global PUBG does to you. That is what these LAN events do to you. Some teams, regardless of their pedigree, will just come out fragging. And even though it's losers bracket, even though some might argue that competition ain't as fierce, because of the pressure, because what all these teams go through both mentally and physically in a tournament like this, because there's a whole health aspect we haven't even dived into, anything can happen. Doesn't matter what your leaderboard ratings are of tournaments in the past, you have to play on the day.
Absolutely, and it feels like we have officially gotten past the days of power regions and invite regions as we see Batul. I got to tell you the story about Batulins in this neck brace, man.
Yeah,
he told. I was talking to him during breakfast, and I saw him wearing it. I'm like, "What happened, man?" And he's like, "Well, I got to tell you, I went to a Muay Thai boxing championship fight the other night with the rest of the boys, and we were playing, and all of a sudden they got to a match, and there was nobody to fight this guy, and they asked me, they're like, oh my god, you've got experience doing this stuff, will you get in the ring and fight? And I was like, well, I didn't want to at first, but in the end he ends up getting into the fight with the support of his teammate and his coaches, and he gets in there and he just absolutely mops the floor with this guy, and he takes home the trophy, and as he's leaving the ring, he slips, falls down, hurts his neck. It was unbelievable. You couldn't believe what happened. He has to wear the brace now.
And you know what the worst thing about it is? We're living in 2023, and yet despite that, not a single video is to be found anywhere.
I know, it's crazy.
Of that insane Thai boxing match.
It was one of those boxing matches, They don't really
it was head on. You should have seen the other guy.
there.
You should have seen the other guy.
I'm
It was pretty
telling you.
wild. Yeah.
He won it fair and square, and if it wouldn't have been for that little puddle of water on the corner of the ring when he was stepping out, he would be completely healthy. But needless to say, he's got to wear that neck brace to make sure he's comfortable. I don't know why you're laughing at me right now. This is all true.
It is true.
This is
believe in you.
hand to God. I believed him when he told me this. But
it makes perfect sense. He's a very believable person. And, well, you know what? We did what we had to keep you guys entertained, which means that we are now going to once again head on over to Erangel. At least I'm seeing a plane in the sky. I'm sure you guys will in just a short moment as well, as these players have their headsets on and getting ready to play. And, well, again, just 2 games away 100% win rate on Erangel. And this circle, well, it's looking pretty good. Now, what I will do if I'm a player in this lobby, having seen the previous 2 Erangels go to this exact area of the map, is go center early. I've said it before earlier in the day, and we are seeing more and more teams do it, but Pentagram got to maintain a split yesterday, or the day before yesterday, that was Gatka, north of Gatka, Chopsticks, and the West Side Hills until phase 4. And I'm like, that's illegal. Global PUBG, that is illegal. You cannot sit on that much real estate, circle center, for that long. So I sincerely hope that teams will challenge them on that now.
That's pretty brazen, but that being said, it was the first 2 games of group play, right? So
that is, true.
So teams were more likely to be a little bit more cautious in those first 2 games. But now that we're back in Erangel for our final 2, maybe we'll see teams a little bit more willing to be more cavalier here when it comes to crashing towards the center.
And speaking of crashing center early, Little Ghost, well, he does it on foot, a little unorthodox in comparison to what teams usually do, but this is the way 17 Gaming does it. Every time you have a western shift, Little Ghost will instantly send it out towards the west. He's usually accompanied by Su Xiu, who will fly full towards the middle, either, full speed forward in the vehicle or with the E-pickup, but this is no different to what 17 likes to do in their region in China. Send Little Ghost out, claim some real estate, and now they're set tight. But as we look here, oh, Son Young, I know Christmas is around the corner, but you do not want to get this kind of a surprise, because Sylvia will get the freest of 3 points. And that, my friends, is Son Young down early at a time where Genji could not afford to lose him.
It's big plays from Enterforce 36 here, and they've also got Star-Lord kind of hanging out on the top of Everest, the other 2 on North George. So E36 spreading their normal North George looting down a little bit just to see if they can maybe catch somebody slipping, and they end up catching Genji.
Now, I might be giving Enterforce 36 more credit than this particular situation is kind of worth.
Okay.
But the fact that Foot Esports dropped further south, they all see it, because Enterforce flies alongside Genji up towards the north. Genji sees this too. They go, great, Foot Esports ain't here. We're safe. We can spread out. We can loot as we normally would. Right now, you have Star-Lord set up towards Everest, as you mentioned just before. That's where Pio likes to scout.
I was going to say, who likes to go to the top of Everest?
You have Sylvia making his way over to, sneaking his way through containers. That's where Son Yang likes to loot whenever they're given space. So if this is a let's bait them into think they have a false sense of safety in that Foot Esports left and punish them because they go back to being greedy and maybe just unexpected or unaware of threats around. If that's the case, that was an insane heads-up play by Enterforce 36, and I will give them that credit. I will say that it was on purpose.
I will too, and I want to see Ming Ming hit this shot so damn bad. Oh,
You're just going to say
behind him.
Do it.
Come on, you got it. Oh, that might be it. Fluky.
See, that's why you should just have had a Dragon off. It would have done the same thing.
Nah, but it's so much sexier when you do it with a multi, doesn't it?
More satisfying indeed. Purple Moon wasting no time trying to make their way up here from the southeast. They wrapped around New Heavy, able to do so, dodging and weaving through Ming Ming's bullets, and now will try and vie for something more circle center. Foot Esports, though, already down here. Pentagram, as we said, splitting wide with full control as for now. But Foot and Purple Moon might just be in for a fight here as we see Thunders pulling up an 8C.
Uh-oh. He had the grenade in hand. He's going to send it. It's going to go a little bit long here, but now Fluky going to find T-Bone on the top of the hill as they have Foot kind of caught in this split. 8C inside the window. Can he spot him out? He's going to get a lot of damage down, but no knock. And I think Purple Mood now starting to kind of figure out exactly where all the Foot people are, but they won't spot Beamy, who's going to beam Thunders from a mile away with that Car 98.
Perfect angle for Beamy. Very, very important, though, that he hits that shot, because they were just 2 here trying to fend off. You see Vard pulling up now on the ridgeline north. They're playing this one from outside. It's just 8C who's in T-Bone coming to fortify as well, but they have to worry north too. They know that Pentagram lingers around here. If this fight takes too long, even New Heavy could potentially join in on the party.
While we got that going on, Hal and Twisted Minds also very close to each other. Don't think Twisted knows exactly where he is or if he's even there. Lou going to be aware now, though, as the Mad and Laza going to be joining forces over by the church. Batulin's inside. He's going to need some support from Lou as we got the PIP showing you the Foot and Purple Mood fight as Tanawat will get flushed out.
Early game shenanigans causes chaos early, and we know usually that chaos kind of transfers into the mid to late game as well. Duckman's currently alone in this building in a 1v3 now against the entirety of Foot. Not going to be able to do anything. No damage done either at all. Floki has to just try and make a run for it, but there's nowhere for him to run. Vard on the flank around the side. 80 peeks on over. Damage done, but the trade is instantly there. Great hold from Foot. Caught off guard, but able to regroup, take the fight, and control it all the way from start to finish.
Really good stuff from Foot there. They are taking some long-range fire from, I'm not sure if it was New Happy or question mark, but either way, smokes are laid down. There should be all right to go ahead and get their res. While you see there's another G-Coin code up at the top of your screen. Make sure you go and enter that as quickly as possible. 9J7WB5WE23KE. And we are done with that and moving on. Batulin's still all by himself in this church. You can see the rest of his team have kind of pulled away a little bit, leaving him to fend for himself.
And this fight is kind of interesting, mainly because we saw Howl do this on day one to, I believe it was Purple Mood who pulled in late. So I think this might actually have been Howl trying to set up a trap, and then now Twisted Minds are saying, you know what, screw it, let's take the fight and see what happens. But here they come 3v1. Batulin's the in-game leader for Twisted Minds, down early.
It's a good job by them of all pushing through on those back-to-back flashbangs, making sure that Batulins could not take advantage of them in any way. LG also making their push, getting a little bit close to New Happy, as New Happy in a 2-1-1 split, and they are very greedy with this split.
Yep, not something you see too often. NH Esports usually grouping up, but we'll see now and get a little listening onto Genius.
Đây rồi, Glory lên tiếng khi có góc đứng chắc chắn dành cho phía thành viên team NG trả ra và tí nữa ở đây rồi, Serty là người có cho mình cái mạng và một pha đấm thẳng vào đến từ Văn Nghị và nó sẽ là mạng cho ai đây? Hiện tại Hùng vô địch cùng với cả đồng đội đang là cái tên số rất khó chịu. Tiếp tục đồng quả thi đấu. Ui, xong rồi.
Again, it's the story of seeing these guys. They can frag like monsters, but they just can't set themselves up for that success in these lobbies. Every time they try and split up, they lose one early. Every time they try and group up, they're, small mistakes means that they come into fights at a disadvantage. I want to see Genius with more success, but so far, it's just not been the case.
Yeah, this is one of those things where obviously a lot of experience on that Genius squad, but it almost doesn't really matter how much experience you have, because at the end of the day, you don't figure out what your rotation paths are going to be until you figure out what the lobby's going to look like, right? And you have these paths all set down because you know in your region, these are the places that I can go. These are the places that are safe. But then all of a sudden you get into this international lobby and everything's different. And it's not, the punishment that you'll take for some of this stuff is going to be severe. As you see 4 AM finding out the hard way as Clories and the rest of the Genius boys try to set up a trap. A lot of damage coming through, but ZP Jan skating by the skin of his teeth.
Yep, but surviving one onslaught might lead straight to another. They're going into dangerous territories. This one hard shift south. This is a very typically timed 4 AM rotation. They like to linger on the edge come phase 1. As soon as phase 2 pops, they want to be full speed, making their way towards the new circle center. I'm loving seeing this because yes, on that day 1, 4 AM played scared. They didn't do none of this. But what we're seeing right here is picture perfect 4 AM playstyle, what usually grants them success, and now they're straight back to it once more.
Very slow play, as you said, playing out, feeling out the lobby. Well, the lobby is felt now, and 4 AM knows exactly what they think they can get away with, although they are getting right close up to Legacy, have the sniper tower. Looked like 4 AM might have been considering stopping there, but they're going to have to get on the move once again as the rotation that never ends keeps on going.
Oh, here we go. Question mark being pulled up on by PMA, but a little bit of a cluster on approach. Yes, Phil first is able to find the first one. Maybe shouldn't have been able to, but able to do so nonetheless. Bestalok gets one in return to Filfers, goes full, but let's see what the Beast here can do. Comes around the corner, finds another one. Hipfire, able to take down Teddy, and just like that, PMA down to just 1.
You think Bestalok is feeling it now? I think he is, because he is just lighting these guys up, although it is now just down to him and a doozy. Tian, the last one up for PMA, as he has managed to make his way into the second floor. He's going to have to hide for now, though. Nobody really near him to even res, as it's just going to be the blue zone grenades coming through. Not going to find him just yet, though, as they're just going to go ahead and finish off those kills. Actually, Tian, okay, he'll get the res.
Shengyi Shenlong over the hillside towards the north. 4am crashing in here now as well. They were the team the furthest north just 40 seconds ago, but here they are, circle center. Tian is sat tight for now, but with every single piece of utility being used by Question Mark, they're isolating angles. They're pretty much playing the puzzle of where can he be. Great, there's only one room left.
Question Mark cheering section in full voice here as their team is wiping out what's left of PMA. They got to be careful about how they do this. Obviously, same situation as usual. You're down to, you're down to just one guy hiding in a corner. You want to make sure that you don't take that risk of losing somebody unnecessarily here, especially when you're already down by Phil first.
Again, you run up, you throw an 8, you go back down. You know that you're going to be hearing footsteps if he's making moves. That's one
they got
area isolated. And exactly, he saw the muzzle of the gun. He saw the tip of the barrel, but Jian jumps down and finds the double! The flashbang perfectly timed as he gets 2. Will he find the third? A hero play must be made! And Tiano 513 says bye-bye, question mark.
Hero plays coming out from PMA as Twisted Minds now finding a fight with Genius in the hills.
What a play! We said we wanted to see more from PMA, and here comes Jianchan. While the game might be a salvage at this point, what a great time to get momentum going, even if it's into losers bracket. Twisted Minds, caught in the middle of a scuffle between 3 teams, will fall as a result of it too.
Unbelievable stuff here so far. As we see, Erangel is proving a lot more violent than it has been, or at least it was in our first 2 games. Twisted Minds going out. Keep in mind where they were sitting in this leaderboard in 7th place coming into this game. There are a number of teams that can make moves and try to surpass the Twisted Minds super team.
Wow, we're shifting out towards the east now as well. New happy with their wide split. You can only imagine, yep, instantly CC108 is going back towards the east. December 12th, right there to join him too. There's no reason to try and risk something and split this wide. Yes, they might already be guaranteed for winners bracket, but play it as smart as you possibly can, even up until that point.
Yeah, 17 has so much room to work around here. They really can do whatever they want. So we wait and see. All our teams down to 41 left alive with 14 minutes left to play, and our southwestern side of the circle is going to be a little bit dicey here as we get a little bit of a revisiting Tian. What a huge, huge play for him.
Insane timing too. He uses the question mark utility against them. He hears them like cook the utility. As soon as it pops, it jumps out the window to mitigate the sound of him landing down below. They had no clue what hit him until 2 players were already down.
Awesome stuff. Is Gen G? Well, can't say I like it, but you know what? They're 3 up. They're alive. They're in the dead center of the circle. They've got a shack for themselves.
You know what? It could be a winning play. We'll laugh it off, but this, I mean, these field endings, claim a shack early, sit here for a circle or 2. Now, at the end of it, once the hills to the north and the hills to the south, and west for that matter, are shifted out, you start flexing out of there, start fighting some points, and all of a sudden, Gen G could be looking at a double-digit win. But of course, for now, it's just going to be lay low and wait for those circles to go your direction.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I mean, it's really interesting, this circle in particular. We see it pretty often, right, with these fields right north of Ferry Pier, but I feel like it's not very often that we see it hard shift from the west over to the east.
True.
Right? So it feels like that usually when we see it kind of end up here, it's maybe coming north to south or east to west or something like that. So it's going to be interesting to see how many teams up to the north here decide to stay up there and where they decide to go, because the fields, all the hard crashable areas in the fields already occupied.
One thing that's very interesting to me right now is the way that Pentagram is currently positioned. They have set up a wall. They have completely, I mean, they're just doing everything they can to keep out for these esports. They know they're down there, but they cannot allow for anyone to slip through. So they're set 1-1-1-1, but close enough to each other that they can regroup in a moment's notice. As soon as one pushes up from foot, they have to just completely collapse on top of them from multiple angles. Look to see, as soon as that first knock comes through between foot and Asla Pentagram, that a fight will immediately ensue.
Yeah, Luminosity, we just checked in with all by themselves on this south side coming out of Ferry Pier. Still 4 strong playing around the wreckage. And here's what we're talking about. You see on your mini-map, Asla just very wide split, waiting for Foot to make a move. The new circle does pop, and it is going to hug a little bit closer towards the west. Now Legacy inside that hard cover in that compound, still feeling pretty comfortable. And as you see, a number of those usually what we call the crashable spots in those open fields already occupied. So this is going to make things interesting for teams like 17 or for Howl. Do you want to continue playing those southern hills, or do you try to send it in a little bit deeper?
I think if you're Howl here, you have to push forward, maybe going down towards the broken BRDMs just on the southern side. You can see that's, I would imagine, where they're looking to set up shop, but they're going to be so much within vision of multiple teams. I mean, I like the idea, but their circles already, but of course, you can always go down to your secret chamber.
Ooh. Doesn't matter. Snaker's already in position to do a little bit of damage there. LG is just right in the spot to do to cause them a little bit of problems here. 4 a.m. as well. And they got to be careful because that's what's eventually going to happen. The grenades come out. That's 2 knocks.
And they're split.
And they are split enough. There's no way that a res is going to come through on that. I think the last 2 remaining members of Howl are just going to play this one out and try to get a little bit more placement points.
Yeah, nothing more you can do off of that one. Had they been a little further up north, they would have the cover issues. Then they would have also been within vision. So you really just pick your poison here. I mean, do you want to get naded or want to get shot at? It's got to be one or the other. And luckily for Howl, well, Snakers ain't about to miss any of those. And now, to make matters even worse, Ming, we saw him with the bolt just before, able to take the head off of Ruin. They are, though, for now, safe, but with more knocks coming through on them and LG potentially having to make a move at some point soon, you'd have to imagine that they're eyeing a push down towards the remaining 2 Howl players.
Yeah, talking about Luminosity, another team that we haven't really talked a whole lot about today because they just, they've been doing all right. They keep ending up in late games, and they keep holding on to that position. They're still currently in 6th place with 66 points. Never really turned things on the way that we've seen them do in the past in these early group stages where they just light the entire world on fire. But they're getting the job done, right? And they're doing it with that new teammate in Mime. So now that they've got a couple of days of international experience under their belt as the new squad, look forward to see what they do in the winners or losers bracket, whichever one they end up in.
And while they're set on the southern side up towards the north here, Asla, Pentagram, and 17, a fight that's bound to happen at some point soon. Then both know, like, their spider senses are tingling. They know they have people just on the other side, and they're split in very similar positions. 2 teams that like to fight in very similar playstyle, which is pretty much just straight at them. We can maybe flex one out a little bit, but for the most part, we are all about gunplay. We're all about just running it straight down the middle and taking out our opponents. Issue is both these teams are also very shy of fighting early game. Issue mainly for them 2 is, though, unless if the circle swings north, which it doesn't, is this fight worth taking? And 17 says no.
Well, that just goes to show you the intelligence of both teams, right? They could have taken the time to lay some smokes down, maybe try to take 1 or 2 off of each other, but they both realized at the same time, look, the circle's about to pop. We don't have the time to really do this. We've got to focus on where we're going to go next.
Again, I mean, 17, they sit up there on the northern side. Yes, we could take a pretty much straight-on fight against them, but we're both going to be at a disadvantage because the fields can see us. Now we wrap down, we sit, we wait for Pentagram to make the move. If they come to us, we have the advantage because they're on driving towards us. If they don't, that's going to be a third-party opportunity elsewhere. Such a smart play in here from 17, who once again, when they 3-1 split, keep Xiao Wu as a solo player. He's going to keep the rest of you safe.
Yeah, that was a great breakdown of exactly what 17 just did. I mean, they have just by doing absolutely nothing to Pentagram, they have put Pentagram on the back foot here as far as their next rotation goes. As Ming just shack to shack combat coming out here. And speaking of which, Asla Pentagram now on the move. And where are they going to go? As you said, there is just not a whole lot of good stuff to play here in this wide open field. They'll find a little bit of a divot, a little bit of a ridge line to play with for now, and that'll keep them alive.
They get the ridge. The only reason they know they can work with it is because 17 has come off the hillsides. But now these fields are going to be lit on fire. Sixel out towards the west are trying to creep on forward. We've got fights on multiple fronts now. Foot Esports taking out Sixel altogether. Gen G, 17 taking a fight here now. 4 a.m. are within nade range of multiple teams too.
All these shacks that we saw occupied very, very early on. They're doing their best to hold down the line here, as none of these grenades are finding their way in just yet. But all it's going to take is somebody like Suju making the push and getting close. He gets in there but doesn't land it where it needs to be just yet. The smoke wall going to keep things alive, but Gen G, it feels like they are just eventually going to get pressured down here by 17 Gaming.
It's exactly what we said. As soon as the teams come off the hills towards the northeast, west, and south, all the teams in the fields will start fighting, and chaos has ensued. Therefore, Howl falls down. LG were going to make that play eventually, and here it came. 17 in the meantime trying to fend off, but they too will fall. Great hold. Perfect position in there of the sideways vehicle, granting a little bit of extra protection. But now Gen G forced into the building once more, as opponents are still nearby.
Gen G giving a clinic on how to hold one of those shack positions in the empty field. Now let's see if they can do it again, because they've got New Happy sniffing over there just off to their east. Is the the mortar's still coming in, but they're just not finding the right ridge line here. I believe that was Foot that might have been sending those in.
Yeah, I was going to say, I have no clue actually fired them off. But now Circle, northbound we go. I mean, again, Pentagram 100% win rate. They're looking to try and get it again. They had to come in from the northern side. And right now, sat Circle Center. But Circle Center is not necessarily where you want to be right now, because everyone's going to be looking in your direction.
Those mortars could have absolutely wrecked them, but fortunately enough for them, they were just a hair off. So as a Pentagram get to hold on to their ridge line, is now LG kind of in a little bit of a tough spot here. They did clean out what was left of Howl, so a few more points picked up in that regard. But you can see they 4 AM is just free farming ADR from this shack, and nobody really to pressure them and keep them from doing so.
4 AM was there before, but you can see HSMM, as soon as they peek, he's there looking the other way. They have to keep in mind that there's a chance for NAG Esports to make a play here, and here they come. Ming. Those could take it down. Snakers helping out a little bit, I suppose, to try and I mean, maybe against himself, actually, keep 4 AM alive.
That's what I was going to say, is looked like New Happy might have been pushing onto 4 AM Shack, but with that knock from Snakers onto Ming, it's going to pause New Happy's push, as we see 4 Angry Men.
I mean,
some good shots from Luminosity, going to force them their heads back, but Mayim now knocked.
A double blue zone nade here, and it's game over for 4 AM, but no one can get within the vicinity. HSMM down, Xiaopian down now as well. 4 AM playing to just try and stay alive, but it's not working out for them now within nade range, as well as Nan falls in return, doing some good damage, but will it be enough to keep them alive?
And look at this, immediately LG on the move, trying to find a way to get inside this zone while I guess their attackers have been distracted. New Happy doing their best to kind of shoot at everybody. Rello going to find December 12th, and now the blue zone grenade going to find it. HSM going to have to heal through. I think he might actually have a blue zone backpack, so that's going to keep him up. You can see Rello actually has the same thing here, as Luminosity just slowly making their way through. They have no right to be alive at this, and now they pick up their 7th kill.
7 kills as Flood's heart rate skyrockets up to 140 plus. HS, though, might be a solo player left alive, but he ain't done fighting yet. Snakers does what his name, I guess, forces him to do. Prones in the field, tries to hold the angle, but doesn't see him. Oh my god! HSMM! Headshot, body shot, Snakers down!
How does he have the vision to see just the smallest of glints of his helmet through that grass? But Flood still in it here. HSM just still trying to finish off that kill. It looks like he won't be able to do it through bullets, but maybe Snakers gets res here? I don't know. How far away is Flood? He looks like he might be trying to send it.
It's dangerous. You have John nearby. You have Legacy now flexing out. It's going to be a very, very dangerous risk to try and commit to. Snakers is crawling in this direction. We'll see if it's going to happen. Asla Pentagram. You know what? I mean, they committed to the play. They went there. They wanted to take the fight against 17. It didn't come around, but now they get the circles in return. Issue is now Legacy are within nade range. Legacy, a team who's only fought at a distance so far, should still have plenty of utility to use. As I say that, RPN got none.
Legacy full strength. Foot Esports also full strength coming from that southwestern side, and now Legacy just opening up down the valley will get knocked here, and that'll actually save things here for Asla Pentagram. But now Foot Esports actually coming in from the flank of Legacy, and this might be bad news bears for them as they are getting pushed from both sides. Actually coming in from the flank of Legacy.
Legacy was peeking towards Penta, but as soon as the knock comes in return, now they start
bad
making
news
plays
bears for
towards
them
him.
as they are getting pushed from both sides. Actually coming in from the flank of Legacy.
This might be towards Penta, but as soon as the knock comes in return, now they start making plays
bears for them as they are getting pushed from.
Now they're just going to be forced to prune down.
You see that P90 in the hands of LFP if they can get close. There's also quite a few snakes here, Toby, that could get involved at any time.
Yep.
As a COD will find LFP, takes that P90 off the field.
Able to get one down and out, and again, Dragon off at this distance. So damn dangerous. A semi-automatic bolt action effectively as Vard now swings around. Spots one, spots two, and that is going to be Legacy down and out in 7th.
Oh, Foot Esports coming in, and they are just cleaning the house in front of them. They came down at the perfect time.
And they got another kill. What?
This could be an opportunity for them to get even more kills. 10 already for themselves. They are vying for that top 8 spot, and they'll get 2 more, and that's going to jump them up another.
4v3v1v1. Foot, they got taken out by Asla Pentagram on Everest on their first match of Erangel. Now they have a chance to say hello and get a little bit of revenge. We'll see who comes out victorious here.
Spotted out Esther, and that'll do it.
With Crazy still in play, there's no calling who's winning this one.
Gen G goes out in 13th place. 2 points away as now Foot has minds in that 8th place kill in the placement point. Has spotted out Esther, and that'll do it. Cut line. Crazy. He's going to get spotted out, but goes down to the blue. Goes out in 13th so that's a point place. That's denied them. As now Foot has
successful snake duty as he finds both of them. Now it's just a straight on 4v3. Of course, Foot should be aware they have the numbers, but again, it got hectic, especially around the time when Penta pushed towards the middle. Unsuccessful snake duty as he finds both of them. Now it's just a straight on 4v3. Of course, Foot should be aware they have the numbers, but again, it got hectic, especially around the time when Penta pushed towards the middle. So we'll see if they're well aware that it is indeed a 4v3, or
just
maybe
as we all predicted, right? Everybody saw that one coming.
Lingering elsewhere.
Man, oh man, they have been putting on an absolute with 8 kills now these first 2 days, and now Foot
insane.
Got their opportunity here to just as we all predicted, right? Everybody saw that one coming. Winners bracket, man, oh man, they have been putting on an absolute
currently tied for 7th, but with just 1 point ahead of Twisted Minds.
Here to secure their
across this entire year is one spot away. You say it. Look at where they are. This currently tied the ultimate turnaround for them. Could they make of Twisted Minds with just 2 games left to play? Story across this entire year is one
some fantastic highlights from these guys.
This would be the ultimate turnaround for them. Could they make winners bracket with just 2 games left to play?
Mechanically, they are so damn good. Fantastic highlights just from these guys. Wrapping up the end of the game, right? It's 2 days kind of getting that last little step, that last push. It just seems greatness. Mechanically, they are so damn good. It's wrapping up the end of the game, right? It's just kind of getting that last little step, that last push into greatness.
Now for Pentagram here. How patient are you? The game ends on you. The game ends on you, Rich, but how daring are you? Yes, you're already qualified, but if you can force Foot potential, or do your best at it, if you can force them into losers bracket, that's one dangerous opponent you don't have to worry about for a little while longer, at least.
You see a little bit of utility coming over there. That kind of makes me feel like there's not much left in the bag for the Foot boys. And you can see right now, just looking at Hikari's pockets, there's just nothing as far as util is concerned for Pentagram. They have been sitting on that ridge line for so long. Gotta imagine there's not much left for them.
Beamy, 4 nades again. I mean, Foot as well have been mainly fighting at a distance, and every time they've taken out teams, they've pushed up on them to take their loot and utility. That nade is going to be lopped on over. Ada is prone, so that's some damage reduced, but still, we're getting close as Beamy starts fishing.
Oh, just falling just out of reach here. As that one's going to find its home onto a COD. Another one gets close to Adder, but it's not going to be enough to take him down. As now it is a 4v2. Hikari, I can't imagine Hikari or Adder are going to go for this res onto a COD. Doesn't even matter. AT's going to find him, and now it's all down to Hikari. Peeking over the top, will get headshot but he's still alive as the push coming in from Foot Esports to close it out, and they will do so.
Solid game for Foot. You can see the joy. It ain't all smiles, because overall, of course, they wanted to be further up that leaderboard, but at least a game well closed out. It got hectic even for them, but they crept in from behind. They stuck to their true-tested edge play style, and every single team they ran into, they tore apart.
I mean, if you're not going to get happy over 15 kills and a win on Erangel, I don't know what else we got to do for these guys and to secure their top 8 spot. I will say that I think that while I feel like they might be secure, they are still very, very close. So they can't risk going out with 0 points here in this next game. But let's throw it over to the analyst desk to get us ready for our final game of the day.
Ooh, game 5 for today is done, and Foot came to play ball. They come out with a big chicken dinner, but also worth noting, Pentagram, we said this is their map. They also put up a very good plays here, and it's going to be tight.
It's their map, and 3 out of 3 maps had home turf circles, so good to see, of course, for them to jump in things here. But Foot, you know, Foot, they're always good for a win per day.
Yeah.
And here, they get another big one, which is going to put them up into the top 8 here. But they need a good game to defend that top 8 spot in the very last one. Otherwise, yeah, I don't see it happening. And as we saw, we heard from Bart as well, some interviews during out the game, and I talked to him. It's like, yeah, I got 6 kills in one game, and I got 6 kills during the day. Here, he got another big game. Hopefully, they can stack up some more here. But yeah, these fields are so rough in general to play right. You can see how everyone's like, they're just rushing those shacks because they are so crucial for you to kind of have a foot inside that next door.
And they did have a foot inside of there, whereas Legacy got that shift, it was about a foot away from them.
True.
And that was enough to completely get them wiped out, as Foot really has played this very well. Everyone on the team, I mean, look at those kills there on
16.
the bottom left. Everybody was involved with this in the end game, and that's what you want to see. It's a quiet rejoicing coming from these gentlemen. But, you know, I love that the interview at the start, they said, we put the team together because we wanted to have fun playing Pubg again, and it seems like they're doing that. They're getting their wins, they're getting those chicken dinners, and they're getting to start that process of getting the winner's bracket. My name's Tavis. I'm joined by Avenger. 1 game left to play, and it is, as opposed to yesterday, a very tight race.
And that is exactly what you get when you have like the group of death, where you have big teams that we expect to do extremely well, and then a sleeper team that comes in and completely destroys a lot of Tianba on the day 1, right? And now here you have, it's very even, and there's a lot of really good teams here, so we're gonna have like, you know, 10, 12 maybe even teams that are gonna be fighting for those 8 spots. They're super exciting toward the end.
Yeah, I mean, if Group A was basically a lobby of giant bats smacking the crap out of each other. This has been a lobby of scalpels. It's been really fine play, excellent positioning, and it has been a lot of fun to watch. So very different groups, and I've been pretty excited, to be honest, with how this one is playing out.
16.
Let's look at the top 4 teams. 16 kills.
And 19 smokes and 14 nades. That is insane amount of utility toughies.
And for a team that was fighting to get into the top 8, the 16 kills is big, but honestly, the fact that they beat Osla Penta for that final 5, like the big chicken points, is huge for them and might make the difference.
Yeah, huge. Good to see here. 6 for Beamy. Almost 1K club for T-Bone with 2 kills and 2 knockouts. It's insane here. Good to see these guys here frag out like 6 hits, 26 points in one game. The other one they won was 22 points in one game. That is 46 points in 2 games out of the 76 they have. That is only 30 points for the rest of the games. That is crazy to see. And of course, it's going to be Beamy here with 800 damage and 6 kills to get the man of the match.
I mean, it's been a minute since we've seen a man of the match where we go, yup, that makes sense. This one does. But Foot comes out with 26 total points. Oslo gets themselves 14, so they're going to be comfortably at the top right now.
And another time where we have 4 teams with double digits. It's extremely consistent, and LG is once again one of them.
Absolutely. All right, let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. Pay attention to the bottom. That's where the cutoff is. 75, 76 at Foot, LG 76, Legacy at 77, and then the cutoff number 68, 62, 61. That is a multi-horse race to try to get there.
3 teams within 2 points of each other. Question Mark, 4AM, and Twisted Minds is the guys that I'm looking at. 17 has a little bit of a buffer.
But it's not enough.
But they are going to get those 2, 3, 4 points.
And the key here is it's not just 2 or 3 teams that could let off of the gas and fall out of the top 8. To be completely honest, all the way up to third. If one of these teams goes out on the drop, if they get, say, I don't know, hit with a Panzerfaust and wiped in 4, they could get caught up by any of those teams on the chase. So those chase teams, all they have to do is survive the initial phase and start grinding points, because a 26-point win or a 22-point win by any of them, which is doable, would put you almost all the way up to third potentially.
Yeah, exactly. The question is really, though, is Interforce, Purple Mood, Sixth or Gen G going to have a big game?
Purple Mood.
You think so?
This is where they play.
And then Twisted Minds also needs to have a big one to kind of contest Question Mark and Forgrimmon. So I feel like you have, Purple Mood, Twisted Minds, 2 teams that could potentially have a big game or needs to have it if they want to get into the top 8. And then Forgrimmon and Question Mark that needs to defend the rest. I feel like I'm kind of certain about the top 6. I feel like they're going to be able to get those 2, 3, 4 points to kind of defend it. They know it. They're going to be playing like it. Going to be more maybe edge heavy, more kind of seeking those 2, 3, 4 points from rotations, third parties, and so forth.
Absolutely. So you heard it from Martin. Keep an eye on Purple Mood. Keep an eye on Twisted Minds. But really, the chase is on. With one map left to play, there are a lot of teams in the hunt. Let's head to the grassy pastures. It's the final game of Group B with your casters, Porosaurus, and the name is Toby!
One match left of the PGC 2023 group stages. In just about 30 minutes time, we will know the 16 teams in winners bracket. We will know the 16 teams in losers bracket. The teams just 12 matches away from elimination of PGC all together. And here they come on the server for one final time to cement their positions in either or the other group.
The question I have on the top of my mind, Toby, is this going to be a typical Game 6? Is this going to be one of those ones where it is just early fighting, rotation camping, all the wheels off things that you could possibly imagine, all going crazy all at the same time? Because there are a lot of teams here that still have a shot at that top 8 spot.
I have no doubt that certain teams will try and make that the reality, but when you're this far in a tournament, and all these teams have been here before, when you're this far in, one of the things that makes a great run at a winner's bracket, at a grand finals, whatever the bracket may be, is being able to weather that storm. The chaos always commences on the final day of games, and here we have it once more. PMA trying to get the safety, but how? Now the one's under pressure. Schofield instantly down again. We've talked this lobby, said how safe they are in the early game, but chaos commences once more.
2 teams that, well, I gotta say, they are very, very on the outside of trying to make it in. I think their places in the losers bracket are fairly secure, as you can see there. 14, 15, and 16, about the only ones that we can pretty much say for certain are going to be in the losers bracket. But even down to 13th place, Toby, Gen G with a big win here could jump everybody. Now, it also depends on what those teams decide to do, but it's so damn close.
And as the desk broke down too, we can't just look around 8th. We can't just look at 4 a.m. potentially question mark 2. They said it, I mean, all the way up to 3rd. It's so close that if you zero out now, we're looking at it, it's just 2, 3, 4 maybe teams that have to get a small handful of points, and you're bumped out, I mean, completely out of it. So we'll see how things are going to happen as we finally go away from the west side of our ankle.
I mean, geez, all the way up to 3rd place, Legacy. You can't go out with 0 points and not be sitting in your chair sweating. This is very, very close here. Well, we do have that northern circle that's going to be kind of working around that Severny shooting range area, which Legacy already in, so they get good circle luck once again here to start things off. But we've all seen that doesn't mean much. As Luminosity, they're going to find PMA at the worst possible time. Big knock coming in from Rello to start things off, but 1 round away from getting Kit.
I saw the click there on the screen. I saw his cross had been right on point. He had 1 more bullet in the chamber. That would have been 2 points coming through from Luminosity. But Rello, for now, suffices with 1.
I tell you what, you look at how far over into Milta LG is right now. This is extremely intentional from LG. You have to imagine that they know, even though they are in third place, they know that they need to find points. They need to secure themselves a little bit more of a spot here in that top 8. So they creep over into PMA's territory, feeling like they like their chances in that fight.
And they do that off of seeing PMA get a kill on Howl early. They know there's kind of shenanigans going on up and around Shelter. That's them saying, great, that's another 20 seconds. We just bought ourselves to set up a potential trap. And, oh my lord, did that trap work when it was sprung.
And look who it is, too. It's Rello and Mime. Got the new player and the IGL working together to find success for that squad. Azla Pentagram, just what else can you even say at this point about Azla Pentagram? Hopefully they can keep this going, this momentum that they've found into winner's bracket.
Genji crossing on over. We're seeing Xiao Wu look towards Utah, but right now my eyes are towards Genji, up towards Cube. I think they just exactly got away to safety. We'll see if Yuta will be as lucky as well. Xiao Wu hits these shots at all distances, and of course, I guess no damage comes through when he doesn't take a shot at all. That's the only time he's not dangerous, when he doesn't shoot.
When he's not shooting. It's the bullets you don't shoot. Okay, now they're coming out as they'll just find a retreating Yuta. But Xiao Wu currently tied for second, Toby, in total kills. We've got Hikari and Bestalok tied for first with 20 apiece, and Nan and Xiao Wu with 19 apiece. And then you've got Gizero with 18 right behind it. So a lot of kills just spread out amongst everybody really in this lobby. It just goes to show you how good these guys really are.
And that's one of the things that I love the most about PUBG. The fact that every single region is up here representing some of the very best PUBG that we've ever gotten to see before. Absolutely amazing to see. Bolyang as well. Tradition Long trying to crawl the way on up. It's a little bit of a longer journey. But now let's highlight the final one of the group stages with PMA.
You can
get to see some highlights of PMA there. Now they might be at the bottom of the leaderboard here, but they are not done in this tournament just yet. They have the losers bracket still to play. So maybe we'll see them turn things around once they have a fresh start. Suju out here scouting ahead, 4-17, looking across on the northern side of the river. May have spotted out Twisted Minds. Going to feed that information over the rest of the team as they're still in Razak.
Looking here at the knock from the last game, Beamy again. I mean, he'll turn back and forth between the Bolt and the DMR pretty much as often as he changes his in-game sense. It's about, like, he hits one good shot, I'm a Bolt main. He misses one, I'm a DMR main. And it seems like right now he's on the Bolt train. We'll see if that's going to continue or if he's opted to change things up here coming into maybe not the final game of today, but the tournament going forward.
Man, Beamy has been hitting some absolutely insane ones here, especially that last game. As we've seen how good these guys from Foot are mechanically. Checking in on Wicked. Why is
scouting with the 4X?
The 4X DBX. Yeah,
I love it.
Why not?
I love it, you know. I love it. Maybe put it on you. I mean, you do have an M60, M4. I mean, but yeah. I mean, you know what? They're playing. They're playing at a very high level. They're currently set in first place. I'm not gonna question anything. Pentagram does.
You
for the
do
rest
whatever
of the
you want to
here.
do, babe.
Exactly. Howl now again. This is not intentional. It's rotations, crisscrossing, and luckily for both these teams, neither taking casualties. Howl has already lost one, so it would be terrible for them to lose even more.
Boy, it just seems like this is happening to Howl a lot.
Yeah,
a lot in these last 2 days of competition. So I got to say, if I'm Hal, sitting in 14th place, you know you're going to losers bracket. I think that will be one of the first things we look at when prepping for this next round of games is how can we find a better rotation pass? How can we better try to push our way around to where we don't end up getting nickeled and dimed in the early game the way we've been so far this tournament.
I know this is kind of demonic to ask for, but I feel like I've been so lucky with my predictions of circles today. Considering that we have Watertown removed and Boatyard in, how about if we get a game ending in Boatyard?
In a Boatyard
ending? I mean, we haven't really had a proper showcase of the area. It's not like it's a match that has anything on the line for any teams anyway. Might as well just yeet it down towards the southern time 3 times in a row and see what happens.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Just go crazy with it.
Who knows? Who knows? Maybe it'll happen. In the meantime, though, we're down to calm Pubg again. You asked if it was going to be a crazy game 6 of Pubg. It hasn't been that case yet, but we all know what happens when the early game is dead quiet. Usually the chaos in the mid to end game just gets that much more fiery, and I think we're in for a pretty wild one, regardless of where this next circle takes us.
Well, as the boys on the desk stated, this is definitely the suit and tie lobby, right? This is the business. They're all. You know, there's no craziness here. These are all the guys that are going to play things slow, think things through, and be very methodical and respectful about how they want to play this thing. Whereas Lobby A was just a whole bunch of dogs chewing through the walls.
We see NH Esports here crossing over towards North George, and we saw a couple of shots fired from Beamy before, so Foot Esports is clearly well aware that NH Esports has opted to head in this direction. Curious, though, as to whether they're going to kind of full-on commit to this position or not. Again, despite them being in 5th, they're by no means guaranteed for winners bracket yet, so if they fall early here, that would be terrible, and especially against the team in NH Esports who are already through to the winners bracket.
Well, I mean, you say that. I will say that I feel like Foot had a great position up on the hills, and then once they got the info from Beamy that New Happy pulled into the gas station, they all pulled down into those North George apartments. So we'll see what happens there. Kit, rest of PMA, looking off into the distance. Who is that?
Okay.
Who is? Oh, that's Purple Moon.
We're northbound. We're northbound for sure. Severny is where we're sending it up. Howell is going to get that one straight on top of them as they depart Severny altogether. Multiple teams now, though, have to make their way in this direction. Spiro, the Sheriff, pushing his way on forward with the revolver in hand. As
easy for you to say.
Yeah, exactly. As a spot, I think the open doors alone should be an indicator that there are indeed players in the compound further north.
Indeed, there should be. And Purple Mood actually did the emergency pickup that popped right. The circle popped right as soon as they were in the air. So perfect timing for them. Although they are trying to send it for Severny and getting shot at here, while 8C and the rest of the boys, they try to position themselves to take advantage of New Happy. Unfortunately for them, it looks like New Happy is going to skirt right through.
Thing is, they swing on this and then just go shooting range and wait. That would be, I mean, the play for NH right now. Again, they...
Oh, there you go.
Body shot connected, of course. A headshot was connected earlier, so not that much damage needed, but still, you love to see it at these distances. 8C able to rack up some more points here. Now PMA pulling up on 17.
Every single point matters, and right now, Kid has gone down. PMA trying to push into Suju. Ooh, he goes down. Tian again. Tian has been having himself a hell of a last 2 games here on Erangel, and can he do any more damage to 17 Gaming?
And for 17, the team that never splits wider than a 2-2, the one time they dare to have just a bit of a gap between them, they get instantly punished. Now damage done in return, and the nade to follow is going to be the downfall of PMA, but 17 is taking casualties there at 78 and 3rd, and hopefully for them, that's not where they're ending this one.
Take it down, Tian, the raid boss. But I got to tell you, man, PMA, although they are bound for those losers brackets, they have a lot to feel confident about. They showed a lot here in these past 2 games as we check in with Pentagram on that shooting range. A lot of action going off just to their west, though, Toby.
I just have to mention real quick that I love the fact that we just saw Wicked's heartbeat monitor spike from 90 to 130 when he was about to run over his teammate, and then it went down again. You love to see it. In the meantime, now again, for the esports, we thought they were maybe going to get wrapped on. Instead, they set up the play themselves.
Again.
They take the first shots at New Happy, then they back off, run all the way north side, set up where they're expecting them to come moving forward. Vart does fall with a potential rest coming in, but NH Esports down to 2.
Right there around the plane crash. And NH still haven't given up on CC108. He's bleeding out, but they are trying to send Ming Ming. Let's see if he can maybe get that revive. 8C, though, I think he heard that, and he's got a Molotov ready. He's got a grenade ready. He's just going to send the molly right on in, and we're going to immediately switch over to Nan, who's taking shots at Hikari as the blue zone grenades come in. Yep, New Happy just summarily dispatched here by Foot.
Such smart play, great utility, no reason to risk anything, no reason to peek on in. When you just lob 2 pieces of utility on over and get yourself a double kill off of it. Now that fight ain't quite done yet, though. They do manage to get Vard back on his feet, but as we saw just before, they still have plenty of opponents around him.
Ooh. Operation Saving Private Glories, and Yudi's going to get away with it as well, as Nan will find another knock onto Beamy, so maybe a little bit of revenge coming out here from New Happy. He's got some ridge lines to work with. They're still out in the blue, and Nan has that blue zone backpack. Vard does as well, though, so no, that's okay. See him going down a little bit, but it's not ticking too hard just yet. Foot can really stay out here and try to finish this off. Nan gonna find another one though, as Vard, the last one up. Can Nan get 3? He sure can. 8C now, the last player alive for Foot Esports.
Nan gets the double in great fashion, and he held down his trigger after the first one a little longer. I feel like they were lined up perfectly for him now, though. 8C shoots, gives up his position. Can Nan find him? Can he dismantle the entire team? You see here Beamy crawling for info, wanting to tell his teammate exactly where he has him. 8C, flashbang in hand, is now pushing further forward.
Can he pull off the 1v4? 8C versus Nan. New Happy versus Foot. They've got some hard cover to work with. Nan got that blue zone backpack to work with. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds pushing into Sixel into the warehouse. They're just waiting on the sides, waiting for the inevitable push to come through. 8C will find Nan, so that will do it for New Happy. And now Perfectix trying to push in. Just like that, Sixel gets dispatched by Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds, the champions of lower bracket. They don't want to repeat that history again. They want to make their way through to winners off of this game. And right now, having just claimed this position off of Shenyi Shenlong, they're looking in a good position to do so, but it's far from guaranteed.
Genji down to 2. They are still outside of the zone. They've got to make their way past Severny. We'll see how they decide to push through. They've got now 2 vehicles. So at least if one gets lit up, it won't be both of them. We also have Genius still trailing out of shooting range, so they've got to find some place to play. Legacy currently holding down the crossroads, and they're going to take a few shots at him in passing. Meanwhile, Purple Mood and Hal still sharing Severny.
Yep, Genji trying to wrap it in through the southern side of the middle, but taking casualties and doing so. Esther is going to fall. Pyongyang now trying to make a play as a solo player left alive on the team. They're 7-13. Looks like they're doomed for losers bracket, and yes, indeed they are. Pyongyang finds one, but Wicked is instantly there to respond.
Still one up here for Asla Pentagram. He might be able to get the revive. It just depends. Twisted Minds looking over in that direction. Now Genius still trying to send it. Where are they going to send it? Right next to him, and they're going to finish him off. As Asla Pentagram giving them half of a car for it already. Looks like Genius might want it, but Twisted Minds, they're not done with him just yet.
Again, I said it when they started lobbing nades out in the Vikendi game earlier. Twisted Minds hates having neighbors. They will use utility, they will push out even if they have a compound, because teams don't expect this. They're expecting to be able to sit tight, to split up, but Twisted Minds will be on you as soon as you enter their territory. This is textbook Twisted Minds trying to deal with threats before they even arrive.
But they got to be careful though, because as Question Mark has the compound just off to their east, and they had an angle. They get a knock on the Twisted Minds, but it looks like they won't be able to get the flush. The smoke wall still staying up for now, so it might be able to get that res. Meanwhile, back in Severny, Purple Mood trying to push their way through Howl.
Exactly. Howl is kind of meant for losers bracket at this point, but Purple Mood still got a ton to play for. They have one down. The Blue Zone 8 will get the bit of him too. Thanarot is out, but there's still players alive. Floki and Thunder's up close here with Duckman's just on the northern side trying to fend off. They need to survive this in order to make their way into winners. Laza, though, is standing strong, able to take out Thunder's too.
Hell of a peek from Laza as he finds one. Fluky now the last one alive. Ruin coming in from the side. Duckman's actually the last one as he was holding behind, holding the wall from the church side. Duckman's will find Ruin somehow, some way before he's able to get back behind the hard cover. Duckman's doing the most here for Purple Mood.
1v2, you need to survive it and then get over and rest your teammates too. And now 8C is running into the city from the northwest. It's looking very difficult, if not near impossible. But if there's a man to do it, it's Duckman. We've seen him pull off crazy moments before as he almost finds the mat.
Big damage coming out of that AUG now for Duckmans, but as you said, 8C from Foot, the last remaining player from Foot Esports coming through on that north side. He might hear this action going on, might decide that he wants to try to get a piece of it, or he might just try to avoid it altogether and find his way into the zone, as Duckman still trying to find these shots through the windows.
They know exactly where they have them. That nade cooked, but not well enough, as Duckmans tries to dodge and weave out of it. 8C again creeping his way ever so much closer. And all Duckmans has to work with is this one wall. Looks like they're bound for losers bracket, but Duckmans will not go down without a fight.
Duckmans used to be a human highlight reels in the years past. Let's see if he's still got it, as he is holding this wall. Not really much that Howl can do about him, but they have to leave here. The blue zone has arrived, so they've got to decide what to do, as Gizera actually going to do some big damage here. Looks like Legacy might have an angle on the Howl as well. They've been focusing so much here to try to get rid of Duckmans and have not cleared their backside, as Legacy is currently just sitting inside the zone waiting for the inevitable.
Duckmans, 9 points needed as it stands. One first aid and not a whole lot more to work with for you. How are you planning on making this play? Well, one kill at a time, I suppose, is the way, as he finds the first. Can't quite get the flush, though, as Laza creeps on into the smoke, but now no first aids left for Duckmans. He has to make a run forward.
He's just got to send it. Legacy, meanwhile, they are perfectly content playing this ridge line. Laza, oh, is this a free point for Duckman? I can't see it through the smoke. Can't. Oh, actually, LFP gonna steal it away, and Duckman's okay. He will get taken down, and that's going to be another point in the bag for Legacy.
Salute through, though, from the audience. They all appreciate the performances from Purple Mood, a team who, again, most people didn't expect to make their way into winners bracket to begin with. So the fact that they made it this close is something they should be very proud of.
Absolutely, and you got to be scared of them going into losers bracket. They have proven to be a very formidable opponent, as we check in with Enterforce 36, trying to reposition from that north side. Looks like they're going to get to the shacks just before LG does. Luminosity still 4 strong on the north side as well, taking a few shots from QM.
Loving the reaction play from Luminosity here as well. They came in from the southeastern side of the circle, wrapped all the way up behind 4AM, realized where they were, and as soon as they see Interforce leave the gas station up north, they instantly go up and claim it. They had nowhere to play into the circle from, but because they scout well, they are able to claim their way into the north, and actually, when you look at it, has a pretty good chunk of the circle up there.
Real close still at that cut line. 4AM and Enterforce 36 still have a shot. Twisted Minds and QM can't let down their guard at all, as now E36 going to find Legacy. They pull right in. They're going to find RBN right off the bat. Another knock comes through onto VHZ, as LFP will trade it down onto Pure Boy. We'll see if Legacy can turn things around here.
Yep, he has a jammer pack on, so right now not taking any blue damage. Should be all right. 80 will be formed by Snakers as well, as Legacy tries to creep further forward. Enterforce still not in just yet, but the amount of points they're racking up is getting them ever so much closer.
These are huge points for Enterforce 36. Legacy 5 kills in the bag already, but now LG has come to join the party. They've got the smoke wall laid down, found an angle onto Legacy. but have not found shots onto Enterforce 36 just yet. They're playing around that hard cover so well as the smoke wall is just laid down by Legacy to provide them a little bit more time to maybe take this fight.
And the main issue for Interforce right now is that it's going to be kill points alone that's going to have to mitigate that gap up towards the teams up above. Everyone ahead of them are still alive, so every time they get placement points, other teams will too. Here comes Twisted Minds, though, helping out a little bit and taking out one in the distance. They do have Genius very close by, though, and I think that's why Spiroprone's down, realizing that there's a threat much closer than Legacy.
Okay, Gizera is a danger man. He's managed to get very close through that smoke wall. He's found a couple of guys in that building.
Grenade.
Will take a few shots. Not going to find it. Grenade, though. K will put it right in his pocket. And that's another point picked up for E36.
Just 6 points out of it. But again, as I said, every team ahead of them are here too. It's the placement points ain't going to matter unless if they start get eliminated up front. Right now, it's Twisted Minds in 7th and down who look to be on the cusp, on the cutoff. Twisted Minds, though, as we mentioned, them are in. Interforce are not.
Okay, LG still 4 strong on that north side. They've got to find a way in. Enterforce 36, as you just mentioned, they've got to leave their hard cover. It looks like LG kind of spreading out, trying to see if they can maybe find angles onto Enterforce 36 as soon as they leave.
Our eyes right now, 4AM and Interforce, the 2 teams on the hunt, but also the 2 teams who have to make moves. 4AM looking down towards 17. If they find Xiao Wu here, that might just be a highway opening up for a southern rotation.
Right now, Question Mark and Twisted Minds in the driver's seat. They have the 2 compounds. Twisted Minds working out and playing out away from it, as we've seen them do so far this tournament, trying to collect a few more kills for themselves, which they absolutely need, sitting there in 7th place. Want to secure this as best they can. LG, meanwhile, found themselves a vehicle, and they're going to go ahead and try to figure out which way they want to wrap, as we see 4AM still just biding their time.
Yep.
They want to take as long as possible before making this move.
Again, with every team elimination in front of them, that's placement points they're getting other teams won't be. But again, you can only wait for so long as the blue is now closing on in. Xiao Wu's still yet to reveal his position. Xiao Pian has no clue he's there, but I'm sure that if we look over to Xiao Wu's POV, he's going to have a perfect line of sight. As I say that, no, he's inside the shack. He's just sat there waiting. But the Smoon bloking, that's going to be clear info for 4AM that there's one nearby.
Absolutely. That smoke is going to give away the game here, as E36 now using smokes of their own to try to leave the compound that they were in. So far, so good, it seems, as they are just inching forward with those vehicles, trying to make sure that they take that hard cover with them as far as they can. So far, they're able to do so, but Twisted Minds still looking down in that direction. LG going to smoke off where they want to go. Right now, it's just a question of all these teams getting their hard cover up to where they need it to be.
Here comes Luminosity, maybe the initiators of what will be a chaotic fight to end things off here. Full speed forward they go. They're going to split into their 2-2. They have a rock for cover, and yet another one too, but now they're within Nate range of Question Mark.
That's a dangerous place to be, too. Mime already knocked low, and Phil First, perfectly cooked grenade, will find him. Won't be able to get the flush, though, as Mime immediately on the crawl. Rello will stop down just long enough to heal up. Might be able to get this res, because I don't imagine that Question Mark is too desperate to push out of this.
How much do they dare do off of the knock they were given? And now 4AM reps not, but they're going straight into Interforce as well. This is the 2 teams that have to make something happen, and they're going to collide on the northern side of the circle in just a short moment.
4AM immediately loses everybody. ZP on the last one remaining alive. Enterforce 36 came in from the north side. LG finding angles, somehow, some way staying alive. Pure Boy, Star-Lord still working around. Snakers will find Pure Boy with the Groza, and that's going to be E36 down to just Star-Lord, as the circle will pop, and it's going to go back down to the southwest.
The one direction neither team could afford to go, and Star-Lord, now it's on you. What can you do? You need 6 more points. As a solo player, magic has to happen, and it won't, as Phil First seals the deal. The top 8 is guaranteed, and what a ending of it, all of them brawling in the northern side of the circle.
Few more placements left to shuffle around here as Genius tries to make the push into Twisted Minds. They are finding Twisted Minds ready and waiting. Luminosity, they've been getting knocked over and over again, but have not gone down just yet. Phil First has been knocked as well. LG will use that time to res Mime. Genius, meanwhile, will get Clories back on his feet, while Batulins will be taken care of here as 17 has used this as an opportunity to come in from the south side.
Exactly.
Twisted Minds getting pinched from multiple directions.
Exactly. They are well aware of what's happening in front of them. Fortunately for Question Mark, there's a little bit of help coming through, and I think that's going to alert Twisted Minds to the fact that they now do have 17 right next door.
Okay, everybody able to get reset. Everybody get their men back up. Everybody with the exception of Lil Ghost, who just got knocked. I believe that was from QM as well. QM still needs to leave their compound, but LG is ready and waiting. Not sure how much utility QM has left in the bag, but LG in a perfect position to try to take advantage of them.
You said you wanted to see Luminosity come out and stand strong in the end of it. If they win this one with a couple more kills, they could potentially finish off Group B in first.
And we've seen them there in the past. This would be the long way about things here. Is the Question Mark just going to smoke off LG's line of sight here as the blue zone is pushing in. QM going to go for the long south wrap, but that's going to push them right into 17 and right into the eyes of Xiao Wu as he cleans them up with help from Batulins.
Wow, what a setup. Hiding behind the boogie, a little bit of an off angle there to get not one but two on down. Question Mark falls. They might not be aware of it though, but they are in. A breath of relief I'm sure will come through for them once they realize that that's the case. But now into a 4-team left alive situation with Twisted Minds still in control of the warehouse.
LG, just the cockroaches of this lobby. They refuse to die.
Yeah.
They just keep getting revived over and over again as the circle continuously finds itself on the other side of where they want to be. Rello still bleeding out here as the rest of the boys just trying to decide what to do here. Clories has them in line of sight. Genius kind of getting free reign to do whatever they want on the other side of the wall from Twisted.
And 17 with so much control on the eastern side now, considering they practically didn't fire a bullet against 4EM. Presence alone, a smoke here and there, just having opponents know that if you come here, you're in trouble, was enough to force teams to go elsewhere. Now they're set with almost half a circle to their name.
You can see LG just sending rounds over towards Clories to see if they can maybe go for this res on Dorello. Looks like they'll do so as Snaker's going to hit some big shots there just to make sure that he's defending his teammate while they go for the revive. They get it, and now they're going to send it for the rock.
Full speed forward he goes, no smokes to work with.
Boy.
Headshot comes through, but able to dodge and weave and get the safety
Level
body
3
shot.
helmet,
Make
baby.
that. Yep. Relo does fall, and in the end, I mean, they've been down so many times. Mime, can you get here too? Even the rock that Snakers has under control is not inside the circle. Yuda, well, don't play with your foot, mate. Just take him out, and indeed he does.
And there's Mime going down as well. Snakers gets to the rock, but the rock, unfortunately, not in. As Genius just getting to free fire damage because Twisted has no real reason to push out of this warehouse to engage in this fight at all.
Again, so much chaos commencing in through phase 4. They are not sure that they're qualified yet either. Snakers now wrapping on forward. Grows to work with level 3 gear, but it's not going to matter. Clory steps up when needed the most, able to take him out as well, as we now find ourselves with 3 trios left alive in the circle, going right out east of the warehouse.
Luminosity does go down. Oh, careful there. Luminosity does go down, but they have secured their place in the top 8. Unfortunately for them, they drop down to 4th as 17 now crossing over them. And now it's just down to these. I feel like I like 17's chances here.
Yep.
They've got 3 alive, and they have everybody just keeping eyes on this warehouse. Genius, though, they could pull off something here.
This is what you call third-party guaranteed. Only question is, if this fight happens, if Twisted Minds can execute it fast enough, will 17 be there in time to punish them? I'm not sure with how they're currently positioned. They're playing it very safe, but at a distance. They want to try and see if they can get knocks confirmed, but it's because of Clories and his position. They want to have them play around the outside, and now Xiao Wu, perfect position, spots Clories. And you can see 17's remaining 2 players and Xiao Bei and Little Ghost repositioning off of it.
7 kills for Genius Esports in this final game, showing that they belong in this lobby. And that'll give them great confidence going into that losers bracket. As the flash will come out, that's going to slow down Twisted Minds as they want to try to make this push out. And they're actually going to find Xiaowu too. That opens up a huge door for Genius and Twisted Minds here.
Indeed it does. Can they make it though? Can they get out of here alive? It's only 3 on the side of Genius and Twisted. Smoke's now being deployed. They want to have an exit. They want to be able to get out of here, but look at both of the sides of this building. The escape is not possible as Glories is able to find the first from up at the top of the gas can.
Beautiful stuff here from Genius. He's going to find Batu as well. Beautiful play from Glories as he picks up 2 more knocks. It's down to just Spiro. He's got to leave the warehouse. He's going to try to go for the res in the smoke while it's there. Sir T just spraying through. Not going to find it here as the rest of 17 now trying to see if they can find anybody peeking through the smoke, through the blue. He's going to find one little ghost. Will be the one to pick up the points.
Finds the kill in the end of it, but will they be able to bring it all the way home? One goes down, Sir T spots him on the other side, and Genius Esports from the bottom of the leaderboard racks 1 up. And if there is something you can call momentum going into losers bracket, that has got to be it right here, Poro.
And that was so well played by Genius Esports from front to back. There was no, I mean, there was every opportunity for them to find themselves losing that game. I mean, you saw them out in the middle of that wide open field in between Twisted Minds, who had complete control over the warehouse, and then you had the fight that was going on at the shacks, and somehow Genius stays alive through all of that, fights their way up to the warehouse, stays alive, takes down Twisted Minds, gets the win to close out today. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to hear what they have to say about this final day of Group B.
Genius Esports makes the smart move and comes out with the win. I'm happy for them, especially Glories, but a too little too late when it comes to making that top 8. But hopefully, it sets the stage for them going into the losers brackets. Let's take a look back at the highlights before we talk about who's going on.
I gotta say, that was such a fantastic last game.
Oh,
it was
the best.
so exciting all the way through, and especially when you had your 5th till 10th alive. But then Genius, last place, comes in and slaps. Glory is a legend of the game, of course, but they are able to, I would say, come off from, of course, it's hard to be locked into the warehouse, but it's off on one of the roughest spots and actually survive that.
And especially that outside. I mean, Luminosity had aim at them. QM, I think they did benefit from the fact that QM, Luminosity, and E36 kind of had to stare at each other for a while so they could find a good position. That said, though, the end of this game was incredibly exciting. For the briefest moment, I thought 17 was going to bring this home. They had Xiaowu in such a good location, but that push, they got caught by Glories, and Glories just finished this game out. Here you go. You see the teams looking for that. QM had no other option but to make that push, and really, up until that moment, it was still wide open for a couple of these teams.
Yeah, super insane shots here. And as you said here, it definitely felt like it could be a 17 gaming that could close it out. One smoke that kind of forced and hurted these two last teams towards each other, Twisted Minds and Genius. That could have been a win, but then again, 17 didn't need it.
17 did not need it, but they played very, very well today, so they're going to finish in that top 8 for sure. What an exciting day of games as we are done and dusted for the group stages. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger here on the desk as we continue to break down the action, and that was, if Group A started with a bang, Group B finished with it.
100% agree. In this case here, as we talked about multiple times here throughout, this top 10, top 11 was so close. We had so many contenders for that top 8. So it's beautiful to see it come down to the very last game. And those last few kills that's going to push you over. Of course, Twisted Minds with a huge clutch there. You could see the way that they were playing that warehouse. They were not sure that they were in for sure.
Absolutely. And I think that was it. That's why they had to play so carefully. They made sure they put themselves in a really good position. And I think that is the key. There were so many teams on the cusp. When you're watching at home, you might think to yourself, I don't understand why these teams aren't just going out there and throwing the push. We know they qualified. They don't, right? We don't have coaches on comms here. The players have to try to keep track of that kill. Yeah, I mean, you see how chaotic kill counts get in your own game. It's not something you can guarantee. So the teams played to the bitter end. And again, a big shout out to Genius, because while this will not get them in the top 8, it was really nice to see this moment of, brilliance, of smarts to come out of them.
Yeah, this might put, Glories on your radar a little bit for the fantasy, because Glories is a legend of the game for sure. Super well-playing guy here, and super experienced guy coming out of Vietnam, of course.
Absolutely. Very exciting. Obviously, getting the Sev circle on the last match of the game sort of threw everything into flux, but the teams adjusted very, very well. There was a moment, I thought perhaps the hometown heroes, Purple Mood Gaming, when they were in Sev, they seemed so comfortable. Maybe they're going to pull it off. But Legacy, who has been on fire today, and Hal had something to say about that.
Yeah, they got completely shut down. They got delayed, and unfortunately, even if they came in from that western side, they had taken on Legacy or Howl earlier. Could have been a different game, but yeah, they're going to be playing in the lower bracket.
They will be playing in the lower bracket. In just a few minutes, we're going to be able to walk you guys through exactly what teams are advancing and what teams are going to that 3-day break before winners bracket kicks off, or who have just 1 day to sort of get their wits about them, I guess is the best way to say it, and go to losers bracket. Because the downside of losers bracket is nobody intended to be there. There wasn't one team I talked to at the start of today who said, we're already looking forward to losers bracket. Because if you finish bottom 8 there, you go home.
Yeah, and there's a bit of practice in the winners bracket. It's not like you go losers, then you go winners.
Yeah.
You go losers, then you go to last chance.
True.
If you could guarantee yourself to be both losers, winners, and last chance, it would be a different case. But here, yeah, you go losers, then you go last chance, and last chance is going to be rough.
Yeah, there is absolutely no world where you want to find yourself in the losers. In the past, there has been that argument, right, where players have been like, yeah, love, I get to stay hot the whole event. We also, no grand survival here, so there's no last-ditch throw to try to get into this thing. It's about as fair as I think we've ever seen. Also, I would say the teams that ended up in the bottom, it's been not far from expectation, to be completely honest.
Yeah, there's a few surprises, but there's teams that have struggled throughout the year, had some rough patches. But in general, yeah, there's some big name teams down there that's going to be exciting to watch once we get to the losers, of course. And in general, I think losers, no matter what, it is going to be super different to watch compared to what we have seen in group stage so far. Now they've established themselves. Now they've kind of found out, okay, where are these teams dropping the paths that they are driving in each maps and so forth. So yeah, we're going to have some teams that are going to be dominating down there, but there's also going to be a lot of teams that are going to be playing somewhat different. We're going to be seeing, I feel like, a little bit more heavy towards the center focus, a little bit more focus on staying 4 guys alive and getting those guaranteed points.
That makes sense. Now let's talk a little about the teams that did make it through. Twisted Minds, that's one I want to focus on, because yesterday, very slow start for them. Today they showed up as, I don't want to say a totally different team, but it felt that way. I mean, Lou was really playing well. The whole team seemed to be synchronizing, and they ended up getting themselves into that top 8 pretty comfortably.
Yeah, and especially here with the warehouse, they were like, okay, let's try to get these guaranteed kills we can. Let's get these guaranteed points. And they're playing extremely cohesive in terms of how they're trying to stick together, how they're trying to get as many placement points squeezed out of this game as possible.
But there's other teams, the ones that didn't make it, like E36. Their takeaway, they should be proud of themselves. That rotation Star-Lord sort of led around the back to get behind that question mark Luminosity fight. That was very impactful, and it could have worked. That's the way that you have to play the game. You have to really cling on to those things you did right. Now let's take a look at the top 4 teams from that game.
Yeah, it is Genius Esports, of course, with 11 kills. They had a rough patch so far, but this shows that what they're capable of doing. They had less than 20 points going into this game here, so 21 is going to be a good kind of band-aid on a rough leaderboard for them. 17 Gaming, been a force to be reckoned with throughout. I think it's going to end in the top 3 from this one here, so 9 kills. And yeah, Luminosity Gaming, another situation for them where they're able to get and squeeze out these points here. They have been extremely consistent, so 3 second places, but no wins for them. Glorious, though, a legend of the game, 800 damage, 5 kills. It looks like he's going to be the man of the match.
I mean, if he's not, I will be shocked. But the whole team did manage to put out a ton of damage. I mean, across the board in those first 3 positions, 579, 469. But Glories will get the glories when it comes to the man of the match. 800 damage, 5 kills, and 6 knocks. As well as, I would honestly say, the maestro of murder when you talk about outside of that warehouse. His ability to go up onto the watchtowers. He was really kind of moving his team up and down throughout the levels, that entire defense. It was very, very clean. And he had people assigned to defense to watch Twisted and keep them from wrapping around during the fight. Match leaderboard, though, 21 points.
Another game where we have 4 teams in double digits. And LG is, again, one of these teams here. It is crazy how consistent they've been. And again, you know, some teams that are like, we don't want to do too good in group stage because then we're not going to be able to pop off in winners or in grand final. So yeah, G, of course, 21, 17 with a 15. Fantastic game for them too.
Even though LG looked like they were made of Teflon when it came to circles, it didn't matter. They got to 4th. Here it is, the final leaderboard after match 12. The left side, everything over there from 1 to 8 advances to the winners bracket. Everything on the right side will fall off.
Any surprises you on the right side? 4AM for me, huge surprise.
Yeah, I thought 4AM would definitely be making that move. Honestly, I thought Gen G maybe not advance, but would do better, be up in the 60s or so.
Closer than 22 points away from 8th.
Absolutely, and I think Howell, again, I wish that they could have done a little bit more. We saw some moments at the end, but it wasn't quite enough. Here are the teams that will be playing in the winners bracket. This may be the most stacked winners bracket that I have seen in the 6 years we've been covering this.
Yeah, this is going to be insane. This is going to be grand finals level of competition.
100%.
And only 12 games is going to decide the top 8 teams that's going to be going from winners bracket to the grand finals, of course.
It's honestly going to be the best training I've ever seen for the grand final. Now let's look at the losers bracket. That starts in just 2 days time. There is a day off to teams get ready, but this is also going to be a very difficult losers bracket. I think a lot of these teams unpredictable.
Yeah, and big surprises here. A few surprises here. Some teams that we kind of expected that they're going to have a rough time to get to winners.
Yeah.
But yeah, remember, 8 of these teams are going to be going to the last chance and facing off the bottom 8 of the winners bracket to try to go to the grand finals.
I already feel bad for whoever advances to the last chance qualifier because of how strong that winners bracket looked.
It's going to be
upcoming matches, we're back. Not tomorrow, the day after, but we will kick off losers bracket with Erangel, Vikendi Tego, and then Miramar, and then flip it around for the second day of play. So make sure you tune into that. It starts over. So you know what? If you had a bad time, if you got knocked down, everything starts fresh when it comes to the losers bracket. So it is going to be a lot of fun. 1 day break, and then I want you guys to come back because I guarantee you some of the best PUBG that we have seen to date. Now, we couldn't do it if it wasn't for the sponsors that make this thing possible. So let's start out with On to Seat, the official gaming chair partner, the chair that elevates the gaming experience with ultimate comfort and exceptional performance. Choose On to Seat. Choose the seat of victors. We're also sponsored by the King Power Group, the leader in the travel retail industry. King Power, the power of possibilities. Logo Pro esports gaming gear made with a unique design.
Join me again.
And as a world-leading gaming brand, MSI stands out as the most
Thank you so much, guys.
trusted brand in gaming and esports.